Chapter 153, Aftermath. Ortiz walked into the teleportation array hall and he grimaced at what he saw. Rosa was right next to him and she let out an appreciative whistle at the carnage before them. The teleportation array hall was filled with special magical platforms that allowed troops and other heavy equipment to be teleported to and from the ziggurat. This allowed Ortiz to conduct lightning strikes on certain areas of the battlefield within a certain range of the ziggurat. There were limitations, of course. For instance, a magic barrier would prevent teleportation, which was why Ortiz didn't teleport his soldiers directly into the fortress. Yes, the fortress didn't have the barrier up at the start of the battle, but with the hive prowling about, he didn't want to risk his soldiers being cut off. The last thing he wanted was to send his elite soldiers on a one-way suicide mission for no reason. The barrier was never the problem. Ortiz could just sit outside the fortress for half a year and by then the barrier would go down due to lack of power. The main problem has always been the hive. The Everlin Imperial Army was also an unknown quantity. The intelligence report indicates that the Imperial Army was effectively designed to fight alongside the hive. This type of military organization has never been seen before, so Ortiz cannot reliably predict the strength of this army. However, Ortiz knew he couldn't win and he was just trying to show he was a worthy servant. In his mind, Ortiz knew that all that came before him had fallen in opposition to the Great Beast. His plan was to be the top scorer on the Great Beast assessments. The scene before him was unfortunately a rather clear mark deduction. His teleportation array was in ruins. They could be repaired, but they won't be operational for a few months at least. The siege towers that were teleported were carrying bombs. So he had just teleported bombs right into the heart of his command base. The Great Beast has in a single stroke disabled half his teleportation capabilities. Ortiz, despite being dealt a rather humiliating blow, was rather impressed. An extremely simple tactic but undeniably effective. The blast had ignited all the munitions stored in this room. There wasn't that much munitions in this place, but there was enough to severely damage the teleportation arrays. Ortiz could see a piece of the teleportation platform had blown clean off and beheaded one of his blood knights in the distance. The Great Beast is cunning, Rosa said as she marveled at the destruction around her. He fights with humanoid cunning and he also has a sense of humor. Ortiz replied dryly as he surveyed his men trying their best to put out the fires. Yes, he is mocking us. I can almost hear the words, "Stop wasting my time," in the crackling flames. Rosa said. The scouts just reported in. The Imperial Army will be arriving soon. With the Great Beast's attack, today's assault has stalled. I will be ordering the retreat to prepare for the next clash. Ortiz said and Rosa nodded. Well, the first test could have gone better, but I think we still have a chance. Or at least I still do. Rosa said as she turned to give Ortiz a wicked smile. Challenging a hive to a contest of who has the larger monster is not exactly what I would call wise. Ortiz countered with a raised brow. Oh, it's not who has the largest monster, Ortiz, it's who has the most interesting one. I am sure my creativity in the arts of necromancy would be sure to attract his attention. Rosa replied. Of that I have no doubt, but you do understand that if that is all you have to offer, he can just stuff you in some facility in the wilderness, yes? If you want real power, you need to be able to wield it effectively. After all, he could just ask you to make it and ask me to command it. I see no issue with that arrangement. Ortiz replied and Rosa narrowed her eyes in response. I would not be so sure of your tactical acumen. After all, this is quite the sight to behold. Rosa said as she turned to face the chaos in front of them. Just as Ortiz was about to reply, he received a transmission and it simply stated that he should move to the observation deck. Ortiz paused and he turned to look at Rosa, who, judging by the look on her face, received the same message. The two of them activated their teleportation rings that allowed them to move to any room in the ziggurat. When Ortiz arrived with Rosa, he saw that he didn't need to sound the retreat. The hive had arrived and his first assault was now past tense. A sea of white was now standing in front of the walls and several behemoths were now facing off against his army. He could recognize many old designs. These were powerful, but yet not the most powerful he has ever seen. So it seems the Great Beast offers him another challenge. What he did see contained a few concerning hive creatures, or bioforms as their old name goes. The standout ones were the Halagast Horror, the Terrigan, and what looked to be a variant of the Maleficent's Fiend. The Halagast Horror was a large creature the size of a villa. It was a quadruped with tentacles protruding from its back. The body was fat, elongated and covered with thick layers or armor. Each tentacle was tipped either with grasper claws or long stingers. It was designed to charge into the thick of the enemy formation and attack everything in its vicinity. The Terrorgon was of simple but effective design. It was bipedal, standing at 4 meters tall, but it possessed 6 arms connected to a vaguely humanoid torso. Each arm was tipped with curved serrated blades. Its head sported an armored crown with 6 reptilian eyes on the sides. Its mouth was a gaping hole filled with hooked teeth designed to grab onto a target and to never let go until its blades have done their bloody work. Its jaws also had mandibles to assist in this grasping maneuver. It was a design that focused on dueling other larger opponents, and at that task they were historically very effective. The final design was a variant of the Maleficent's Fiend. The Fiend class of bioforms were terror weapons. It would be a strange choice to use here considering the dead do not know fear. But in truth, the idea of these being a terror weapon was only an unintentional side effect. Fiends were extremely effective and destructive in combat. Thus their very presence caused fear in the ranks of sentient creatures. To say that the fiends have a terrifying reputation would be a gross understatement. This variant mostly followed the standard design of it, vaguely resembling a centaur. It is described as vaguely because it does have a quadrupedal lower half and humanoid torso. The difference comes as the lower half was not like a horse. It was this strange design that resembled closer to a manticore's body. The body seemed anatomically similar to a feline body, but its legs were far more muscular. Its front feet also had 3 toes that were tipped with 3 large claws. Its torso was vaguely humanoid and its arms ended with crab-like claws that had sharp serrated tips, allowing it to gore, slash, stab and crush. It also had a tail that was as long as its body that was tipped with a long stinger. This was a departure from the usual design. Usually the tail wasn't that long, being only long enough as a counterbalance to the body, and there was no stinger at the end. Also, the crab claw arms were larger than usual, which no doubt necessitated the longer tail. Finally, the head looked different. The original design just used a generic hive head design, but this one looked almost avian with a sharp pointed beak. Its head resembled this strange armored cone, and Ordeus could see this ominous blue glow from within its mouth. Looks like the great beast would like to test your creativity. I wonder if your creations will be up to the challenge, Ordeus said, and he turned to see Rosa scowling as she gazed at the Maleficent's Fiend variant. Yes, we shall see. Arias walked past the great gates of the fortress, and he couldn't help but feel the nausea wash over him. The army arrived in the night after the first battle was over. The vampires had pulled back, but not before inflicting a decent amount of casualties. The zombies had actually managed to get over the wall at a few areas, but the mages managed to get the tide under control after a time. Arias had received a short brief before they entered, and he knew the rough situation within the walls. This decisive battle would take place in 3 stages. The first stage was the initial clash that had just ended. The next stage would be the advanced reinforcements that would arrive, which was him and the rest of the 3 regiments, amounting to about 15,000 men. The rest of the army would arrive in about 2 days, since they had to drag the artillery all the way here. Chances are the final battle, which is the final stage, would take place when the 2 armies clashed. Arias had arrived thanks to special war wagons that allowed some troops to be transported quickly. Those sent were the veterans, but if that was the requirement, then Arias would be an odd choice to send. Although he did survive the previous war, he didn't do much fighting. However, the definition of veteran had a key requirement: the acclimation towards horror. The greatest danger that the forces of the dead posed to the average army was the fear. Terror can rout armies in an instant. So those sent to fight were those familiar with bloodshed and the terror of war. After all, the dead didn't have much combat skill. They relied on numbers and the sheer weight of their bodies. The average soldier stood no chance against the stronger members of the vampire army anyway. Nothing short of elite ex-adventurers or veteran knights like the wardens would stand any chance against the likes of the blood knights or the larger necromantic beasts. But naturally they couldn't send all their elite soldiers to a besieged fortress. That would be extremely stupid, so instead Grand General Montes created 3 rapid response regiments, which were each a mini-army. Each regiment had their own medical corps, mage battalion and cavalry units. There were also elite troops sprinkled inside each regiment to serve as officers and what the general had dubbed big game hunters to tackle the larger threats. In Arias's opinion, Grand General Montes has adapted well to the new ways of war. War has grown past the squabbling of lesser states. Now they were fighting empires and forgotten horrors of ages past. As Arias walked through the corpse-strewn main courtyard, he felt this fact more acutely. The courtyard was strewn with rows upon rows of corpses. Up on the walls he could see soldiers simply dumping the corpses of the dead off the wall. No doubt they will burn those bodies eventually. You don't want to give the dead any additional help scaling the walls. Even in the courtyard they were dumping the remains of the undead in great piles with barrels of alchemical fire at the ready to burn it all. Many soldiers stand guard over the mounts of festering flesh since the residual necromantic energies have a tendency to spontaneously reanimate random corpses. Arya's could see the archers were all nervously scanning the pile of corpses. If there weren't so many bodies, then no one would actually pile the bodies like this. However, with tens of thousands of corpses here, there was no real alternative other than piling them together and burning them. Arya's continued to follow his soldiers and he noticed the hollow-eyed looks of most of the surrounding Zariman soldiers. Most of them were frantically removing the bodies of their own dead since they didn't want their comrades' bodies to accidentally reanimate. Eventually they spotted a haggard-looking Lysimkin who was dressed like a general. Arius's commander is a knight enchanter captain named Alexia. She was a rather stern woman, but she was known for her flexible mind, which was probably why she was put in command of a unit such as the one he was in. "You must be Count Uxtual. I see you did good work here today," Captain Alexia said as she offered the Count her hand. He gratefully took her hand with a nod. "Thank you for coming so quickly. We expect there could possibly be a night attack. Thanks to the hive we repelled the first wave, but I have no doubt that the vampires will attack us when we are spent and exhausted," Count Uxtual replied wearily. "How are your losses?" Captain Alexia asked. "Worse than I had hoped, better than it could have been. About 15,000 casualties, 6,000 dead," Count Uxtual replied with a sigh. "I see, then I assume your healers are spent?" Captain Alexia asked and Count Uxtual replied with a grim nod. "Those siege towers caused a lot of damage all along the wall. The Blood Knight signifiers managed to get a few spells off on the walls, took out entire platoons at a time with those spells. Luckily for us your riders managed to stem the tide. However, when the zombies got over the wall it was absolute chaos. We lost a lot of our conscripts in that mad melee," Count Uxtual said. "Very well, my healers will assist yours, show them to the infirmary. I will have my mages set up defensive wards in the event of a night attack. Also my men will take tonight's watch. I think all of you have earned some rest," Captain Alexia said and Count Uxtual nodded gratefully. "I will still post some of my men on watch tonight. They know this fortress better. We all must make sacrifices for victory," Count Uxtual said with another sigh. "Very well. Night has just fallen, so I suggest we get the wards and sentries in place," Captain Alexa began, but then Arias heard this great horn being blown on the wall. He turned to see magic lights being shined up into the clear sky and he saw the telltale shadows of flyers rapidly approaching. "Flyers incoming." Arias heard one of the Zariman soldiers shout in panic. With that Arias saw Captain Alexa's gaze harden. "So much for the night watch. All troops prepare for combat." Chapter 154, Fiends. Arias had just enough time to get into formation when the attack hit. A swarm of giant bats, each larger than a man, descended from the skies in a cacophony of screeches. Arias raised his shield and readied his sword. Arias could see them approaching and all he could do was hope his compatriots could follow their training in a real fight. His doubts were unfounded as he saw a wave of red bolts light up the night sky from behind him. Looks like the riflemen can follow their training. Each bolt carried a lot of power. From what Arias has heard, the special crystal in the rifle along with special engravings on the inside of the barrel does most of the heavy lifting for the spell formation. When a bolt struck one of the bats, a sizable chunk of flesh was blown off and they fell screeching to the ground. The bats continued to charge heedless of their losses and the gunners fired again, dropping more of them. Now came the mages. Arias felt the familiar sensation of his hair standing on end when ether flooded the air around him. A magical barrier appeared around his formation and the bats slammed face first into the barrier with a sickening crunch. The rifles fired again and the bolts cut down another group of bats. This was the basic strategy that was devised by General Montes. The general knew the vampires would start the fight by throwing their chaff at the target to wear down their resources. So he devised this strategy to help reduce the effect of this. The rifles were extremely resource efficient, so the general planned to use them to thin the herd rather than using expensive offensive spells or wasting the physical energy of the soldiers. Arias stood there nervously as the odd hissing roar of the rifles behind him continued to sound out. His unit was doing great, all things considered. The Zaramans, on the other hand, were doing a lot worse. He could see Zaraman soldiers being torn to pieces by the bats. One group of bats had grasped some poor Zaraman soldier. It looks like they were trying to draw and quarter the poor soul, and when his limbs popped off, Arias knew his assumption was correct. It was a nerve-wracking position to be in. Tactically, they couldn't lower the barrier or they risked losing their combat effectiveness. The problem was that it was apparent the only safe locations were inside the formations of the Imperial Army. Some Zaramans had clued into this and were pounding on the edge of the barriers trying to get in. Those didn't last long, since the glowing domes were priority targets for the bats, and anyone standing close to a dome for too long would end up jumped by the bats. Unfortunately, that was exactly what was happening. Arias to his left and right, he saw the soldiers all grim-faced, trying not to look at the poor souls trapped outside their little bubble of safety. "Stand fast," Captain Alexis shouted, as if reading the minds of the soldiers. "The faster we kill these creatures, the more lives we save." Captain Alexis shouted, and a chorus of assent echoed out from the soldiers with practiced precision. This went on for another half-hour until Arias suddenly heard a large boom. He looked up to see a giant creature that vaguely resembled a bat. Unlike its smaller cousins, this one looked far more dangerous, and it was obviously already dead, judging by its exposed ribcage. "Varggeist! Focus fire!" Captain Alexis shouted, and immediately the red bolts began hammering into the Varggeist. Although this time the bolts did significantly less damage, many of the bolts merely crackled out of existence on contact with the beast's black hide. Damage was being done, but it was slow going with these ones. "Ironsides!" Captain Alexa commanded, and there was movement from behind Arias. The Ironside was a special weapon that was a big metal tube that fired a concentrated armor-piercing ether bolt. It used specialized munitions made of ether crystals to power it. An expensive weapon to fire, but brutally effective in its simplicity. Arias watched as a blue ether projectile in the shape of a cone shot out from behind him, and the cone punched right through the chest of the Varggeist. The Varggeist let out a roar of pain before another cone took out its head, splattering the barrier with its brain matter. "Barrier failing." Arias heard a voice shout, and he looked around to see cracks were starting to appear on the barrier. "Buff up," Captain Alexa commanded. Immediately the mages and priests sprang into action. Under divine flag, one priest intoned. "Resist negative," a mage said. "Lion's valor," a knight shouted, as his spell was followed by a lion's roar. "Forge Father's blessing," the gruff voice of a dwarven ranger said. "Pace of the wind," another man shouted. "This one must be an ex-adventurer." "That was an adventurer spell?" Gellimer's retaliate, a feminine voice intoned, releasing another adventurer spell. Arias looked down at his hands to see his weapon, shield and armor all glowing with different effects. Arias could feel the strength in his body, and his fear was gone thanks to all the buffs. "All priests ready for breakthrough," Captain Alexa commanded, and Arias readied his sword. He jumped a little on his feet to pump himself up for the coming fight, and then this odd silence washed over the troops. Then the combined shout of 100 divine magic casters. Divine rejection. Scavvy was flailing his sword at a nearby bat in a panic. He was next to the wall, and judging by what he could see, the soldiers on the wall were getting the worst of it. His blade caught the bat in the chest, and the bat fell to the ground. Right as the bat fell, he heard a scream, and he looked up to see another soldier being dragged off the wall by another bat. The soldier and the bat struggled before they both finally went over the wall. The bat was fine, but the soldier's body was twisted at unnatural angles after landing. In his moment of reverie, the bat in front of him started to thrash, and it lunged at him. Scavvy just barely had the time to raise his sword and drive it into the bat's mouth. The bat screeched, and Scavvy thrust forward, driving the sword down into the bat's gullet. At that moment, Scavvy heard the sound that resembled a giant boulder smashing into a giant glass window. He turned to see the barriers of the Imperial Army shatter, and shards of ether shot out. Scavvy instinctively covered his face, and he heard the screeches of the bats and the screams of the soldiers. He gingerly opened his eyes to see the bat in front of him was now in two pieces. Some piece of ether shrapnel must have cut the bat in half. He shifted his gaze to the side and saw the wall now had a red glowing gash in it. When he looked back at the Imperials, he saw the soldiers had begun to advance. Their front line locked in a neat shield wall as they advanced. Pikes appeared from behind the shield line as spells and projectiles shot out from behind the lines, shooting bats right out of the sky. Looking up, Scavvy noted the Imperials' superior anti-air capabilities. In some capacity, it almost looked like they were overcompensating for their anti-air capabilities. Whoever came up with these tactics must be an extremely flexible strategist. Just when Scavvy felt things were looking up, he saw the Imperials suddenly focus fire on something. He looked up to see Varg Geasts descending from the sky. Immediately he saw a blue light and he turned to see the Imperials casting ritual magic. Then the next thing he knew, he heard shrieks from above him. He looked up again to see the Varg Geasts thrashing as if they were struggling to maintain flight. Then they all came crashing to the ground. Some landed on badly on the walls and ended up rolling right off, breaking limbs on landing. Then the Imperial lines parted and released what Scavvy assumed to be elite soldiers. He spotted Dwarven Rangers, the living armored soldiers he saw from earlier, Spellblades and the famous red armored wardens. He saw the elite soldiers charge right at the Varg Geasts while the rest of the army continued to attack the chaff. He saw one Dwarven Ranger fire a bolt from his crossbow and the ensuing explosion blew a hole in its head. Then with a swift movement he hurled an axe at the Varggeist and axe buried itself deep into the hole in its head. Then the ranger extended his arm, his gauntlet glowed and the axe shot out of the Varggeist's head, ripped dead flesh along with it in a spray of black blood. The axe spun back towards the ranger and it was neatly caught. The Varggeist, however, was still not dead. That was the thing about necromantic constructs, they could take an unnatural amount of punishment. However, next a Spellblade leapt in and with a wave of their sword the Varggeist had its body bathed in flame. This time the Varggeist went down, even if with a bit of thrashing. Scavvy turned to the right and saw what looked to be an ex-adventurer priestess wearing living armor channeling a divine spell. She hurled a crescent-shaped gold blade right at another Varggeist, and this one really hurt considering their vulnerability to divine magic. Parts of the Varggeist turned to ash as the blade hit. When the Varggeist countercharged her, she moved with uncanny agility as she easily dodged each attack before countering with another gold blade. This time the gold blade was a horizontal slash. The gold blade ended up hacking the Varggeist's head off and it crashed to the ground dead. Or at least more dead than it was initially. Overall, the Imperials were beating the vampires back. From what he was seeing, it was obvious the Averlan Empire was far more capable militarily as compared to Zarima. Scavvy knew if Zarima clashed with the Averlan Empire they would lose even without the intervention of the hives. Deathflame Wyverns. A voice screamed atop the wall. Then he heard the alarm horn being blown. Scavvy instinctively looked up at the sky. He couldn't see anything in the night sky, but then he heard the sound of the horn being ominously cut off. Then Scavvy felt a rush of wind, then a crash. Scavvy saw this skeletal wyvern had appeared. It was just bones, no flesh remained except for its tattered webbed wings. However, in its rib cage where its organs were there blazed a mass of black flame. Its eye sockets blazed with the same flame, and when it opened its maw, Scavvy saw the flames were alight within as well. The wyvern opened it and shot a jet of flame at a small group of Imperial elites. Two within group were a Spellblade and a priestess. The two of them raised a pair of magical barriers, one an iridescent blue and the other a yellow gold. The black flame smashed into the barrier and then barriers gave way almost instantly. The group was consumed by the black flames in an instant and their bodies turned to ash inside their armor and clothing. All that was left behind was a pile of armor and cloth. Then another wyvern landed, and then another, and then another. Soon there were almost a dozen of these hellish skeletal constructs around the area. The Imperials immediately retreated behind another barrier. The red bolts from the rear line continued to hit the Deathflame wyverns, but the bolts just bounced off their skeletal frames. The only spells that seemed to do anything were the divine magic offensive spells, and even those had a limited effect. The black flames then shot out in a wave at the groups of Imperial soldiers. By now the field of battle was just dominated by the Deathflame wyverns. The remaining lesser vampire flyers were mostly thinned out, but knowing vampire tactics, more were on the way. How were they ever supposed to beat the vampires? This was the early stage of the battle, the worst was yet to come. When that thought crossed his mind, fate seemed to answer in the most direct manner possible. The humanoids were never supposed to be able to beat the Black Crusade. But a hive that existed in the ancient world. That was a different story. From the ground emerged large white creatures. These were some of the creatures that were posted beyond the wall. When they first appeared beyond the wall a few hours ago, they smashed the zombie hordes back like a boulder hitting a pile of rats. They had a shape that vaguely resembled centaurs. It had a quadrupedal lower half and humanoid torso. The body seemed anatomically similar to a feline body, but its legs were far more muscular. Its front feet also had 3 toes that were tipped with 3 large claws. Its torso was vaguely humanoid and its arms ended with crab-like claws that had sharp serrated tips allowing it to gore, slash, stab and crush. It also had a tail that was as long as its body that was tipped with a long stinger. The creatures emerged and without any further ceremony simply charged the Deathflame Wyverns. In typical Hive fashion, they just obeyed the commands given to them. If Scavvy had to guess what that command was, it was probably a simple kill command. Scavvy recalls someone calling them Maleficent's fiends. Whatever they were quite good at following orders. He watched slack-jawed as Fiend charged right through the blast of black fire and simply tackled the Wyvern with enough force to send both of them smashing into the wall. There was enough force from the impact to knock him slightly off balance. When he regained his bearings, he saw the body of the Wyvern being thrown out of the dust cloud only to go sprawling onto the ruined cobblestones. Then the Fiend leapt out of the dust cloud and pounced right onto the Wyvern. The Wyvern only had time for one screeching howl before its head was smashed into the cobblestone by one of the Fiend's crab-like claws. In the books, the stories of the ancients were always romanticized to an extent. Somehow in Scavvy's mind, the ancients always seemed elegant. This, however, was far from elegant. The Fiend smashed its claws into the head of the Wyvern repeatedly. Each blow shook the ground, and for all intents and purposes, it looked like a wild animal mauling another wild animal. No elegance, just pure simple brutality, a brawl in the desert heat, and it didn't take long before the Fiend had reduced the Wyvern's skeletal head to powder. Scavvy then watched as the Fiend simply got off the corpse of the Wyvern before charging at another Wyvern that was fighting a Fiend. The two Fiends ganged up on the Wyvern, and this time one of them simply held onto its tail while the other grabbed its head. The two then pulled and they ripped the head clean off the Wyvern. This pattern continued until everything that was hostile has basically been pummeled into either pulped flesh or white powder. The Fiends then stilled and looked to the sky as if waiting for the next wave. These Deathflame Wyverns seemed insurmountable when Scavvy first encountered them, but these Maleficent's Fiends just beat them so easily. Most of the Fiends were doused with that black flame at a certain point, and yet all of them looked more or less unscathed. As Scavvy scanned the surroundings, he noticed the fighting had stopped. It looks like the vampires didn't want to send anything else against these Fiends. However, instead of a victory cheer from the defenders, everyone just stared silently at the silent and still figures of the Fiends. They continued to look at the sky as if daring some other foe to come and test their mettle. They just stood there like ivory statues, their white gleaming armor shining under the moonlight. After a short time, as all the Fiends turned away from the sky and walked towards the tunnels they emerged from. Without so much a sound or look of acknowledgement, these horrors just went back underground. Scavvy looked down at the ground beneath him and felt the cold gnawing fear in the back of his mind. Many thoughts swam in his head, the old stories of ancients, his thoughts of the future, the safety of his father, the comfort he felt that his mother would be safe from the vampires. But one thought rang louder than all the rest. It was a thought born of primal fear. The realization that the great beast held all their lives in its hands. They lived because the great beast allowed it, and they would die when he commands it. That single thought rang in his mind, echoing out into the darkest recesses of his mind as he looked down at the ground beneath him. What else is down there? Chapter 155, A Ladder and Shield. Arya sat down on a nearby piece of debris and he wearily took off his helmet. He dumped the helmet at his feet unceremoniously and with a complete disregard for protocol. Honestly, he was too tired to care. After the Maleficent's Fiends retreated back underground, the vampires teleported in another mass of undead right into the fortress. This was another surprise attack, and after defeating that one, the vampires sent another one, and then another and another. After the fourth attack, the magic barrier came up and the vampires could no longer send in any more undead surprises. Arya couldn't help but admire the shrewdness of the vampires. The logic for this turn of events was rather straightforward. If you left the barrier down, your soldiers won't be getting any sleep. No matter how good your soldiers were, if they were completely and utterly exhausted, they wouldn't do much good in a fight. So the Zariman Count had two choices. He could burn his remaining ether reserves just to let his soldiers sleep, or preserve his ether stores and greatly reduce the effectiveness of his army. Honestly, it was a rather clever move, using nothing but chaff to force the defenders to expend one of their precious resources. Arya himself had just finished his shift of dragging the corpses into piles so that they can be burned, and he was honestly exhausted. He could barely feel his arms, and from what he could tell, he needed to speak to a blacksmith to get his sword replaced after the chaos of the battle. Another annoying thing about the undead was that you couldn't go for vitals, so you needed to cleave through bone. This ruined blades over time, which was just another way for the vampires to win in their battle of attrition. Then Arya spotted a water skin in his cone of vision. He looked up to see a blue-scaled lizardkin male. "Here, drink up," the lizardkin said. "Thanks, Scabby, right?" Arya said as he took the water skin and took a grateful swig. He never thought he would ever be too tired to take a drink when he was deathly thirsty. "Yes, you mentioned your name was Arya's," Scabby said as he took a seat next to Arya's. "Yeah, nice fighting by the way. That last raid was really messy. The vampires seemed to know that we were about to close the barrier, so they decided to take one last swing at us," Arya said wearily. "That trick just now, it saved my skin. Could you always do that?" Scabby asked as he referenced this ability he suddenly got in the middle of a fight. Arya's thought back to the moment where Scabby was about to get hacked to pieces by a pair of zombies when Arya suddenly got this nagging feeling in the back of his mind. He instinctively swung his blade and a red flame that was tinged black consumed his blade. With a single swing of his blade he reduced one of the zombies to ash, and another quick swing later the other zombie was dust in the wind. "No, I just somehow knew how to do it at the moment." Arya's frowned as he looked down at his sword. Funnily enough, his sword wasn't damaged at all from the flames, all the damage came from the flesh and bone of the zombies. "Huh, that must be the adventurer thing," Scabby said as he referred to how adventurers sometimes learn spells and abilities on the fly in life or death situations. "You think so?" Arya's asked. "Probably, I mean zombies definitely count as monsters," Scabby replied with a shrug. "I guess," Arya said with a nod and furrowed brow. Still, that red and black flame unnerved him. Slightly. That power seemed strange, it gave him this explicable sense of dread when he used it. "Those who walks with death, lives with it," a serene voice suddenly said. The pair of them turned around to see a Istland Knight Enchanter staring at them. Next to the was none other than Arius's captain, Knight Enchanter Alexa. The Knight Enchanter that spoke, however, had the markings of a Praetor, which was a much higher rank than the rank of captain. The rank of Praetor was the second highest rank within the Istland Knight Enchanters. They were second only to the Lord Knight Enchanter. The Praetor was a man in his later 30s with a head of curly brown hair and eyes black like obsidian. If it wasn't for his garb, he would look just like a well-built Elysian. His features were about as plain as they get. He would blend seamlessly into a crowd. There was only one Praetor in the advanced party, and that man was Praetor Nasher Giovann. He was also coincidentally the commander of his regiment. "Praetor Nasher," Arya said as he scrambled to his feet and gave him a crisp salute. "This is the one?" Praetor Nasher asked calmly, his eyes cold and calculating. "Yes, Praetor," Captain Alexa responded with a curt nod. "Come, Corporal Arias, I need a word," Praetor Nasher said, and Arias mutely saluted. Arias gave Scabby one last nod before scooping up his helmet and following after Praetor Nasher. "From what I heard, you know about the adventurer process?" Praetor Nasher said, his gravelly voice echoing out into the eerily calm night. "Yes, sir. I know some of it. I got to know some adventurers during the long camp on the border," Arias replied as they walked towards the citadel. "What you said was the gist of it. The specifics is the way that ether interacts with living creatures. Our bodies are sponges, and the environment around us influence the way we develop our abilities. There are differences in natural abilities, but the adventurers are on average more powerful than your average line soldier. This lends to the belief that nurture matters more than nature," Praetor Nasher said as the pair began to ascend the stairs towards the towering citadel. "Within everyone is an ether core. Every person and every race has different sized ether cores. Think of your core as a container that stores ether. Some are born with a cup and others are born with oceans," Praetor Nasher said. "Like the ancients," Arias replied, and Praetor Nasher gave him a subtle nod in response. "Exactly, but ether is not a stable thing. It can be tinged by the environment or by individuals. The very same ether can be turned into a ball of water or a fireball, and each creation changes the ether around the formation. That is how the ancients managed to change the entire biome of the region. Did you know the Azure Sea was the site of a great battle? One of the ancient devourers fought their last battle there, and the aftermath of that battle carved a gash into the continent. Not only that, the attack left the water tainted with its ancient magic," Praetor Nash said, and Arias furrowed his brows at the revelation. "Is that even possible?" Arias asked. There is a reason why the older literature refers to them as the old gods. Praetor Nasher replied calmly. On the topic of reasons why. If I may, sir, what did you want to speak about? Arias asked just as they reached the top of the stairs, and he noticed that there was a small collection of soldiers milling about. You have next to no combat experience before today from what I heard. You merely managed to survive thanks to dumb luck during the first clash with the hive. Praetor Nasher stated, ignoring Arias's question. More or less. Arias admitted, no shame in running from the great beast's hive, everyone knew that. So why did you get selected for this unit? Praetor Nasher asked, and Arias paused at those words. He knew the official reason, the whole familiarity with terror and also how combat experience against humans doesn't mean much against zombies. But yet something about that explanation seemed a bit too simple to Arias. The Empress has a mind like a maze, and she wanted to see if we could induce new abilities in soldiers. There is that and other theories. Praetor Nasher said as the two of them finally reached the Citadel's courtyard. Other theories? Arias asked as they finally stopped at the group. Tell me, Corporal, isn't it easier to paint with a blank canvas? Praetor Nasher said, and it was then that Arias realized 24 or so soldiers here all looked young and inexperienced. Adventurers have a class system for a reason. Once an individual starts down a path, they tend to stick to it mostly. This is especially true for the kind of abilities that appear naturally as compared to those that are trained in. So what if? Praetor Nasher said, but Arias realized what he was trying to say. You can control this natural path. Natural abilities are also called unique abilities. They are more powerful than the run-of-the-mill ones you learn from manuals and tomes. Arias said as it started to click. You know far more than I expected. Praetor Nasher said with a wry grin. But yes, that is essentially the idea. So first things first, get in line. Praetor Nasher said. Just as he finished saying that, the other regiment's commander, a warden, barked the harshest order to form up he had ever heard. Arias instantly ran forward, and the rest of the soldiers instantly began lining up in a single file. At that moment, Arias was once again reminded of how much military training can make you move without thinking. Present arms. The warden shouted, his voice bouncing off the walls of the citadel, producing a slight echo. Instantly the entire line drew their weapons. Arias could see more than a little discomfort at the state of their weapons. They had just ended the battle, and he would bet his right arm none of them had the time to fix up their ruined swords. In training, a poorly maintained blade meant latrine duty and their weekend passes being revoked. Now, all of you should be able to manifest the ability you just obtained in the wake of the battle. I want you to channel those abilities. The warden commanded, and Arias taps turned his mind eye inwards and tried to remember the feeling he felt when he first produced those dark flames. It didn't take long before his blade ignited with that same black-tinged red flame. Arias looked around him and saw some of them were having trouble manifesting their abilities, but most of the soldiers managed to do it. All of them had an ability that enchanted their weapon somehow. But from what Arias has heard, this was normal. A basic enchantment was the most common type of starting ability. Funnily enough, although the abilities were different, there was a clear difference dividing them into two groups. Some were like him with dark-looking abilities, while others had radiant gold-colored abilities. Then he saw the remaining soldiers activate their abilities after some trouble. The rest of them all followed the same pattern of some being dark and some being gold. Now divide yourself, those with the dark-colored abilities on my left and those with gold on my right. Praetor Nasher commanded, and instantly there was this awkward shuffle as all the soldiers moved to organize themselves. Now then, a simple question. Who here is a devout follower of the church or order? Raise your hands if you are. Praetor Nasher asked, and then Arias noticed that all the ones that raised their hands had golden abilities. Yet some of those with gold abilities did not raise their hands. Now who fully believes in the teachings of the church to be correct? Praetor Nasher asked, and this time the hands raised were spread amongst the group. Arias didn't raise his hand since, although he did think that the teachings of the church had merit, he did not believe everything it said was right. Although this time everyone in the gold group raised their hands, with some in the dark group. Now then, who has lost people close to them or felt the sting of betrayal? This event must have greatly affected you and changed your life dramatically. Praetor Nasher said, and this time everyone raised their hands. Arias saw the Praetor Nasher smile. There it is, from suffering tints the soul just like anything else. Praetor Nasher said. I am sure all of you are wondering why we are asking this question. It is simply academic curiosity, but it also tests all of you. Not many of you know this, but adventurer squads tend to become more powerful when they lose teammates. You can say this is the law of this world. Suffering and failure is the mother of strength. Comfort breeds weakness. That is the way of the world, and it manifests even here. Pretor Nasher said as he scanned the group. Your loss makes you strong, and so we have a proposition for you. Pretor Nasher said, and by now he had everyone's rapt attention. The Empress knows that sallow mortal flesh is not enough to resist the horrors of this world. The average soldiers will soon become nothing but chaff before the wind. Or at least that is what will happen if we do nothing. All of you remember the war that was fought not so long ago between Tralis and Elysia. Who won? Do you remember? Pretor Nasher asked as she narrowed her eyes. Elysia. One of the soldiers said nervously. No. Pretor Nasher shouted, and the entire line flinched. Not exactly. Pretor Nasher said much more calmly, and the entire line relaxed. Elysia didn't win the war. Elysia got handed favorable terms of the new peace that was won by the Great Beast. Pretor Nasher said as he started to pace the line. Arias watched him out of the corner of his eyes, and he saw him walk the line until he finally stopped right in front of him. What do you think a military does when something like this happens? Pretor Nasher said with an even look. Arias ran the possibilities through his mind, and he came to a single conclusion. It would be exactly what he would do. You tried to find a way to fight the hive. As a contingency plan. Arias replied. Exactly, so the top leaders and researchers in Island worked with the wardens to form a special committee. We scoured the archives to find a way that we could reliably counter the power of the hive. However, despite our best efforts, we found ourselves barely more prepared than when we started. Then just when we were about to attempt to look abroad for additional information, we were all called the Empress's throne room. We thought the jig was up and we were all about to be executed for treason. We debated if we should flee, but that would leave our troops open to potential persecution. So we decided to answer the summons to attempt to shoulder the blame. But when we arrived, we saw something rather peculiar. Pretor Nasher said as he turned away from Arias and walked away from the line. He walked over to the other two regiment commanders before crisply turning to face the line. The Empress was smiling. The Great Beast was smiling as well. They both looked pleased. Very pleased. Pretor Nasher said thoughtfully as he looked up to the pitch-black sky. The first words that were said to us were simple: well done. The Empress was pleased with us, very pleased. She told us. She was glad we were not blind sheep, and that sheep had no place at the head of what will one day be the greatest army in the world. In hindsight, our actions were so thoroughly predictable it's almost embarrassing. But either way, the Empress knew our every move from the moment we started out. Do you know what she did next? She gave us ancient books and tomes, books older than anything I have ever seen. These were exactly the things we needed to come up with a plan to resist the hives. There were even past strategies that were effective against hives. Pretor Nasher said with a wry smile. Then the Great Beast spoke. He told us that if we wanted to come for his head, then we better make that first strike count. Because if it ever comes to that, it's winner takes all. Pretor Nasher said as he shook his head. He wanted wolves, not sheep. So he offered us fangs. Pretor Nasher said, his gaze far away and filled with introspection. So I offer all of you the same thing. As you are, you cannot defend anything. There are many forgotten horrors in the world. After reading the tomes we were given, we simply scrapped the idea of resisting the Great Beast. As you have witnessed today, the Great Beast does not easily reveal his cards. Those creatures you saw that decimated those skeletal wyverns are probably not even the strongest beasts that the Great Beast has at his disposal. Pretor Nasher said. At those words, suddenly Arias saw past the giant archway of the citadel and saw the exterior of the wall suddenly light up with an orange glow. They must finally be burning the piled-up bodies beyond the wall. The fortress suddenly looked like it was surrounded by a halo of orange flame. We are offering all of you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be more than you ever could be on your own. If you should accept our offer, then you will be trained to be part of an elite unit. In 2 years you will be more powerful than most adventurers. But be warned, this road is not an easy one to tread. With this training, you will be able to play a greater role in defending all that you hold dear. The world is becoming more dangerous with each passing day. Soon our empire will share a border with the ancient elves and the demon kin in Umbra. The Naga roil in the seas, they have turned their blades towards Ostea and now the Osteans are facing extinction. The north has been torn apart in a war between the Syndicate and the forces of heaven. Demonic presence has risen all across the world and intelligence reports indicate succubi have been spotted in Devonia. I do not know what the future will bring, but I doubt it will be peaceful. If you wish to make a world where your children will be safe and happy, then this is your chance. Praetor Nasher said, and Arias noticed that all the soldiers were getting rather fired up. You can play a pivotal role in creating the greatest empire this world has ever seen. The Empress has high hopes for those who accept. She has made it very clear what her stance is. Let any nation or race know, whether it wishes us good or ill, that we shall pay any price, bear any burden that would be required of us. All of this we shall do to secure the success and prosperity of our people. For those that wish to grasp their fate with their own hands. For those that will willingly grasp the fire so that they may shield those behind them from the searing heat, step forward. But before you do, remember this. The great beast left a word of warning at our last meeting. Praetor Nasher said as his gaze turned to steel. If you wish to build a new world, it will be worth its weight in corpses. Mountains of corpses. Rivers of blood. Chapter 156, Setting the Stage. I landed with a resounding flap of my wings. On my other hand, I was channeling a spell to press all the surrounding sand into the ground. My wings were so large and powerful, I've noticed that with a single downstroke great gusts of wind will swirl. So without that spell I would easily just end up creating a mini dust cloud when I landed. Hello, friend. I heard Cecilia say warmly, and I turned to see her smiling up at me. It was an interesting show, that battle. I think I have the vampires pegged, I said with a wicked grin showing off my teeth. My teeth were curved and covered with serrations, each of them as long as a saber blade. I designed them rather precisely for rending flesh and tearing through armor. But their wicked curved designs also had the added benefit of being absolutely terrifying. I looked around and I saw all the Zariman soldiers staring at me in terror. A few of them have actually taken a step back when I landed. You assume you had it recorded? Cecilia asked, and I grinned as I held out my hand. A projection appeared in my hand showing the battle from an aerial view. Excellent, I will have Montes review it later. Cecilia said with a nod. Way ahead of you, I sent it to him already. Not sure if he got a chance to look at it before bed. I replied, and Cecilia sighed at those words. Knowing him, he probably reviewed the footage with his staff for the whole night. Cecilia replied. Should I not have done that? I asked, and Cecilia just shrugged. It's not ideal, but as a soldier, one sleepless night shouldn't be much of an issue. I'll make sure they at least take a nap when they are able. Cecilia replied. Great, now then. You wanted to speak to me? I asked as I turned to face Count Uxtual, who, looking afraid, stood his ground. I said as I leaned down and I watched as he held his gaze as he watched my head approach him. I could see his heart hammering in his heart. He reeked of adrenaline and fear. But yet he was suppressing the fight or flight response within him. I could see the steel in his eyes, but yet he didn't have the placid calm that Montes possessed. But then again, Montes was a rare breed of human. He could keep his cool in the most insane of situations. He even calmly walked up to me while fully expecting to die when we first met. Crazy-ass lunatic, but then again, you kind of need to be crazy to run a military as effective as he does. Schedules, and more schedules. Excessive planning with books worth of countermeasures in his head when his best laid plans inevitably go tits up. So what is it? I asked, and I saw his nose wrinkle slightly at the smell of my breath. Well, my mouth reeked of blood. It's not like I brush my teeth and every time I modify anything inside my mouth it causes wounds that bleed. Why did you wait? You could have stepped in at the start, preserved the lives and protected us as per our agreement. We signed away our sovereignty for your protection, so why did you let the dead crash against our walls? Count Uxtual asked. Well, that was a predictable question, even if it was horribly naive. Did you really think I would do all the fighting for you? Do you know what I am? I am an ancient, and what is the rule of the ancient world? I asked with a chuckle. The strong rule. Count Uxtual replied, his voice steady but his heart still pounded in his chest. No. I said with a smile that showed off more of my teeth. The strong take. Right now all of you are weak, and if it wasn't for her I would have let all of you die. I replied, and I saw Count Uxtual eyes flicker with uncertainty as I referenced Mihaila. I was sure that heaven was watching. So I said it this way to make it seem like I was referencing Cecilia. Judging by the look on his face, I think he caught on. She sees something in you. Something I don't see, I must admit, I said as my voice turned to a low growl. I was honestly disappointed by the Zaramans. I caught the Volarians by surprise with foes they had no experience fighting, so them getting slaughtered was pretty expected. Right after that fight, the Elysians started to come up with countermeasures to deal with my hive, even though we were on the same side. That was certainly a good sign. It shows they were not blind sheep. They had the wit and the determination to survive no matter what. Of course I had to break their foolish ambitions, but at least it showed their tenacity. So I really didn't want to hear this mewling fool asking why I didn't just step in and save their sorry pathetic asses. You are complaining about losing some little shits who couldn't deal with the most basic troops of the vampires. I eat phoenixes for breakfast. Why do you think I will care if you lose a few useless troops? I asked as I snarled, and this time Count Uxtual took a step back. You want to be saved? Prove there is anything even worth saving. I snarled, and Count Uxtual visibly gulped in response. Come now, friend, you are scaring him, Cecilia said, interjecting at the perfect time. Count Uxtual turned to look at her. I saw his eyes and felt a thrill of fear when he realized Cecilia was just as much of a monster as me. The cold look in her eyes was mixed with amusement. Take a good look. She is a woman born out of time. She would have done very well in the ancient world, I said with a laugh, and Count Uxtual visibly gulped in response. So that is your answer? We didn't get this strong because we pitied the mewling weaklings. Your beautiful golden empire didn't get to where it was either. I wonder how much you know about the old Zarama, I said, and Count Uxtual gave me a look of confusion. Really? Warrior monks, that fancy scouring you did to your imperial family, a house of war. Did you truly think ancient Zarama was a forgiving place? I asked with a smirk. Your goddess knew that, do you? If you don't have the stomach for that, I will have someone take your place, I said, and Count Uxtual bit his lip, his gaze conflicted. You won't win anything with half measures. You have gotten far too comfortable in the walled garden the angels put you in. That changes today. Fight for your lives or die, I snarled, and Count Uxtual mutely nodded. Good, I said as I suddenly backed off. Count Uxtual looked up at me in surprise, confused at my sudden retreat. Any other questions? I asked, and I saw Count Uxtual mutely shake his head in response. Not a word leaving his lips. Good to hear, I replied with a chuckle. Right as I said that, I started getting an alert through the hive network. It seems the vampires are on the move. Not that surprising, they chose to attack in the night. Humans don't see that well in the dark after all. They won't be able to teleport in here thanks to the magic barrier, which means it will be a battle on the open field. The Imperial army is a larger threat than the fortress, so they will have to focus on the army. The vampires will probably attempt to bog down the fortress with waves of fodder while focusing their strength on the army. There are over 1 million undead and other constructs to deal with, so they can attack in waves wearing down the army. I plan to let the dead crash against the Imperial army first so they can help clear the chaff. The last thing I wanted was to bog my heavy hitters down clearing trash units just for them to get sniped out. Most probably the vampires are thinking along the same lines, so this will be a multi-act fight. An introduction started by the weaker troops and finished by the heavy hitters. I started getting a transmission feed through the hive mind end. I saw that something was happening with the lead vampire Ziggurat. I believe that was Rosa Maledicta Ziggurat. I wonder what surprise that mad scientist has up her sleeve. As I watched the feed, I saw the massive runes etched into the ziggurat structure begin to glow with an intense, pulsating light green light. Each pulse reminds me of the heartbeat of some kind of creature. The ziggurat seemed to be powering up. I could see the ether radiating from it in pulsing waves. Green lightning danced and leapt from the apex of the ziggurat, illuminating the surroundings with an eerie glow. Each eerie green lance of necromantic power lighting up the surrounding night sky. The pulse seems to grow stronger with each pulse. With each passing moment, the ziggurat's power continues to surge, the green glow pulsing like an accelerating heartbeat. Then the structure shifted, the green energy surged through the ancient stone, causing it to ripple and shift, no doubt responding to the command of its dark mistress. Why this was happening soon became clear. The top of the ziggurat seemingly opens up, and from it appears a massive gem-like object emitting an eerie green luminescence. The gem crackles and hums with raw energy, arcs of green lightning dancing and weaving around its edges. Each discharge lights up the night sky, casting a glow across the sands. Each bolt cast ominous shadows across the undead army, showing glimpses of the dark mass of the dead that needed no light to function. I saw the power growing within the gem and I started to realize this wasn't just some fancy show, that gem was a weapon. Its green glow intensifies with a surge of power, then for a moment it goes dark. A heartbeat later and with a resounding pulse, it emits a focused beam of energy targeting the fortress. The beam shot out with what sounded like a scream as it tore through the sky. I instantly casted a defensive barrier around Cecilia and shot up into the sky. I hovered above the fortress but still within the barrier. I stared down the beam as it slammed into the barrier. I could hear sounds of panic from the soldier below, the mages maintaining the barrier running around in panic as they tried to keep the barrier running with a new batch of ether crystals. I could sense the control crystals were straining under the force of the beam. The barrier for its part wasn't doing that well either. The beam was crackling and tearing into the barrier, letting out this wailing scream as it drove into the wall of magic. It kind of reminded me of a combination of nails on a chalkboard with the sound of straining metal. Fissures and fractures appear along the barrier's ethereal surface, spreading like a spider's web as the beam persists. With each passing moment, the fortress's magical defense weakens further. The green beam's assault eats away at the barrier, stripping it of its protective strength. Arcs of energy leap and dance along the cracks, sizzling with destructive intent. The cracks widen into fissures, and with a burst, the barrier shatters and I sense the magical rebound of energy. At that moment I sensed all the control crystals exploding like a line of firecrackers. The crystals rupture, releasing a cascade of blue crackling energy. Shards of crystalline fragments burst forth from the chambers along the wall, hurtling through the air like shrapnel. The shards collide with walls, structures and men alike. The razor-sharp hypercharged fragments tear through armor and flesh alike. Blood mingles with the glimmering shards as they tear through bodies, the ether-charged shards igniting what it doesn't outright vaporize. Bodies go flying in pieces with said pieces bursting into blue flame. The vaporized blood hangs in the air as a crackling blue fog that rapidly dissipates into the surrounding air. As the shards collide with the structures in the fortress they unleash devastating bursts of energy, creating a smattering of explosive impacts. Thunderous booms reverberate through the fortress, shaking its foundations and crumbling whatever wall it hits. In the meantime I catch the beam in my hand as it hurtles towards the fortress. I could use the fortress after this battle and I don't like ruining good real estate. The green energy slammed into my palm and I began absorbing energy. There was nothing special about this beam, it was just an upsized version of your typical necromantic beam attack. No finesse at all honestly. Powerful attacks usually attach curses or other effects to it. The whole idea of it was just to put enough ether into an attack, but honestly trying to win in a contest of ether absorption with a firstborn was like trying to set the sea on fire. Very futile. I pulled the power into my body and I flared my wings. My wings ignited with ethereal green fire as my body stored the ether I had just absorbed. Then I channeled the ether and opened my maw. I shot a beam of white energy that crackled with green lightning right at Rose's ziggurat. I returned what she gave to me with interest and I watched as the beam slammed into her magic barrier. The barrier simply caved under the force of the beam. Unlike her beam, mine was more precise in construction. You couldn't really tell because it was white, but the beam was actually spinning on itself like a drill, increasing its penetrating power. It was also infused with additional effects that improved resistance penetration. The beam struck the black stone and punched right through and I saw this burst of green fire erupt from the hole. The green runes on the structure flickered for a moment but flared up again as if some emergency redundancy kicked in within the structure. Oh, not bad at all. I looked down and saw Cecilia had already teleported back to the army while the Zaramins tried their best to put out the fires that the explosions caused. I shifted my gaze to the Imperial Army and saw them ready to meet the slowly approaching mass of undead. The Imperial Army has been explicitly designed by General Montes to take advantage of every strength offered by the different races and factions while at the same time covering their weaknesses. In the center front of the formation were a line of heavily armored dwarves. Clad in suits of heavy plate armor, each dwarf bears a shield, emblazoned with the symbols of their proud clans. These shields were raised, forming a barrier of enchanted mithril at the front of the formation. Each shield was adorned with intricate runes. These shields are the first line of defense against the impending onslaught. Rising above the shields were long pikes, their gleaming points extending skyward with lethal intent. Held by the dwarven warriors, the pikes were supposed to reach over the raised shields, ready to receive the dead with multiple rows of mithril points. Dwarves were always defensive in their military doctrine since they spent most of their guarding their precious mountain. They were masters in static warfare, and General Montes planned to use them to break the tide of the dead upon them like waves against a rock. Behind the dwarves were two lines of riflemen equipped with the latest spell rifles. The humans adjust their aim, ensuring a clear line of sight over the dwarves. This took advantage of the dwarves' short stature, allowing allies to fire over their heads to thin the herd or focus down priority targets. On the flanks of the dwarves were two formations of wardens. They were supposed to cover the flanks of the static dwarves. In their hands, they wield two-handed weapons, their blades gleaming with a menacing magical hue. These weapons, crafted in the age of ancient Elysia, were a cut above the other weapons in the army. Though they didn't have shields, their armor was also of ancient design, meaning that it was more than enough to deal with most blows. Further to the side of the wardens were the regular soldiers of the Empire. Though lacking the stature and equipment of the wardens, they were still experienced soldiers and veterans of past wars. They were equipped with mithril arms and armor courtesy of dwarven and Elysian smiths. All of it was enchanted by dwarven and Istland enchanters to give them an edge against the undead. They all were holding shields and swords to keep them versatile. Beyond the regular soldiers were the Istland knight enchanters. They were holding their signature double-sided glaives that were bristling with enchantments. These weapons doubled as staves as well as melee weapons. They wore a blend of sleek armor and flowing robes, adorned with the emblem of Istland Academy, but they wore the red and white colors of the Empire. Behind the front line were lines of ranged troops. They were all using longbows, but Montes had elected not to field that many archers. The arrow's effectiveness would be limited against enemies with no vitals. In fact, some of the ranged troops were actually riflemen, and they were positioned in a semicircle formation. This was not a formation for bombarding enemy ground troops, it was an anti-air formation designed to create overlapping arcs of fire if vampiric flyers approached. The real ranged firepower were actually the mages. They were a collection of war mages from Elysia and Voloria. Mages could use fire magic, and those were very effective against the dead. The war mages, as per protocol, stood in ritual circles surrounded by the reserve troops for their own protection. They could bring up barriers or bombard the enemy as needed. But far back in the distance, 100 meters away from the main formation, was a collection of dwarven artillery ready to rain their explosive bolts right on top of the packed mass of undead. They were guarded by dwarven rangers and living armor cavalry. The rangers were wearing lightweight yet durable leather armor that allows for unrestricted movement. They wore flowing gray cloaks with the hoods pulled over their heads. They were equipped with small mithril shields and one-handed axes. They also had enchanted crossbows slung over their backs. The living armored cavalry patrolled the perimeter on their mounts, making sure no threats approached the precious and expensive artillery pieces. If these were silenced, the combat effectiveness of the army would diminish significantly. These two units were chosen because they were the most adaptable and flexible of the available units. Anything that got this far behind the line was most likely going to be far from a conventional foe. They were also supported by a group of mages for defensive barriers, as well as 2 companies of riflemen for anti-air defense. Overall, Montes did a good job, and I feel this army would do quite well against most of the vampiric army. They will still struggle against the more powerful vampiric constructs, but they might be able to squeak a win if they are prepared to lose half the army. But of course I'm not prepared to lose half the army, so that's where my hive comes in. So the coming battle will certainly be interesting. This will be a very fruitful battle. A lot of people are getting tested all at once. I'm testing Montes's command abilities, the new spell rifles, Nafis's command abilities against a reasonably powerful opponent, the vampires themselves, and last but definitely not least, Maligaros. Let's see how his special operations brood performs. Chapter 157, Rotted Chaff. I continued to circle the army as they readied for the first clash. The line of mages started to channel spells. After a brief channel, the weapons of every soldier lit up with a bright orange flame. Flame enchantments were effective against the undead, so it was a natural choice. Not only that, flame enchantments were the most commonly used due to their effectiveness against a large variety of opponents. The incantations caused the air around the blades to shimmer before the flames flickered to life as they danced along the length of the weapons. All the blades of the army ignited and burst into flickering flames, causing the entire army to look like a sea of dancing fire. The formation caused the entire army to look like a great flaming dragon. The dead were closing in a giant wave of closely compacted zombies. The first wave alone had more bodies in it than the entire Imperial army. Their decaying flesh, pallid and disfigured, hanging loosely from skeletal frames, limbs jerking in grotesque animation. The wave surges forward, a writhing mass of necrotic flesh. Limbs flail in twisted contortions, tattered garments fluttering in tatters. Their empty, lifeless eyes fixate on their victims, glowing with a sinister and unholy light. Each step they take, though uncoordinated, propels them forward with mindless determination. The zombies ran in a shambling gait, a few tripped and ended up trampled. But it was clear their fellows didn't care, the sheer weight of bodies crushing those that fell into mulch. The Imperial army, however, had no intention of meeting a solid wave. If the dead were to meet the line of living, they were going to be thinned. Far behind the main army were the artillery. The dwarves raised enchanted hammers and struck these plates on the ballista. The enchanted hammer emblazoned with a large glowing run completed the arcane circuit running along the frame of the ballista. Blue runes came to life, glowing on the frame in spider-web-like patterns. Then the commanders shouted as one, the gunners pulled the mithril levers and the ballista released their 4-meter-long bolts. The line of ballista fired a wave of blue glowing bolts that sailed through the sky, causing a blue trail in the night sky that looked similar to shooting stars. The bolts flew over the army and hurtled towards the charging mass of zombies. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the bolts shatter mid-flight, erupting into a cascading inferno of fiery magic. Flames dance and lick at the surrounding air, transforming the once normal projectiles into devastating incendiary missiles. The fiery explosion engulfs the sky, showering the battlefield below with a rain of blazing fireballs. Each flaming ball finds its way into the mass of zombies, descending upon the sea of zombies with explosive force. Upon impact, the bolts detonate, unleashing torrents of scorching flames that engulf the undead horde. The fire roared as the zombies charged heedlessly through the flames. Their decaying bodies, immune to pain and oblivious to the searing heat, continue their relentless pursuit of the living. With a single-minded determination, they push through the licking tongues of fire, their flesh crackling and blackening with each step. The zombies, though now thinned out, turned into burning figures advancing through darkness. Their eerie burning bodies lit up the uncharred zombies around them. I heard the dwarven commanders shout as they peered through the darkness with enchanted binoculars. Adjust 3 degrees high, traverse 1 degree right. The main commander shouted, and the crews instantly began to adjust their aim. At such a distance, just a few degrees of adjustment to the firing angle could mean meters of difference from where the projectile landed. The first barrage had caused this pockmarked pattern of flames with gaps between them for the zombies to rush through. So the gunners aimed up to get the bolts further into the compacted mass and adjusted the aim to the side slightly so as to fill the gaps. The second barrage flew through the air and landed almost exactly where the gunners wanted them to be. Got to love precision dwarven engineering. The barrage kept raining down on the zombies. Tens of thousands of zombies were reduced to ash as the hail of bolts rained down. But I knew the vampires didn't care. As far as the vampires were concerned, they were making the Imperials waste ammunition. The zombies were finally approaching the range of the rifles. The riflemen all raised their rifles and patiently waited for the signal. There were only so many shots they could fire, and they had to make it every shot count. Attrition was what would decide the outcome of this battle. They needed to conserve their most precious resources while luring out the heavy hitters of the vampires. The riflemen all trained their eyes on the approaching hordes. Then a scattered group of mages fired red glowing projectiles. The projectiles flew out and over the open field in front of the army. The projectiles went off in a flash of red light and turned to red orbs that hung in the air, bathing the sands below in a bright red light. As the relentless horde draws closer, the soldiers remain steadfast, their fingers lightly resting upon the triggers of their enchanted rifles. Then when the zombies closed to 100 meters, the riflemen started to fire independently. The instructions were for the riflemen to pick their targets carefully. The blue lasers flashed outward, striking the zombies, and each shot set one on fire thanks to the special enchantments on the foci crystals. The dwarves in unison lowered their pikes, forming 3 rows of flaming points. I heard an officer amongst the dwarves roar out a steadying cry. Stout as the mountain, unbreakable as stone. The officer roared, and his kin answered as one. We face the darkness together, never alone. Then the crash, the pikes flashed forward, catching the zombies in the chest. The flames burning away the tethers of unlife that animated their bodies. The zombies piled onto the shield wall, but the dwarves held fast. The pikes constantly thrust forward, impaling the zombies. The rifles behind flashed, burying their shots in the mass of rotting flesh. All of this is just to take the pressure off the front line of shields. The circles of mages did nothing but watch. It was simply not worth it to waste mana on these chaff. This was but the first clash. The constant onslaught of zombies was easily repelled. The center held well, the dwarves becoming the rock against the tide Montes wanted them to be. On the flanks, the wardens and the knight enchanters were easily able to cut down whatever came their way. Each of them was individually as powerful as several dwarves on the front line. The blades of the Elysian elites danced in a flaming dervish as they dispatched the wailing hordes of the dead. A single swing of a warden's blade was enough to decapitate several zombies. Each of the wardens was almost a head taller than the average man, and the zombies were shriveled, emancipated things. They cut through them as easily as a farmer harvests wheat. Soon the entire field in front of the army was a burning inferno of corpses. The stench of burning flesh covered the battlefield in a thick miasma. I was sure the records would describe it as a scene right out of hell. The dancing flames in the distance lighting up the night sky, the glow of the flames mixing with the shadows caused by the thick acrid smoke. The smog covered the battlefield, reducing visibility to almost unmanageable levels. An hour later, I saw the dead start to split off into 3 groups. The main force in the center continued to pressure the Imperial army, pinning the formation in place as the 2 other groups attempted a flanking maneuver. The knight enchanters on the edges moved quickly to intercept, but still, their loose formation limited their ability to fully counter this flanking maneuver. I watched as the central reserves began to move to the flanks and formed up to wall off the tide of dead. However, the mages still held fire. Although the formation was becoming pressured, it seems Montes still wanted to preserve the strength of his mages. It was the right decision, all things considered. Better to expend some soldiers than drain your hardest hitters on chaff. Well, I suppose I should help them out. At the end of the day, this was still my army, and I don't want them to get too banged up. Nafas, the flanks, I said into the hive mind, and I received confirmation of the order. Before this, within the hive mind was an almost eerie silence as the countless minds all silently waited for the order to join the fray. The moment I gave the order, a symphony of thoughts and voices echoed out into the expanse that was the hive mind. The thoughts were laser-focused on the order as I felt Nafas's oppressive presence blanket the mind space. Her thoughts and intentions penetrate the collective consciousness of the lower castes, leaving no room for dissent. A hive does not fear, it does not question, it only obeys. On the flanks, the sands shifted as thousands of the lesser soldiers emerged. Their screeches and howls echo over the sands. I sensed the Imperial army flinch at first from the cacophony of screeches, but they then calmed when they realized that this was the call of the hive. My soldiers shot forward right at the mass of dead that was hammering away at the flanks. My basic frontline soldiers have been modified to suit the terrain and this battle against the dead. Their bodies were elongated and slender with 4 insectoid legs, the narrow frame allowing them to quickly burrow through the soft sand. Their front appendages, once tipped with smooth curved blades for slicing through metal if needed, were replaced with serrated edges, perfect for carving through necrotic flesh. I changed their jaws as well to one similar to a snapping turtle with extra mandibles on the side so they could better grab the heads of the dead and crush it like a walnut. The screeching tide of white smashed into the zombies, their blades flashing as they tore into the mass of dead. The zombies quickly buckled under the weight of my hive's onslaught. The zombies just didn't have the tools to do any meaningful damage to the hive soldiers. I covered them in a white chitin carapace that was explicitly designed to be smooth like a waxed marble floor. The zombies' claws and blunted weapons would find it almost impossible to bite into the armor and do any meaningful damage. From my bird's eye view, I saw my wave of white slowly encircle the flanking zombies, and then they pressed the zombies against the line of Imperial soldiers. The 2 sides slowly closed on the mass of squirming dead. The mass of white cut through the black mass of dead like a hot knife through butter, and soon the flanks were completely free of undead. My hive started counterattacking, and soon they were on the flanks of the center mass of zombies. I should probably just break this wave of undead. The Imperials are starting to tire and I need to give them a break. Fighting in a melee in full armor was very exhausting. So it would be best to let them rest for a bit. My 2 waves of soldiers converged and began beating the dead back, buying the Imperials some respite. My soldiers didn't have to fight for long though, as just a few minutes into the counterattack, the vampires retreated. I guess they realized that their trash troops couldn't do anything to my forces. which means that they will have to send out some more heavy hitters. I focused my mind on the adjutant who was following Montes around. Montes was barking orders to his soldiers and asking for a casualty report. Casualty report. Montes barked at one of his aides. Have scouts ride out beyond the flames. I want to know if the vampires have backed off for the night. Montes ordered another aide, who gave him a crisp salute before running off. Montes strode forward, his great red cape billowing in the desert wind, his expression hard but also relieved. He scanned the army and he nodded at the sight. He must be pleased. From where I was looking, the army only suffered superficial damage. Have troops hold formation until the scouts confirm the dead's withdrawal. Also have water brought to those amongst the line. I don't want any of them passing out in the event the vampires re-engage. Montes said, and another aide rushed off. An hour passed with Montes just staring at the flames ahead. The reports came in saying that the vampires have retreated for now. However, they are reorganizing for another attack. Montes nodded calmly in response, clearly expecting this response. Have the soldiers take a seat in formation, bring them some light food and refreshment. Scouts are to continue maintaining the perimeter. The front line can take a nap in their armor once they are done eating. Montes ordered. What is the situation with the hive? He asked as he turned to the adjutant. In response, I replied through the adjutant. I'm going to have them hold position beyond the fires, give you lots some beauty sleep. I said with a grin. Montes paused as he realized he wasn't talking to a minion anymore. Your help is appreciated. Your counterattack on the flanks minimized our casualties. I am happy to report that the army has suffered negligible casualties. As for the Empress, Montes said as he turned, an ornate tent was set up in the middle of the army. She's asleep. No need for her to be awake for such a trifling matter. I replied with a grin. Don't worry, she'll be up when things get more interesting. I said with a laugh, and Montes just gave me a calm and passive look. Her potent magical powers would be very useful. It is good to see confidence in one's leader. Montes said, although that sounded vaguely like a coy jab, it was actually true. The morale was high. The army had just repelled the first wave of zombies easily. The casualties were in the double digits, with most of them just needing a healing potion to be back to full fighting strength. The only reason Cecilia just decided to go to sleep was because a wave of zombies would do nothing other than tire out the army. There was no conceivable way that the tide of trash would do any significant damage. With my intervention, the light casualties they were supposed to suffer ended up being negligible casualties. The vampires' first attack ended up doing nothing more than using up some of the artillery's ammunition. The difference between the Imperial army and the Zaramans in the fort was like night and day. All that remained now was for the vampires to attack again. This time with something that was hopefully more challenging than drooling pathetic zombies. It kind of goes to show that even if the vampires retained their ancient strength better than most, they still weakened over time since their opponents got a lot shitter. They would never use zombies like this in the old world. At the very least, the zombies would explode when they die. Well, all that was history. I exited the adjutant's mind and asked him to leave a message for Montes since I had lost interest in the conversation. The king says you should get some sleep while you can. Chapter 158, Light in the Dark. Rosa grit her teeth as she watched her second wave get torn to pieces by the hive. Her zombies and ghouls were barely slowing those creatures down. She could practically feel the malice on her skin as she watched the display. Yes, her second wave was meant to be used as chaff to wear down the enemy, but it seems to her these creatures were not feeling the attrition at all. Their movements were both eerily graceful yet brutally feral at the same time. Their 4 insectoid legs twitch and writhe with unsettling fluidity as they clambered over the corpses of her soldiers in a white tide. Their serrated blades rent the necrotic flesh of her ghouls to pieces. She turned to another monitor and saw one ghoul being dragged into the sea of white. She watched as the monster started ripping it limb from limb, the ghoul's black blood spraying out onto their white hides. Yet their white hides were so smooth the black blood just slid off their carapace. Rosa hasn't seen something like this in a long time. The creatures of the hive were some macabre mix of insect and nightmare. She knew why she was here. Rosa was no fool. She knew she couldn't fight the likes of the great beast. She has lived since the firstborn walked the world. Granted, she was still a high elf back then, but she remembered the fear they inspired. Her mind went back to when the firstborn known as the Wraith suddenly shimmered into existence in the middle of the ancient woods. There were screams of terror as mothers grabbed their children and fled. The elders all came, but they did not draw their weapons. They just fell to their knees and brought their foreheads to the dirt. It was the first time Rosa saw what true power could give. She always saw her elders as wise and powerful, but right then she saw nothing but worms in the dirt. That was all they were before the might of the firstborn. One particularly grief-stricken woman ran up to the wraith and started hysterically screaming at it. Rosa remembers the fear being thick in the air from her outburst. The wraith just looked at her in amusement before glancing at the elders as if seeing if they were going to do anything. The woman was a widow. Her husband died in one of the firstborn's wars of entertainment. A hive attacked the ancient woods for no other reason than the firstborn being bored, and though the attack was repelled, the elves still took heavy casualties. Rosa remembers her screaming on and on about how she was going to raise her 2 children without him. How her children were going to grow up without a father and other useless things. Then she screamed over and over again at the wraith at how her children were going to grow up without a father. Eventually, the wraith grew bored at her outburst. So the wraith turned her children into orphans. Quick as lightning, it slammed its hand on top of her as if it was squishing some common insect. As far as Rosa could tell, the widow did indeed squish like any other common insect. In Rosa's eyes, that was an eye-opening moment. It was proof of how the world worked. Power meant everything. That moment was what started Rosa on this path. It wasn't the pivotal moment. That came a few thousand years later, but it was the first moment she acknowledged the truth. The strong take what they will and the weak suffer what they must. Pull them back. Rosa said with a sigh. Finally clued in, have you? Ordia said bluntly from the side. Shut up. Rosa sighed as she watched her second wave retreat in poor order, the white wave of monsters continuing to tear into them as the wave retreated. You should know by now this whole thing is just bad theater. Form up the army, we are going to do a decisive battle. No more waves, we are wasting the great beast's time. Ordia said, and Rosa sighed as she nodded. Rosa had hoped to at least wear down the Imperial army. It would make the coming battle easier. However, it seems the great beast wanted to protect his toys. Very well. Send out the order. Rosa said with a grimace. It didn't take long for the army to form up in full battle formation. In just under an hour the army was formed up. They were going to throw almost everything they had in this one battle. The vampires had a lot of tricks up their sleeves and they were very capable in a pitched battle. They just preferred to take the fights in stages to maximize their advantages. The formation was made to be spread out. The entire army formation was twice as wide as the army of the Imperials. This made encirclement easy, but the problem was the hive. Rosa had no idea how many of those white creatures there were. Rosa was aware she could very well be outnumbered. Rosa has seen full-on assaults by ancient hives. At times there were so many of them it looked like the ground was coming to life. The front was as per usual a wave of trash soldiers designed to draw fire. The center was where she kept her more valuable soldiers. The entire airspace above her was filled with her flyers. The flanks were occupied by fast-moving hard-hitters for flanking maneuvers. Ordius's Blood Knights were mostly located in the center and on the flanks. The ones of the flanks were mounted and would be able to deliver devastating charges if they could pull it off. Rosa let out a small sigh as she watched her army stand still while awaiting order. It was pretty anticlimactic, all things considered. In the end, the deciding battle will just be a brawl in the desert heat. I watched from above as the army of the dead advanced. The flyers overhead moved in first. These were more of those giant bats, and my best guess was that they wanted to weaken the front line and dodge my massive ground-based soldiers in the process. But here's the thing, this strategy was quite predictable, all things considered. I control a burrowing hive, as in a hive that burrows underground. So just don't touch the ground and no problem. Right. Wrong, dead wrong. I may be a burrowing hive, but my main opponents were bloody angels. I wasn't going to relinquish control of the air without a fight, so I had Maligaros prepare some new toys. From what I could tell from his memories, he did have a lot of experience fighting angels and he had plenty of battle-tested blueprints to base his creations on. I released a swarm of flyers the moment I heard the dead had entered the desert. I ordered them to burrow themselves in the sand so as to hide themselves. The designs I chose were called swarm locusts. They were pretty crappy individually, but they were also notoriously hard to deal with. If anyone asks as to why these creatures are hard to deal with, well, the question could be answered with another question. How do you think someone would fare if they tried to fight a swarm of angry flesh-eating hornets with a sword? Not very well, obviously. These swarm locusts were about as big as a human hand and consisted of a gnashing mouth filled with teeth, tiny wings on the side, and they attacked by burrowing into their target. I really liked them because they were kind of funny. I'm a burrowing hive and no one said that burrowing hives are only good at burrowing through the earth. So as soon as I gave the command, the sand surrounding the area came to life as a giant swarm of the little buggers erupted from the ground. They flew up into the sky in a buzzing swarm and they descended upon the swarm of bats. I watched as the bats shrieked, trying their best to fend off the little creatures. But many of the swarm locusts managed to latch onto the bodies of the bats. The locusts tore into the flesh of the bats, they got sufficiently deep inside and then they exploded. I watched as the bats started popping like firecrackers, their limp bodies falling out of the sky like sacks of potatoes. I loved these locusts, they were so cost-effective and they basically necessitated area of effect spells to deal with, and that was a great way to waste their precious resources. When the bodies fell, my soldiers quickly recovered the bodies. Yes, it was dead flesh, but dead flesh was still usable. It was just a lower yield and you just had to process it a little more. Plus I wanted Maligaros to have a look at these bodies. Apparently, he doesn't have much experience with necromancy, so I wanted him to learn. I could tell he felt that necromancy was a rather crude type of magic, and honestly it was true to an extent. Necromancy was vastly inferior to flesh crafting, but still there might be something worth learning. It didn't take long before the bats retreated. Just a few minutes into the clash the retreat was immediately called. However, I wasn't going to let them get away scot-free, and Nafas knew that. She ordered the pursuit, and by the time the bats managed to get clear of the combat zone, the vampires had lost almost half of their bats. The next thing I saw them do was to fan out to flanks, so it looks like they would be trying to flank my army. Several groups of the bats broke off completely and started to try to circle around. At the same time, the ground army started to pick up the pace. It looks like they were trying to hit us in multiple directions at once. It won't work, of course, but it would buy the bats more room to maneuver. Given the circumstances, it was probably their best move, given that they had no idea where my hive was buried. At the very least, the bats would pull my troops away from the main force. I would have no choice but to pursue and destroy the bats because they might get to the artillery if I left them alone for too long. Well, that was if the forces I had at my disposal were slow. One quick order later, I saw phoenixes descend onto the swarms of bats. Each phoenix dove right into the mass and detonated a wave of searing ether from their bodies. Entire swarms of bats were blown out of the sky, their bodies turned to burning masses of flesh plummeting out of the sky. I heard the Imperial soldiers cheer at the sight. From their perspective, they saw the blazing bodies of the phoenixes decimating the flyers of the vampires. The very bats that caused so many casualties to the Zaramans have just been swatted out of the sky like flies. The swarms were rather large, so it took multiple phoenixes to down the entire swarm. However, there was one particular swarm that was pulling ahead of the pack. It looked like this one was making a beeline right for the artillery. This one, however, ended up being pounced on by none other than Azatharine herself. Her white form dived down from above, the ether blazing from her body made her descent, accompanied by a screaming wail as her body tore through the air. Her white form plunged into the mass of bats. There was a flash of light, then the cracking sound of an explosion tearing the air. I could even feel some of the wind from where I'm at. The bats didn't fall in flames this time, they were just reduced to ash from her searing flames. The ones closest to her were actually vaporized from the heat. With my modifications to Azatharine, she was now far more powerful as compared to when she first met me. Azatharine, the army could use a morale boost, put on a bit of a show. I said into the hive mind, and Azatharine returned a slightly annoyed affirmation. I knew she didn't like humanoids, couldn't stand them in fact. I could read her thoughts, she felt that anything that needed a morale boost was just weak-minded. But regardless, she let out a great cry and her voice carried across the sands in a challenge to the enemy. Then she opened her maw and fired a white hot beam. The crackling white beam raked over the army of the dead, incinerating thousands of the lesser zombies with a single wide sweep. The vampires didn't take lightly to my provocation, and the army of the dead picked up the pace. Well, I can't let that massive blob hit my shiny Imperial army, so I got to blunt the charge at least. I ordered Nafas to engage, and immediately 100,000 of my soldiers appeared out of the sand. Alright, let's see how Nafas does. Nafas. Sick M. Chapter 159, Ancient Warfare. Count Uxtual looked numbly at the scene before him through a special set of binoculars. It was still the dead of night, but thanks to a spell he could see through the darkness. A part of him wished he couldn't. When the goddess returned, he had dreams of Zarama rising again as the world's preeminent power. When he saw the towering form of his goddess, he felt Zarama was now unconquerable. But now he knew it was a naive delusion. Even then there was a sign. Why would the invincible goddess hide for so long, and why would she strike a deal with the great beast? Well, now as he watched the horror of the battle in the distance, he knew why. He had heard the stories, of course, but words on a page could never do what he saw justice. The wide open expanse of sand in front of him had been turned into a writhing mass of feral violence. The white monsters looked like something right out of a nightmare. Their curved cruel blades rending through the vanguard of undead. The vampires were firing spells into the mass of white. He could see the monsters' bodies being blasted apart by their blood-red spells. However, the monsters pushed every onward carving into the mass of dead. The outermost line of zombies and ghouls simply crumpled under the weight of the hive. Then in the middle of the undead formation, large creatures burst from the ground. These were massive quadrupeds covered with thick white armor. Each of them was the size of a building, and their roars hurt his ears even from his position on the walls. They tower above everything else on the battlefield, a colossal engine of carnage brought to life to serve the murderous whims of its ancient creator. Its head had this large shield-like structure which protected it from frontal attacks. The effectiveness of this shield of white armor was put on display as a vampiric spell struck in a blast of crackling red energy. The beast's head was merely slightly knocked to the side, but from what he could tell it took no significant damage. It let out another roar and charged right into the mass of dead. From the sides of its wide neck protruded long curved blade made of some kind of bone. The claws reared back on some kind of joint as it charged. When the beasts began to plow through the formation, the impact alone was enough to send bodies flying like ragdolls. Those scythe-like bone blades began slashing into the mass of dead with horrifying ferocity. Each swing leaves a trail of severed limbs, splattered blood, and broken bodies. Then from the very holes these beasts emerged, more of the lesser hive soldiers swarmed out. The vampires' front line started to look like there were large white cysts expanding out in the middle of the formation. Count Uxtual grit his teeth when he realized a terrifying thought. This was what the great beast meant by the way of the old world. Wars were routinely fought like this, destructive, feral, and quarter was never given nor expected. Zarama would never take its place at the top of the world. In a world without the great beast, that might be possible, but now they were just chaff before the wind. If the great beast so desired it, he could turn his beasts upon Zarama and turn every last lizardkin into fuel for his army. He assumed the only reason he has not done so was because he still had some use for Zarama beyond just being food. Most likely this unknown utility was provided by the goddess. She must have persuaded the great beast that it would be beneficial to tolerate the existence Zarama. She even managed to get them semi-autonomy. With each passing moment, Count Uxtual found his terror increasing for the great beast and the empress that can so comfortably sit next to a creature like that. At the same time, he felt increasingly more grateful towards his goddess, the indomitable Mahila the Swift, apprentice of a champion of the old gods. His eyes focused on the vampires as they seemed to widen their formation in the hopes of trying to encircle the force of monsters. However, judging by how the hive was perfectly willing to drop their troops into the middle of the enemy formation, Uxtual suspected that would just let the hive attack in every direction simultaneously. When self-preservation wasn't a factor, then having more areas you can attack can only benefit you. However, the dead continued to press forward. It seemed like the vampires were intending on burying the forces of the hive under the weight of their bodies. Then from the rear of the formation emerged these larger hive creatures. These had this snake-like tail and small insectoid legs on the side of the tail. The torso was vaguely humanoid with two large muscular front arms. The mouth was large and filled with serrated teeth. But the standout feature was the large purple crystals protruding from its back. There were a few of them spread out across the formation, each area had one. It was then that Count Uxtual recognized them. They were a modified version of the higher castes of the hive. These were the human equivalent of non-commissioned frontline officers. The lizardkin called them praetorians, and every military commander knew that if one of these appeared, the combat effectiveness of the front-line hive warriors would greatly increase. They were just a tool that allowed the hive mind to exert more fine control over their frontline forces. The lower castes that were under the command of a praetorian would fight with greater control and with greater tactical acumen. It was like each of the lower castes gained decades of combat experience just by having a praetorian command them. It was moments like this that drove home why the hives were created. They were never designed to be a sustainable species that was supposed to propagate. They were made to be living weapons, a snarling mass of teeth and claws designed to be unleashed on an opponent. It was common knowledge that the ancient ancestors of the orcs were mostly killed off by the old gods because they made a better weapon in the form of the hives. Count Uxtuel watched as the crystals on the praetorians started to glow. Then they let out this roar as the crystals seemingly discharged this wave of ether. Count Uxtuel felt his vision crackle with interference for a moment. Then he heard this bone-chilling roar as every creature let out this feral cry towards the dark sky. He almost dropped the binoculars when he saw the sea of white surge against the forces of the dead. The forces' front line of the vampires seemingly crumpled like a piece of sheet metal as the hive slammed themselves into the zombies and ghoul with feral ferocity. This went on for nearly an hour. The front line of the vampires flailed as they tried desperately to beat back the gnashing tide of white. However, under the supervision of the praetorians, the hive knew when to retreat for just a moment before surging forth again. Each time they did this, they easily won back the momentum. It was like watching two great masses, one white and one black, pushing against each other. However, the white was slowly but surely winning. Count Uxtuel realized that he was basically watching two sets of cannon fodder troops smash into each other. It was in their masters' minds, just trash killing trash. The real fight hasn't even begun. Then he spotted movement on the vampire's side, a large line of spells activated across the entire vampiric line. Oh, it seems like the vampires are finally done taking out the trash. The wave of spells slammed into my mass of common troops. Each was this ball of red crackling energy, no doubt some kind of vampiric ritual war spell. The spell tore through my formation and the white bodies went flying everywhere. Alright, fine, let's amp it up. I ordered Nafis to unleash some of the harder hitters. I made a cast above the basic soldiers but below the praetorians. They were called the tribunes and they were these bipedal creatures with 4 arms. 2 were tipped with large blades and the other pair were hands for digging and grappling. They were on par with most of the best that the humans had to offer. When I pit them against the wardens and knight enchanters, they won a decent amount of times. I had almost 100,000 of these at my disposal in this battle alone, so I ordered Nafis to use them. She popped them out in the middle of the vampire's central formation. The Blood Knights there instantly responded, and although Nafis managed to take the pressure off her front line, the tribunes ended up in a bad position. The Blood Knights were capable warriors, many with thousands of years of combat experience. The tribunes had numbers on their side, but the Blood Knights' discipline and combat skill meant that any small breaches in the ground were soon contained. Although this attack was less than effective, it did buy some time, and in the chaos her front line of lower castes managed to call the line of zombies and ghouls till they were combat ineffective. A costly maneuver, but it still gained ground. Very typical of how hives fight. Yet it lacked a certain creativity. With the front line gone, the vampires were free to use their wide array of undead constructs. Some of these were towering creatures of dead flesh and bone, others looked to be this giant black metal coffin with arms and legs. These coffins appeared to be stuffed with corpses, most likely the reanimated corpses provided the power source. These more elite units were soon plowing through the hive formation. Nafis unburrowed more specialized troops. She sent out a group of engorged beetles called gorgers, and they spat streams of steaming acid at the constructs. These were reasonably effective at destroying the constructs, but they were themselves sniped out by the Blood Knights. The gorgers then exploded in a spray of acid, damaging surrounding troops. She sent the next wave of Pharadons, which were the latest version of the living battering rams I used. They clashed with the heavy front line of the vampires. Amazingly, the vampires were doing rather well against them. But to be fair, the Pharadons were nothing but building-sized lumps of armor and muscle. They were crude weapons and their sole purpose was to absorb attacks. Which was incidentally exactly what they were doing. She also unearthed groups of dogs that could fire spikes and lasers called spike hounds and las hounds respectively. They used to be called Harrier hounds, but ever since they started to vary in specification, I had to be more specific in naming them, or more precisely, Cecilia helped me make it more specific. The hounds were sent to the flanks to apply pressure. The vampires in response sent out additional flyers, which Nafis countered with flyers of her own and anti-air units called Sky Splitters. These were insectoid creatures with 4 legs arrayed in a cross formation to allow stability. Its upper half was designed like an anti-air cannon with 4 arms that could fire either spines or lasers depending on specification. As of now, I gave them 2 each so I can test both. In a matter of moments, the entire sky lit up with lasers and glowing spines as the Sky Splitters started employing the Hive's preferred strategy to achieve accuracy against aerial targets. Maligaros described the doctrine the best accuracy through volume. That was exactly what Nafis did. She saturated the sky with so much fire that the vampire flyers couldn't even get close to my army. The concentrated fire created a blanket over the vampires' formation, effectively grounding most of their flyers. The anti-air troops then turned their weapons on the ground troops. This gave the vampires a choice. They could either leave their flyers on the ground and lose ground troops, or send the flyers into the sky to distract the anti-air units and get them cut to pieces in the process. The battle wasn't an all-out fight. If it was, I would have opened the fight with artillery and these anti-air units. But it was a test for both Nafis and the vampires. It was the only true test that would fully assess their abilities, a test by trial and fire. Nafis picked up the pace and continued to mount the pressure, and then the vampires started unleashing their really powerful stuff. More of the necromantic constructs joined the fray. These were armed with spell cannons and massive swords crackling with energy. Some of the constructs looked to be armed with heavy cannons strapped to their arms. Each of these constructs looked to be half metal and half dead flesh. Their bodies pulsed with necromantic energies as they strode forward, each towering over 5 meters tall. The ones armed with the cannons pointed their weapons right at the mass of white before them and fired. From the cannons shot forth a red bolt of energy. When the bolt struck the mass of my hive soldiers, it unleashed a wave of red energy that turned everything in its path to ash. Even the Praetorians were instantly disintegrated. Each shot carved deep gashes into my lines, and it was clear that I needed to bring out the big guns. But I was satisfied by Nafis's performance so far. It would do for now. Now I needed to see something for myself. I have an ancient at my disposal, and I could tell he was quite confident in his command abilities. So I guess it was time for him to prove why he was so confident. Maligaros, take over. Finish them, hold nothing back. I said into the hive mind, and I got my reply instantly. Acknowledged. I instantly felt Maligaros's mind blanket the hive broods that were locked in the combat. The oppressive presence of his mind instantly caused all the lesser queens to submit. He has done this before, and from what I can tell he was quite used to this. I could practically feel the chains that were instantly fastened around each and every mind inside the broods. Maligaros's control method seemed older, more feral and brutal. It was clear he would brook no disobedience on any matters. For Nafis the control was understood and respected. For Maligaros he would remind you by crushing you into the floor. I sensed all the hive soldiers below me shift in demeanor, the malice practically radiating off them in waves. Then I heard Maligaros speak once more into the hive mind. Assuming control, all units prepare for combat. Chapter 160, Frequency Hijack. Ordias sat up from his chair as he examined the scene before him. Something was different. The hive was moving more precisely, significantly more precisely in fact. To an untrained eye it wouldn't look that much different, but Ordias could see what was happening. An army formation could often be described as an obsidian shield. Hard and jagged with many ways to harm your opponent. However, obsidian was also brittle. It can cut most materials, but if cracks start to form it was liable to shatter. Most assaults were designed to create major breaches and to cause large cracks in the formation. When the cracks begin too much, then armies tend to shatter. This was certainly more common amongst the armies of the living since they tended to rout. However, though his army could not rout, it could be carved into pieces and surrounded in smaller pockets. The hive was attempting to create smaller cracks in his formation. His blood knights were holding well, but they were being pressured ever so slightly in precise locations. The commander of the hive was also masking this with other concentrated assaults that took advantage of any small weaknesses that appeared. Ordias could see his lines weakening ever so slowly. There were large breaches forming in certain areas, but his blood knights were able to quickly plug the gap. However, he did notice those breaches seemed to lack purpose. Yes, it would be devastating if the breaches widened to unsalvageable levels, but the breaches seemed to only be dangerous enough to draw his attention. Something isn't right, Ordias said as he stood up from his seat and scanned the holographic projection before him. What do you mean? Rosa asked. The hive is planning something, we need to push them back. Ordia said as he continued to scan the projection trying to find some kind of pattern in all the chaos. Well, obviously we need to push them back, but I assume you spotted something? Rosa stated as she too walked over to the projection. The hive is pressuring us in strange locations, just enough to not be noticeable, Ordia said as he pointed to small little dimples in the battle lines that seemed to be evenly spaced out. You suspect a trap? Rosa said as she narrowed her eyes as she stared at the projection. Yes, the other more major breaches seem to be dangerous, but we always to manage to contain them. Ordia said. So why don't we just remove those weak points? Rosa asked. I'm afraid this is a double bluff. I suggest you get your best troops ready. When you attack, you also leave yourself vulnerable. A counterattack is certainly possible. Ordia said, and Rosa nodded. I will get them ready. Rosa said with a nod. The beasts are different now, my mages have detected increased levels of hive transmissions. Something new has taken command. Rosa said, and Ordias gave her a look. Anything else you can find out about those transmissions? Ordias asked. They feel old, very old. Rosa replied with a grimace. The great beast. Ordia suggested, and Rosa just shrugged. Perhaps, but many hive leaders have powerful generals at their disposal as well. Perhaps up till now we have just been fighting a lesser lieutenant. True incompetence is more convincing than faked incompetence. I wouldn't be surprised if the great beast intentionally began the battle with a weaker commander and switched to a more capable one. Or perhaps he even took command himself. Either way, something has changed. Rosa said. It could also be possible that the great beast wanted us to find out about the transmission change. Ordia said, and Rosa nodded again. The ancients love their schemes. Rosa said, and Ordia sighed as he looked down, his mind racing. I suggest we try to remove those weak points and adapt as we go. If we leave them like this, they might just strike every weak point at once and shatter our formation. Ordia stated after a short pause. Feels like we are moving into a trap. Rosa said as she crossed her arms. I agree, but I feel we have no other alternatives. We are on the back foot, the hive's pressure on our lines is too great. We need to do something to seize back the initiative. Ordia said as he turned away from the projection. We have two choices, either I send in strike teams or we use some of your heavy units. I feel my soldiers would be more well equipped to conduct a retreat than your beasts thanks to my teleportation array. If that fails, we can use your elite units to break through. Ordia said, and Rosa sighed as she nodded, silently agreeing to his assessment. Ordia's expected to be pressured the moment he found out about the hive. He knew this battle would be difficult even before he raised his army in the Coronas. The hives were the preferred weapons of the old gods. You do not become the preferred weapons of the gods by being ineffective. Very well, do it. Rosa said, and Ordia swiftly sent down the orders. He watched as his elite blood knights split into strike companies, each headed by a senior officer. They began attacking the small footholds the hive made, and as he expected, the hive defended those small areas fiercely. The hive even sacrificed some gains in other areas just to maintain these small footholds. It seems the hive truly did not wish to relinquish control of these areas, but what was the plan? Or more importantly, where was the trap? His answer soon came when the ground beneath those areas suddenly caved in. He watched as all his strike companies fall into the dark depths below. Luckily for Ordias, his teleporter array was still working, so he could recall most of his troops. If he left them down there, it would be a definite loss, so he ordered their instant return to his ziggurat. However, the moment the recall teleportation was completed, red warnings started flashing all across the screens. Ordias's eyes widened when he saw the readings. He had been played, but he didn't even know what just happened was possible. The hive had somehow hijacked his teleportation array, and although it did send his troops back, the hive now had a backdoor into his base. Portals have opened up inside his teleportation chamber, and hive soldiers were flooding into ziggurat. Damage control, now. Seal off the hallways. Ordias barked into the comms, but all he heard back was static. Jamming. Rosa said with a grimace. Stabilize the lines, I will handle this. Rosa said as she turned away. Erin looked around in confusion at all the sirens blaring in the corridor. She was a pleasure thrall who spent most of her time warming the bed of a vampire lord. She knew she had it good. Once you got used to it, the sex actually felt quite nice. What was even better was that she wasn't confined in a cage like the other lower castes. This was the only reason why she was able to move around the ziggurat freely, and she was just heading to visit her mother in the breeding pens when every siren in the ziggurat went off. The siren screamed of an assault and an incursion. It screamed for all available troops to head for the floor where the teleportation array was. Unfortunately for Erin, her mother's breeding pen was on the same floor as the teleportation array. At first, Erin was confused. In her mind, how could anything threaten the might of the vampires? As far as she was concerned, they were like gods, powerful, beautiful, immortal. What could possibly threaten them? She got her answer when she saw this large white creature with side arms smash through a door, its blade buried in a blood knight's chest. It had 4 insectoid legs and was as large as a horse. Its body was broad and heavily armored with jet black blades for arms that held this cruel curve to its edge. She watched as the creature slashed through the impervious black armor of the Blood Knight like a knife through butter. The Blood Knight desperately swung his blade at the creature, but with the beast so close he couldn't deliver a hard slash. The blade just bounced off its ivory white armor, and the beast responded by closing its large jaws around the Blood Knight's helm. The pair of mandibles snapped forward, holding his head in place. There was this horrifying sound of metal warping as the beast slowly crushed the helmet in its jaws. The Blood Knight continued to flail, trying his best to break free of the beast's hold. However, with each passing moment, the helmet started to buckle more and more under the strain, until finally, with a sickening snap, the helmet caved. Erin's eyes widened in horror when she saw the head of the vampire pop like an over-ripped fruit, the red mush erupting from the edges of the beast's maw. The beast hacked out the crushed helmet and turned to face her. Erin stiffened as she gazed at the creature. She was sure she was going to die here. But then the creature turned its head away and faced the other end of the corridor. Erin looked down the same direction and saw a squad of Blood Knights. Then from the same doorway emerged a dozen more of the creatures. They all clambered out of the doorway, and some even went onto the walls. One of the beasts bore special markings on the side of its head, and Erin also noticed this one had a larger head as compared to the rest. The outlier in the group started to roar at the other beasts, who all paused to listen before charging the Blood Knights. Some charged directly down the hallway, others went on the walls, and a few even started moving on the ceiling, their insectoid legs easily digging into the walls and allowing them to clamber along the walls and ceiling. Erin turned and ran. She had no idea where to run to, but she just wanted to get as far away as possible from those creatures. She hurtled down the hallway, feeling the cold stone beneath her feet. She rounded a corner just in time to see more of the beasts just burst out of a nearby wall. Erin froze as she saw the beasts look at her for a moment before running right at her. She felt her blood turn to ice, and she raised her arms to cover her face as she let out a blood-curdling scream of terror. She waited with her eyes shut, but she only felt these small gusts of wind blow past her. She opened her eyes and realized that the beasts had just run past her and disappeared down the hallway. Wah! Erin sputtered as she stood there in shock. Then she heard the shouts and the sounds of combat echoing down the corridor. It was then that Erin realized that the beasts were after the Blood Knights. They didn't have any interest in her. Perhaps they didn't have any interest in any of the thralls. As her thoughts and her heart settled, she heard the sounds of weeping coming from the hole in the wall. Erin shakily approached the hole and saw that the hold led into one of the slave pens for the younger thralls who were selected to be battle thralls. Erin felt a shudder as she saw that the battle thralls in charge of the pen have all been slaughtered. Their bodies were lying in pieces as if they had been torn apart by those beasts. Even some of the young were not spared, although Erin did notice that many of their bodies were near weapons and all the surviving ones were unarmed. Could it be that the beasts were only targeting those who were armed? It would explain why she was ignored. She had never held a weapon in her life, so she was about as threatening as a bowl of gruel. Erin's heart ached when she saw the young children and teenagers shivering in their iron pens. She could see a hole in the metal wall of the pen that the beasts no doubt emerged from. The bars of the cage were horribly bent and broken, as if the beasts have simply charged right through it. Beyond the bars was a corridor, and she saw more mangled corpses of battle thralls that had tried to stop the beasts. "Shhh, it's okay," Erin said as she approached a boy who was bawling his eyes out. The boy must have been no more than 5 years old. He reached out as if she was his mother. Erin bent down and took him into her arms. Erin looked around and she saw the room was all staring at her. The oldest were probably only 14 and were probably a year into a formal training. The vampires kept the battle thralls together in these cramped conditions to save space and also to get them used to the harsh living conditions that the desolate lands of Nicoronas offered. It was a completely different life from what she has led. She spent her life laying on satin and velvet. She spent her days feeling the bare cold flesh of a vampire or the warm flesh of a human either on her skin or inside her. Her life was one of luxury and comfort while these poor souls were being trained so that they could be sent to die in her master's wars. It was the fate of the thralls and Erin had long grown numb to it. Instead consigning herself to acceptance and a sense of gratefulness of the comfort of her life. She had resolved herself to enjoy this life while she was still young, as once she was older chances are she would be assigned as a breeder thanks to her beauty. When that happened she could only hope her children were born healthy. But now as she felt the small and warm trembling body in her arms she felt the numbness in her heart start to slowly fade. She remembers some of the other thralls mention a motherly instinct, perhaps this was it. Somehow she felt that she needed to keep these children safe. Just as she was about to speak she heard this bestial growl. Erin froze and she turned her head to see one of those beasts emerging from the hole behind her. She held the child closer to her as the beast slowly entered, its white body gleaming from the magical lights that adorned the walls. "Don't touch the weapons," Erin said shakily as she turned to face the children. None of them were making any moves towards the fallen weapons. Erin assumed the ones with courage were probably the corpses around her. The beast slowly approached her as it bared its teeth, showing off a maw filled with curved serrated fangs. Though it had no eyes she could feel its gaze on her. It approached a bit more before pausing and scanning the room. The beast was constantly making this strange clicking sound as it moved, its head slowly turning, sniffing the air as if looking for something. Erin could see its arms, black serrated blades that were coated with blood. Then it froze and it turned its head. It let out a roar as it stomped on the floor, creating this loud banging sound. Then it charged back through the hole. Erin sat there frozen for a moment, but then she saw this red glow from the hole and the beast was blasted back, its body in mangled pieces. Erin heard the sound of high-heeled shoes clicking across the stone. Then a woman appeared that Erin instantly recognized. She felt her fear reach new heights when she realized who this was. In all honesty, Erin feared her more than the beasts. She would rather spread her legs for one of the beasts than be locked in a room with this woman. The woman turned her head and she saw the cold red glowing eyes and the long fangs protruding from her upper lip. She was beautiful but also undeniably terrifying. The mistress of the Scarlet Palace. They say few ever leave those perfumed halls alive, and even fewer leave unchanged. The fear she inspired in the thralls and even the other vampires was legendary. None were as cruel, and none were as debased. Instinctively she released the child and fell to her knees, pressing her head to the floor, ignoring the blood that was covering it. The sheer terror she felt overrode whatever shred of motherly instinct she felt before. She didn't care about the stench of blood or the sticky fluid that now covered her forehead. All she wanted was for this woman to leave her be. Erin, trembling like a leaf, stammered out a greeting that sounded like she was on the verge of tears. "Lady Maledicta, I am at your service." Chapter 161, Feral Rose. Rosa gazed coldly at the thrall, pressing her head to the floor in the slave pen. Judging from her appearance she was a pleasure thrall. These types of thralls were trained to be far more sentimental and free thought was allowed to a greater extent. These traits made them better partners in bed, so it was a natural part of their training. This was probably why this one decided to wander into the pen. Pleasure thralls were obedient, so at least she could be counted on to follow instructions. At least with her here, the lesser thralls won't run loose throughout the ziggurat. Make sure they stay in there. If I see any of them running loose I will flay both the offenders and you alive," Rosa said coldly, and the girl nodded frantically, her face still plastered to the floor. With that settled, Rosa continued down the hallway, heading towards the teleportation array. She could hear her guards walking behind her. She didn't bring her full entourage. Rosa knew that the great beast would be watching through the eyes of his hive. In truth, she only volunteered for this task because it would allow her to showcase her personal combat abilities to the great beast. This whole crusade was a farce anyway, it was just a glorified audition. Rosa tilted her head as she saw a dozen of the beasts appear at the end of the corridor. They all began to charge her and she just raised her arm as she channeled her spell. She released her spell Sanguine Rot onto the massed group of beasts. The red crackling mist cloud that erupted from her hand washed over the beasts. The beasts began to squirm as their muscles failed and their blood rotted from the inside. At the end of the day, the living needed to breathe. No matter how hard your armor was, most creatures were still soft on the inside. When the blood rots, it destroys the internal organs and kills the creature. It was rather effective for her purposes. With a wave of her hands, she casted greater rays dead, and the corpses of the beasts all twitched as their bodies glowed with necromantic energies. The once growling beasts now stood silent and still, no longer requiring to breathe. Rosa nodded towards the beasts and they all charged off to hunt more of their fellows. She continued to proceed down the hallways, killing and raising any more of the hive beasts that she came across. These were superior units, the weaker troops were probably still fighting outside. If Rosa wanted to stop the incursion, the only way was to destroy the teleportation array. Ordias would need to spend a lot of time and resources repairing them. However, it was still better than letting the enemy continue to rampage through his base. When she finally reached the teleportation array, to her surprise she saw a lone humanoid hive creature standing in the middle of the large room. "Hello, Rosa," the beast said with a grin. The beast was humanoid in shape. It had digitigrade legs that had feet that were similar in design to the ancient Draconians. The feet had 4 toes with 3 toes fanned out in the front and 1 toe at the back. Each was tipped with curved claws designed for slashing and tearing. The torso was heavily armored and it had 4 arms, each equipped with grasper hands, which was very much unlike the other hive creatures that had their weapons built into their limbs. The head was a white sensor dome. From its back extended a set of gold feathered wings that glowed with power. At first glance, Rosa could tell this creature was several levels stronger than any of the hive creatures she has observed. This must be a cream of the crop unit designed to take on the toughest of opponents. If this wasn't a Seraphim killer design, Rosa didn't. What was? "Who are you?" Rosa asked. "The interviewer," the creature said as 4 hilts made of bone and flesh appeared in its hands. The hilts all flashed and from them appeared red energy blades. "Foci blades," Rosa said as she narrowed her eyes warily. She knew about these weapons. They were as powerful as they were rare. She had seen some of the beasts firing lasers from their tails, and the human soldiers were also armed with similar weapons. Rosa thought it was something else since it was impossible to accrue that many Foci crystals. But now as she looked at them up close, they were definitely Foci crystals. How the great beast got so many of them she had no idea, but the ancients were known for doing what was thought impossible. Her guards all stepped forward brandishing their dark steel halberds. Rosa raised a hand and she waved them off. Her guards hesitated for a moment before retreating behind her again. "Good choice, I didn't want to waste such capable tools. It would be a shame to kill them for nothing," the creature said. "So the great beast sent you to test me?" Rosa said, and the beast smiled as the gaping portals behind him all slammed shut, ceasing the flow of hive beasts. "I think I have done enough damage to get your attention," the creature said, and Rosa finally realized that she was speaking to the great beast himself. "It is an honor to finally meet you," Rosa said as she gave him a graceful bow. "Impress me," the great beast said as he flourished his blades. Rosa nodded as she channeled spells into her hands, and the great beast charged forward. Rosa didn't need to ask how he was in this form. She knew the ancients were filled with tricks. This was probably a mindless puppet piloted by the beast. Knowing the ancients, he probably had some ulterior motive. Perhaps he was testing this new design. Rosa would definitely be a good test partner considering her strength. The beast opened with a perfect slash right at her. She instantly channeled a sanguine blade that created a great blood blade that slashed the area in front of her, parrying the blow. The great beast easily flipped over the strike and followed up with a cross slash. Rosa released a high-tier spell known as Greater Shockwave that sent out a wave of force to push him back and buy some space. The great beast was barely knocked back into the air, and with a flap of his wings he renewed his assault. She knew she couldn't beat him in melee combat. Having 4 arms meant that there was no way for her to defend effectively against his strikes. Furthermore, she recognized that combat style. It was the style combat used by the Draconian Knights. It was style that capitalized on their strength, speed and natural armor. It was brutally efficient, focusing on minimalist movements to deliver a flurry of rapid strikes. This was in contrast to the Seraphim style of graceful evasion and sudden bursts of attacks, as well as the style of the High Elves that preferred to maintain a set distance between them and their opponents. Rosa would usually struggle the most of the Seraphim style of combat since they were so quick. But when she was facing a 4-armed opponent armed with 4 foci blades, she really didn't want to fight against an opponent using the draconian style of combat. Foci blades were so dangerous, a single well-placed strike could end a fight, so the constant charging and flurry of blows made it hard to deal with. She had no choice but to constantly use teleportation and spells that gave her quick bursts of speed to maintain spacing. Her barriers could barely hold up against the strikes. Her preferred type of barrier was known as the Crimson Gate, that allowed her to take damage while firing spells out of it. Hence the name being a gate, something that blocked intruders from coming in but allowed friendlies out. This spell could usually take a lot of hits, but foci blades were notoriously strong in terms of penetration. They fried the ether circuits within spells and caused a disruption effect. Her barriers were collapsing in just a few strikes. But she wasn't just going to spend the fight dodging until she ran out of mana. She had a plan, and she was executing it with each quick dodge. You see, she wasn't just dodging in random directions, she was leaving a trail of invisible runes on the ground. The idea was for her to form a magic circle that would trigger a powerful spell. Large magic circles created spells on the level of ritual magic, with the only drawback of needing it to be set up beforehand. Usually, these runes needed to be directly carved into the ground, but Rosa was skilled and powerful enough to directly carve it in with magic while pairing it with an illusion spell to hide it. The great beast was too fast, and all her crowd control spells were being resisted by that body. That fact was not that unexpected. Solo operatives often had significant resistance to crowd control, since being pinned was a death sentence. Even for humanoids, solo operatives often wore equipment that made them resistant to various forms of crowd control. When Rosa cast another crowd control spell that caused red chains to wrap around the great beast's body, it didn't even slow him down. He just moved as if the chains weren't there and pulled free as if he was held by strings of yarn. Rosa continued to move, zigzagging across the circle, making sure to plant her feet at just the right location and place the right rune. It took almost half an hour, but she was finally done. Finally done laying your trap? The great beast asked with a grin. Rosa felt her blood turn to ice when she realized that the great beast was just humoring her. He was letting her do her little trick just to see what she was capable of. Rosa didn't reply, her face was a stoic mask. If he wasn't afraid of it, then he could probably withstand it. The great beast chuckled as he closed in, and Rosa finally unleashed her trap. With a flash, the floor beneath her came alive with red runes, and a thick crimson dome rose up over the two of them. The dome was called Ashen Ground. It was simple in concept but extremely difficult in execution due to the need for a static ritual circle. The spell acted by creating a field of negative energy that would both empower Rosa, who was a vampire, and damage most other living races. It was a type of double-dipping trick. Rosa effectively gets some of the resources she spent on casting the spell back, while the enemy takes significant damage. Or at least that was the idea. Rosa gaped as she watched the great beast start to drain the negative energy right out of the air around him. The red lightning striking its body only seemed to empower it. Then the spell ended, and she watched as the great beast licked its lips with a long snake-like tongue. That was a nice snack. The great beast said as he began to slowly approach her. Did you really think I wouldn't put in negative energy resistance when I'm fighting vampires? The great beast said as he chuckled. Rule number 1 of fighting a hive: your strengths do not remain yours for long. The great beast said as he brandished his blades. Rosa felt something stir inside her that she hasn't felt in a long time: fear. She instantly tried to retreat, but the great beast shot forward faster than she could react to. She saw him raise his leg, and its taloned claws closed around her head. She screamed as she felt him push her over backwards and slam her into the floor. She sensed her guards move to assist her, but then she heard the humming whirl of the foci blades, then the thuds of bodies hitting the ground. Rosa, though terrified, was experienced enough not to panic. She instantly transformed into her full vampiric form and grabbed the leg, pinning her down before wrenching it off her face. She opened her mouth, which was now this wide maw filled with needle-like teeth. She bit down hard on the armored feet, her teeth going through the armor and splintering it. She started to drain the blood, but she saw a flash of red and the flow of blood ceased. She sprang to her feet and saw that the great beast had chopped off its own leg. She watched as this mass of flesh erupted from the stub of the thigh, and another leg instantly reformed. Rosa scanned the area around her and saw that her guards were either dead or dying. Not bad. The great beast said with a chuckle as he tested his new leg. I was wondering when the monster was going to be let out. The great beast said with a grin. Now that we are at this stage, how about we drop the civility? You aren't that good of a fencing partner anyway. The great beast said as he put away his blades. Rosa watched as his claws elongated into long curved talons. She knew if one of those hit her it would rend the flesh from her bones. Although she could regenerate, there was a limit to it. Plus she really didn't want to test her regeneration that could regenerate an entire leg in seconds. Even she was unable to do something like that without spells assisting her. She could heal large gashes, but she wasn't able to heal entire limbs back without spells. Such regenerative abilities were the domain of the old gods, some very specific ancient species, or a hive creature explicitly designed for it. Now shall we continue? Chapter 162, Clash of the Ancients. Rosa let out a scream as the great beast grabbed her broken leg and flung her over his head right into the ground. Then she felt him lift her up by the leg again and slammed her down. She was being tossed around like a rag doll. This was what happens when a caster ends up in this kind of situation. Ortiz would do much better. Even though Rosa has transformed into her true form, she was still primarily a caster. She just wasn't as proficient in hand-to-hand combat. Rosa screamed as she was slammed into the stone again. She hacked up a mouthful of blood as she felt her ribs break from the impact. Then she felt a set of claws close around her head. She felt her body lift off the ground before being slammed down again hard. She let out a muffled scream as she felt her skull fracture and the stone beneath her crack. Then she felt the claw release her. She opened her one remaining good eye and she saw the great beast had in typical draconian fashion grabbed her using his raptor-like feet and then stomped her into the floor. Rosa groaned as she rolled over on the stone floor. She looked over at the great beast who had paused in front of a portal and he turned his gaze towards her. Not bad. Let's see how the toys the Crowfather gave you perform. The great beast said as he stepped through the portal. So that was it, a simple beatdown to see how good she was in hand-to-hand combat. Then he leaves as if he had arrived to buy a basket of vegetables and he had what he wanted. Rosa sighed as she felt her limbs start to fix themselves. The great beast had snapped her arms and legs like they were twigs. She looked over at the right hand that was bent at an unnatural angle and she hissed as the wrist snapped back into place as her natural regeneration restored her body. She heard the sound of pounding footsteps behind her, but her legs weren't fully healed so she couldn't even sit up. Then she saw Ortiz lean over her head as he looked down at her with a bemused expression. What happened? Ortiz asked. Ran into the great beast. Rosa replied in a clipped tone. I take it you lost? Ortiz asked. With powers of observation like that, you should be king of the world. Rosa replied sarcastically. Right. Ortiz said as she sensed him cast magic. She felt the negative energy course through her body and her limbs all snapped back into place. So was it close? Ortiz asked as he offered her a hand. Rosa begrudgingly took it as she got to her feet. No, he grabbed me by the leg and threw me across the room. Then he snapped both my arm and then both my legs. I could barely scratch him. His body was completely immune to negative energy. Rosa said with a sigh. I assume it was a proxy body since the reports said he was rather large, Ortiz said, and Rosa nodded in affirmation. He had this humanoid proxy body and he could control it remotely, Rosa replied. Then chances are what the Crowfather told you was true. The only times I have ever heard of proxy body control was the firstborn doing it. Ortiz said, and Rosa nodded wearily. Same for me, I never heard of a simple hive creature being able to do something like that. Ortiz said as he crossed his arms. Yes, it seems the great beast was really created with firstborn essence. That fool the Eternal Mother was probably the closest to creating another firstborn without killing herself in the process. Rosa muttered as her mind wandered to how she was manhandled like a doll. And we thought the Watchers were bad. If I recall, you were almost dissected by one. Ortiz said. Please don't remind me, those lunatics are insane. And the humans call us crazy. Back then we were the sane ones. Rosa muttered as she adjusted her ruined dress. Rosa's mind wandered to the haunting visage of the Watchers. Their bodies bore a certain similarity to the great beast's proxy body. Similar armored body, digitigrade legs and forearms. The only difference was the shape of the head and the fact that they had 4 eyes instead of a sensor dome. They had a wide head like a hammerhead shark with 4 beady black eyes. They had an insectoid mouth with a pair of mandibles for devouring any genetic material they came across for analysis. Staying true to their nature as the humanoids that were the closest to the firstborns, they were monstrous in personality. Rosa herself, although feeling that the lesser races were no different than animals, she at least enjoyed the company of particular muscular male pleasure thralls. She could to a degree appreciate the beauty in them. The Watchers viewed other types of life as nothing but materials for their twisted work. They bent life to their designs, creating life forms in service of their cruel and apathetic masters. They were devoid of many of the emotions that made humanoids what they are. They do not laugh, they do not comprehend compassion, and they do not feel anything for any other living creature. The only reason that humanoids had any of those things was that when the later humanoids were created, genetic errors started to develop and the firstborn felt it was funny, so they ordered the Watchers to lock this into the genome. Entire races were warped by the Watchers as the people were herded like animals into their alteration sanctums. What came out would be what most would consider more compassionate and emotional creatures that would often undermine each other and occasionally make a mess of things. In other words, it is perfect entertainment for the old gods to laugh at. Then they figured out they could create a lot of drama by using wars. So they used entire civilizations in their own twisted theater plays, making legions perish in the battles, watching with glee as the desire for vengeance took root within the humanoids. Watching the wars of vengeance, the wars of liberation, and the wars of whatever dramatic reason the firstborn cooked up. They fostered racism and war crimes as if trying to outdo each other in the contest of the best forms of drama. The firstborn had gotten to the point that fighting each other meant certain death, but ever competitive they sought to outdo each other in different ways. Thus the world gradually devolved into their bloody playground. They created the orcs to create more drama when they realized that the more monstrous the enemy the better. They made the orcs all male and in need of other species to breed when they figured out that the humanoids tended to care deeply about their mates. Then when the orcs started to reach the maximum potential for destruction thanks to their humanoid-based template, the firstborn got another idea. More specifically, the Eternal Mother realized that the humanoids have become very attached to their own racial identity, creating entire cultures around it. So what better to create a living nightmare than to take what they treasure so much and twist it into some kind of nightmare? Thus from the twisted mind of the Eternal Mother was created the hives. She unleashed her new creations upon her own personal orc horde, and she found the results more than satisfactory. The once terrifying nightmares that were the orcs were introduced to a true nightmare. They didn't last, they were butchered to the last. Then the Eternal Mother started unleashing her hive upon the other orcs hordes and then onto the humanoid races. The other firstborn took notice and soon they had their own hives. Although Rosa did always notice that the Eternal Mother's hive seemed far more effective than the other hives. She always thought it was because they had some kind of special commander-type unit. However, as she looked at the great beast and after hearing what the Crowfather has said, she was starting to think that the Eternal Mother simply learned a lot from an extremely powerful prototype. The great beast was that prototype according to the Crowfather, the only creature that managed to openly defy the firstborn alone. The Crowfather said the great beast had wrested control from a portion of the hive using his abilities of frequency manipulation. Judging by how he was so easily able to take over the teleportation array, she was inclined to believe him. So what now? Rosa asked. I think it's time we sent out your fancy gifts, Ordeus said, and Rosa nodded. The great beast also said he would be expecting them. Rosa said with a grimace. I assume you feel the strings. Ordeus mused. Even though there was an all-out war going on outside, the two commanders were just standing there having a leisurely conversation. The reason was simple, the battle didn't matter if they were sending out the Crowfather's personal creations, then it was the final act. The rest was just window dressing. Very acutely. I wonder if heaven will fall for the deception, Rosa said with a sigh as she flexed her limbs, checking to see if they healed properly. I'll wager my right arm that Mihaila is walking around in Zarama as we speak, Ordeus said with a savage grin. No need to wager. What's the point of a wager when we bet on the same thing? Rosa replied dryly. Fair enough. Well, I must admire the cunning. The Crowfather gives you these creatures specifically to fight the great beast. It gives the impression that the Crowfather is working against the great beast, but in reality he knows that we plan to ally with him, Ordeus said with a chuckle. A double bluff. We wouldn't want heaven suspecting that the Crowfather and Mihaila were working with the great beast, Rosa said. It also cushions the blow for when we go over to his side. At last they can take comfort that the Crowfather of all people is working against the great beast, Ordeus said as a wicked grin appeared on his face. He only has this smile when a particularly clever scheme was concocted. There was this saying that you never want to see Ordia's deranged smile. This stoic man only smiles like that when something really bad was about to happen or when he was about to make something really bad happen. Let's raise some hell, shall we? Ordias asked, a savage glint in his eyes. For a moment Rosa was reminded one of his many monikers was the knife-eared demon. Both Rosa and Ordias were similar in a certain way. They were both creatures of light, being born as high elves, but their souls were as black as night. Their souls held closer resemblances to the creatures in Umbra who had demonic blood flowing in their veins. Later Rosa sat in her command chair as she felt the pull of these 5 dark creatures in her mind. In truth, for an average necromancer, controlling even a single of those creatures would be extremely taxing. But Rosa was able to control 5, her greatest strength was her ability to control and create undead. Rosa shut her eyes as she focused on the magic threads that were binding the creatures to her will. She sent them forward, massive hulking beasts the size of buildings. They had the telltale signs of Ravenborn origins. The Ravenborn's shadow arts were one of the many original arcane arts that eventually led to the branch of magic known as necromancy. So for someone as capable as the Crowfather, creating such powerful necromantic constructs must have been child's play. Rosa licked her lips in anticipation. It has been a few 100,000 years since the black-feathered beasts of the Ravenborn walked into battle. It has been so long since she saw them in action. Even then, what she saw in the past was the products of a crumbling empire. She never had the opportunity to see the Ravenborn at the zenith of their power. But now she had the honor of controlling one. It was enough to make her salivate. Even though she knew they would lose since they were not that strong by Ravenborn standards, but it was still a rare honor. These creatures, known as shadow dreads, were shaped like oversized crows, with large muscular bodies and wings that were too small for their size. They were clearly unable to fly, but the reason for this design oversight was the amount of runes emblazoned on their feathers. There were so many runes that the entire body seemed to be covered in a pulsing red pattern that reminded the viewer of blood vessels. The shadow dreads let out a great roar as they began wading forward. The dead who were in range started to twitch and collapse to the ground. These creatures had jamming abilities, and in its presence, lesser undead and hive creatures would find themselves severed from their controller. As expected, the hive immediately retreated, making sure none of their soldiers were too close to it. Then from the ground emerged over a dozen Maleficent's fiends. Their centaur-like bodies tensed as they brandished their hands that were shaped like crab claws. There was a pause, then the fiends charged right at the shadow dreads. Rosa watched as the lead dread smashed a fiend aside like one would swat a fly. There was a resounding crack as if lightning had just streaked through the sky as red energy discharged from the blow. The Ravenborn's shadow magic wreaks havoc on anything it touches. The fiend went sprawling into the compacted formation of the surrounding battle. Bodies flew and red pulp was ejected into the air from the force of the impact. This happened to 2 more fiends, but one tried to bite down on the leg of one of the dreads. But there was this sparking red energy that coursed through the fiend's body, and it shrieked before exploding in a display of blood and viscera. The fiends then stiffened before swiftly retreating. Suddenly from the skies slammed down none other than the great beast himself. He clearly intended to take on all 5 alone. He brandished his 2 arm blades as 2 bone hilts appeared in his lower arms. Red foci blades emerged from the hilts, crackling with energy. Each foci blade was almost 5 meters long. Then the great beast paused as he turned to look at the sky for a moment. To her surprise, the great beast then gave a bow as if he was an actor about to begin a show. The great beast then turned his gaze right at the magic device that was capturing the scene. From where Rosa was sitting, it looked like he was staring at her. The great beast then spoke, his voice echoing out. "This is going to be fun." Chapter 163, Gambled and Lost. I smiled as I spun the pair of blades in my grasper arms and channeled power to my claws. I could see the group of angels flying high above me to the east, but they had no idea I had a flyer several hundred meters above them watching them. I designed special flyers that could climb higher than any angel. My idea was simple: when you were a spy, you would try to climb as high as possible, and from what Mahila has said, the angels could climb higher than any other humanoid. So the logic was simple: when you were always the highest one in the sky, why would you ever look up? They wanted a show, and that was exactly what I would give them. The 5 raven-like beasts all screeched, and I sensed a slew of magical effects radiate out. I sensed petrification, instant death, madness, and stun. If those things screamed in the middle of any human army, it would take out most of the soldiers in one fell swoop. Hostile effects were detected, all effects resisted. Threat level, inconsequential. Proceed with combat. The voice in my head rang out, letting me know their scream attack did absolutely nothing to me. I brandished my weapons and charged forward, my massive frame plowed right through the line of undead blocking my path. Their frail bodies broke under my charge. I didn't even have to attack. I just moved through the lines like I was crossing a grassy field. Some of the Blood Knights fired spells at me, but thanks to my improved armor, their spells just bounced off. I had my soldiers capture any vampires they could before this battle started, and I was using their genome to create a body that was even stronger than before. Thanks to the vampire's regenerative abilities, my body's ability to regenerate was even more powerful than before. The lead raven rushed towards me, and I raised my pair of foci blades before slashing at it. The raven blocked my slash with its magic-enhanced wings, but the blades ended up cutting deep gashes into it. Then I did the standard slash in the draconian style, and the blade flashed. The strike cut cleanly into the chest of the raven, staggered back, a large wound now on its chest. I saw another raven approach from my right flank. I did a quick winding thrust with the blade, and the raven backed off slightly as it dodged the point of the crackling foci blade. In the meantime, I raised my blade and thrust it right into the chest of the raven. Then I withdrew it, and with a simple flick of my wrist, for a quick follow-up attack, I delivered a deep slash to the raven's head. The good thing about foci blades was that you didn't need to worry about edge alignment. Just contact alone would do damage. The raven staggered back, its limb twitching as the damaged brain struggled to process the magical strings keeping its body up. I opened my maw and torched the raven as I backpedaled, trying to prevent myself from being surrounded by the other ravens. My fire took rather quickly since it was laced with curses and magic jamming, easily able to overwhelm their defenses. In truth, I didn't even need to fight in melee, but I'm only doing it because it's fun. Plus, it has been a while since I fought an opponent about as large as me. I could tell these creatures were weaker than me. I was unlikely they would even trigger my metabolic frenzy. Also, this stage was also a reveal to the angels. The fact that I couldn't change my body has been irking me for some time. I am a creature of change, and yet I am stuck in this static form. So I came up with a solution that would allow me to change some parts. It was a bit obtuse and crude, but then again the solution was also designed to make it look like the solution the Eternal Mother made had to create some interesting workarounds for me. I watched as two more of the ravens approached and switched out my foci blades to a new design I made. This time a long hilt appeared in one hand and I grasped it with both hands. Then a large red blade appeared. It was bigger than the previous pair. Unlike the previous set, which had this simple long laser blade, this one was a broad blade that looked almost like a holographic cleaver. If the past pair of swords were foci blades, this one was a foci greatsword. I brandished my blade as the ravens charged me. I darted to the side and delivered a hard slash to one of the ravens. Like the last time, the raven tried to raise its enchanted wings to block the attack. However, this time the blade cut right through, severing its limbs, and the blade sank into the raven's chest. I ripped the blade free, and then with a quick slash I hacked off the head of the raven. When the other raven tried to get closer, I ducked off the side again, dodging one of its downward swings, and then I swung my sword horizontally. The swing ended up cutting the raven in two at the waist, and both halves fell to the ground. I shifted my gaze and saw one of the remaining ravens shoot a blast of purple energy right at me. I raised my blade and easily deflected the purple ball of energy. The ball went careening off the side and landed in the middle of the undead formation, vaporizing a large piece of their forces. The other two remaining ravens paused as they stared me down as if awaiting orders. I chuckled as I saw their reaction. "Your move, Rosa." Ariel grimaced as she watched the great beast hack the raven in half. She knew it would take at least a squad of silver maidens to take down something like that. However, the great beast just took it down like it was swatting a fly. Furthermore, it didn't look like he was having much trouble dealing with them. It looked more like he was testing a new toy rather than taking the fight seriously. She was familiar with this mentality of loving to test new toys and other experiments. The more she looked at it, he really did resemble the Eternal Mother in his insatiable quest for knowledge. From what she has observed, those blades were living things. The hilts were made of flesh and bone. Furthermore, she could sense some semblance of life emanating from those hilts. Ariel made another note in her datapad as she wrote down some additional concerns. This was the first ancient she has ever seen that seems to be experimenting with humanoid techniques. The living armor found on the soldiers below, his usage of weapons and an understanding of sword fighting techniques were all sources of concern. The one advantage humanoids had over the ancients was their ability to collaborate and the flexibility born from their creativity. The thing that gave humanoids was their ability to amplify force by working together or refining techniques. All scholars recognized this was a practice born of necessity, but it did allow humanoids to push their abilities well beyond their natural state. What concerned her now was that if an ancient was doing the same thing, then all the old strategies against combating the ancients would need to be revised. They couldn't count on the great beast using the same strategies that ancients used. They would have to expect that he would develop his own technologies and techniques. Hive leaders were already extremely adaptable and problematic. But at the very least they followed a basic pattern for their strategies. So all the opponent had to do was to keep in mind that a perfect counter to their own cards could appear at any time and move to address it. However, an ancient with all the power its ancient bloodline gives, being able to creatively make innovative solutions to problems would be a tough opponent. Not only that, it seems that he has somehow won the trust of the humans in this region. Only time will tell if he succeeds in doing the same for the Zaramans. The only good news she had from this observation mission so far was that at least the Crowfather seemed to be against the Great Beast. So that ruled out the presence of Mihaila in Zarama, since she was one of the Crowfather's staunch allies. Yes, it could be a ruse, but honestly, to Ariel it looked more like the Crowfather was testing the Great Beast and trying to find out what he can do. Ariel knew for a fact that the Crowfather could create stronger creatures than these, but why didn't he? It could be this was a ruse, and he just wanted to look like he was against the Great Beast. Another possibility was that this was a probing attack, where he sent weaker creatures to test the Great Beast's mettle. This was certainly in line with how the Crowfather usually operates. The last thing she could think of was that the Crowfather also wanted to trick the vampires into destroying themselves, so he gave them a group of creatures that were just strong enough to look impressive but not nearly strong enough to take down a true ancient. It was a well-known fact that Crowfather and the vampires don't get along, so him helping them at all was strange. It was either an attempt to sabotage the vampires, or it was the enemy of my enemy is my friend type scenario. But in the latter case, the vampires were just pawns in the Crowfather's plans. Not the first time he has done something like this. Ariel herself was tricked once by the Crowfather. She never did hear the end of that from her siblings. Ariel continued to record her findings when she paused momentarily as she saw the Great Beast do something strange. He raised both his claw arms and then hacked off his own grasper arms. Ariel's eyes widened when she saw the arms didn't grow back as the regular hands, but instead, what sprouted were large curved blades that resembled a mix between a saber and a cleaver. They were jet black and crackling with purple energy. Ariel tried to wrap her mind around it. She has studied extensively in the academies, and nowhere did she ever see something like this. Changing one's body on a whim was the domain of the firstborn, yet here the Great Beast did so. Granted, he had to forcefully remove the limbs and then regrow them. So perhaps it was a kind of workaround dreamt up by the Eternal Mother. Perhaps it was a kind of controlled regeneration. There were some creatures that could stop their regenerations at certain areas of their body to conserve energy in the middle of the fight. Some creatures also intentionally molt to cleanse status effects. So this ability was not without precedent, but yet this was truly something dreamt up by a firstborn. As far as Ariel was concerned, the Great Beast just confirmed that it truly was a personal creation of a firstborn. He reminded her of Serchix. That twisted serpent in the Azure Sea was the twisted creation of the Deep Shaper. Personal creations of the firstborn always had strange and unique abilities. It seems the Great Beast was no exception. Ariel was starting to understand how the Great Beast managed to break free from the Eternal Mother. Perhaps in the Eternal Mother's arrogance, she ended up giving the Great Beast too many gifts, which enabled the rebellion. Ariel silently thanked fate. If the Great Beast was weaker and the Eternal Mother could maintain control, she could only imagine how much damage he could have inflicted in the Great War. The Eternal Mother's hives were already extremely dangerous. Ariel could only imagine what they could do when commanded by the Great Beast. This is concerning. One of her guards muttered. Ariel turned her head to look at the Silver Maiden and saw her glowing eyes narrowed as she gazed at the Great Beast. Ariel looked back down and saw the Great Beast slash with one of his new blades, and it cut one of the ravens in two. He dashed to the other one and impaled it with both blades. She heard him let out a booming laugh as he pulled the raven apart and both halves went tumbling into the vampire's formation. The great beast has definitely been adapted to handle the vampires. Another guard muttered. Yes, he is far too resistant to their attacks. But then again, this is the Eternal Mother's territory. The vampires have bordered the desert for a long time, it would make sense for him to be given such adaptation. Ariel said, and both of her guards let out a light murmur of assent. But in that vein, the firstborn were always wary of us who managed to live in an entirely separate realm. What is far away is hard to control. One of her guards said. Yes, we must expect that the great beast has many adaptations tailored to counter us. Ariel replied. The Divine Council will need to convene again. One of her guards muttered wearily. Ariel internally grimaced at those words. The Divine Council would always bicker during those meetings. The two factions would often argue on the best course of action and decisions may take years to execute. Somehow Ariel thinks the Great Beast and the Empress will not take years to decide on a course of action. Then she heard the Great Beast's loud booming voice echo out. I'm giving you 1 hour to surrender before I kill all of you. Surrender and serve me. Or die. Ariel's blood turned to ice when she heard that. She mentally kicked herself for not seeing this coming. The entire plan was that the Averlanian Empire and the vampire courts would deplete each other in this war. The last thing heaven wanted was for these two to work together. But now that she thought about it, something like the Great Beast would see little difference between a human and a vampire. By the divine. One of her guards muttered in horror as the entire battle stilled. The ceasefire had been ordered and the negotiations would soon begin. It was clear now, to Ariel. They have severely miscalculated this situation. Rather than weakening the Great Beast, they may have just served an army of the dead to him on a silver platter. We need to report this. Chapter 164, Serve in Darkness, Deceive the Light. Ordias expertly twirled the butter knife in his hand with expert precision. He looked up at Rosa, who was carving a gash into the stone table with her nail. Each time she ran her nail across the stone, it let out this irritating screeching sound. The gash was almost half a centimeter deep now. The two of them surrendered an hour ago and now they were sitting in a meeting room inside Imperial camp as they waited for the Empress and the Great Beast to arrive. The Empress and the Great Beast were apparently attending to some matters, which included them storing all the corpses of the undead. The Great Beast mentioned something about this new necrotoid idea. If Ordias had to venture a guess, he would bet that it was some kind of cross between a hive creature and the undead. Either way, Ordias did not want to deal with whatever horror the Great Beast could dream up. You're going to cut the table in half at this rate. Ordias muttered at Rosa, who just scowled at him. What are you going to do if I don't stop? Stab me. Rosa asked sarcastically as she looked at the butter knife in his hand. Don't be childish. You were just played. The Crow Father wouldn't actually give you anything that was useful. He played you as he did many others before you. He is perhaps the last true humanoid ancient. Did you really think you had his measure? Ordias replied dryly, and he saw Rosa scowl in response. Don't be so smug. He knocked you and your pretty blood knights out like he was swatting a fly. Rosa spat back. As he did for your monsters, honestly it's hard to tell which ones he had more trouble with. On a personal level, it was like swatting a cockroach and flea. Inconsequential on both accounts. Ordias replied, not a hint of irritation in his demeanor. So now we wait for our great. Rosa replied irritably. Ordias raised a brow as he stared at Rosa. She was uncharacteristically twitchy. She must be really nervous. A word of advice, Rosa. Ordias said calmly, and he watched as she paused her fidgeting to look at him curiously. Calm down. Ordias said as he narrowed his eyes at her. Rosa paused for a moment before exhaling and waving her hand over the gash on the table. There was a flash of magic, and the table repaired itself. Do you think we passed? Rosa asked uncertainly, showing a rare bit of vulnerability. I don't know, but the fact we aren't dead is certainly a good sign. Ordias replied softly. Ordias knew that they had performed rather poorly. They barely did any damage to the Great Beast's hive. He once spat on the other races for growing weak in this era of order and peace. However, now he has been thoroughly humbled. He knew the vampires have been declining, but he had no idea they had degraded to such an extent. The Great Beast's hive was truly an army of the ancient past. Yes, the hive creatures sent against the Crowfather's creations performed poorly, but there was one thing that was conspicuously absent from the hive. Artillery was not utilized. If it was up to Ordius, he would just bombard those creatures into submission. Why even engage them in melee? The only reason he could think of was that he wanted to test the beasts personally. It wouldn't be much of a test if he just bombarded them into the submission after all. The tactical weakness of those creatures was clear as day. Yes, you could in theory put a barrier around them, but hives usually handled magic barriers by just shooting it with more things than the barrier can handle. Accuracy through volume was a common hive tactic after all. Then Ordius sensed someone approaching. He turned his head and saw this beautiful red-haired human woman enter the tent. That must be the Empress. The stories do not do her beauty justice. She was wearing this beautiful red dress that was covered in gems and phoenix feathers. It was a dress that would even make Rosa jealous. Phoenix feathers were not exactly easy to come by. She looked young, with a face that looked like it was carved by a master sculptor. Her hair was a fiery red and her eyes shone like rubies. Even with her dress, Ordius could tell she had an extremely womanly figure. The low cut of her dress showing of her ample bosom certainly helped. Ordius could immediately see the political advantages this would bring. If you looked this good, there would be many who would be distracted by her beauty. The fact that her dress had a plunging neckline to show off her ample bust and generous swell of her valley was a clear indication that she was perfectly willing to leverage this advantage. As he looked at her, the report that she managed to seduce a rival king into invading was starting to sound less like embellishment. Ordius knew many vampires who would do anything to get their hands on a woman like her. Furthermore, he heard she was currently unmarried, which only added to her charm and allure. Ordius half expected that she hasn't taken a consort because she wanted to milk this advantage for all it was worth. Greetings, apologies for the wait, the Empress said as she entered. She was followed by this white humanoid hive creature. He sensed Rosa fidget slightly at the sight of it. Ordius would bet good money that was the same body that beat Rosa to a pulp. Ordius glanced at the creature and he saw a wide, malicious grin appear on its smooth white face, revealing rows upon rows of curved serrated teeth. Hello Rosa, you look all healed up, the creature said with a low laugh. Friend, be nice, the Empress said, and the creature just replied with a chuckle. Come, we have much to discuss, the Empress, as she simply walked to a seat and sat down without much fanfare. This was surprising. Usually, rulers demanded decorum. For the human race especially so, their lives were so short they didn't have the time to get tired of it. The creature, which Ordius assumed was the great beast, calmly sat down next to her and reclined into the seat. I am Empress Cecilia, as you should know. This is my dear friend the great beast. He is in a borrowed body, but I trust you know that, Cecilia said as she gave Rosa a look and she stiffly nodded in response. As she finished, Ordius sensed movement in the ground. Then he heard the splintering of wood as if something was breaking the makeshift floor of the tent. After that, he saw this white box-shaped thing slowly rise up between Cecilia and the great beast. All the while Cecilia just calmly stared at the box slowly rising out of the ground. Then the top of the box opened up and a bottle along with some glasses rose out on a small platform. Friend, what is this? Cecilia asked with a hint of amusement in her voice. A wine cooler, the great beast said as he waggled his fingers eagerly for a moment before taking the ice-cold bottle of wine and pouring a glass. Ordius watched as he poured himself a glass, then poured her one. If you were human, you would most definitely be an alcoholic, Cecilia said with a light chuckle. Then it's lucky I'm not then, the great beast said as he took a sip. Just as he took a sip, Ordius sensed more movement in the ground and he looked to his right and saw the wood splintering beneath him. Again this white box appeared, but this time when it opened up there was this strange appendage that came out instead of a bottle. There were a pair of glasses as well. Put the glass beneath the nozzle, the great beast said with a grin. Ordius did as he was bid and put the glass beneath this tube in the appendage and it began to dispense blood. Ordius's eyes widened as his glass filled. He paused for a moment before taking a sip and found the blood delicious. It was arguably the best blood he had ever tasted. The best blood were usually from young women. Their blood was the sweetest and this one was so very sweet. The good thing about a hive is that you can have things custom made, the great beast said, and Ordius nodded as he got a glass for Rosa. Well, I suppose this is a good opportunity to get into the reason of this meeting, Cecilia said with a laugh. You said the two of you are willing to join us and we are quite willing to take you. But there are conditions. Cecilia said calmly as she placed her hands gracefully on the table. Lose the slaves. The great beast blurted out suddenly. Yes. That. I would have put it a bit eloquently with more decoration in my speech, but yes, that is essentially it. Lose the slaves. With us being able to produce your blood for you, there is little need for you to have slaves. Cecilia said calmly. That only handles the blood, but what about other services? Someone needs to clean our homes and do the hard labor. Ortiz countered, and the great beast just chuckled. My hive can handle that. Everything you need my hive can provide. I can assure you they will outperform any humanoid slaves. The great beast said calmly. Well, there is one thing else. Rosa said. Ah yes, the pleasures of the flesh. But I'm afraid you will have to exercise some restraint. I will not begrudge anyone's desires as long as it does not infringe upon anyone else's rights. Do what you want, lay with animals for all I care, but the rule is no assault. We punish such actions very heavily. Cecilia said as a cold edge appeared in her eyes. And what would the punishment be? Ortiz asked curiously. You get sent to the black box. Cecilia said ominously. The black box? Rosa asked. My playground. Oh, I do love my experiments. Hanging is so wasteful, or I guess in your case burning. The great beast said as he flashed a savage smile. The things I could do with a vampire's body. What fun. The great beast said with a chuckle, and Ortiz felt his hair stand on his end. The great beast was smiling at him as if he was hoping he would do something stupid. Give me an excuse, please do. The great beast said with another chuckle. We have no issue with any nighttime activities as long as both parties are willing. However, keep in mind extortion is not permitted. Bound thralls will remain at your side since there is nothing we can really do about that. Severing a soul link is very dangerous, and if it fails it will leave the subject tranquil or even catatonic. Plus the soul-bound thralls do seem to enjoy themselves. Cecilia said as she gave Rosa a knowing smile. Ortiz reclined back into his seat as he took another sip of wine. This woman was not your usual human. It seems she too partakes in the dark arts. She speaks as if she has a soul-bound thrall herself. Are further soul bindings allowed? Ortiz asked. Of course, it requires both subjects to be willing after all. However, a soul snare is not permitted. Basically, consent is important in my empire. No one would feel safe if that wasn't the case. Everyone is the master of their fate, or at least that is an illusion I like to portray. Cecilia said, and she gave him a smile that seemed eerily similar to the great beast's. So what is behind the veil? Rosa asked. The rule of the world. The strong take and the weak provide. But I see no reason for the cage to be poorly furnished. Happy sheep are obedient sheep. Plus it looks good for heaven, so there is utility in this facade. Cecilia replied with a chuckle. Ortiz noticed the moment he stepped into this camp that the entire area was heavily covered with anti-scrying magic. The magic was old, well beyond anything he knew. This was old magic, very old magic. If heaven was watching, all they could do was look from a distance. Remote magical observation should just yield a blur. The only thing they would be able to see was that there was something there. This was the reason why she was speaking so freely. I see. I hear you have a rather interesting slum in Everlyn. Rosa said, and Cecilia smiled. You are free to visit, but you may find the rules quite strict. Cecilia said, a chuckle. No biting, in case you were wondering. Hurt the whores and you get hurt way worse. The great beast said. But I assure you, you won't find more beautiful men and women. My friend is about to offer beautification services to the people. One of the things I want to remove from this world is ugliness. Cecilia said as her gaze turned far away. Flesh is easy enough to manipulate if you know how. Appearances are one of the easiest things to change actually. The great beast said as he channeled his power and created this small cute rodent that looked like a ball of fur. Frankly, it was adorable. It was so round and it had these adorable big eyes. Ortiz knew many of his family back in the Elven Forest would love one of these. You like them? I call them the fluffers, they are all the rage in Everlyn. Now. The great beast said as the small ball of fur scurried over to Rosa and started rubbing its soft body against her hand and purring. So you just make pets for fun? Rosa asked in confusion as she ignored the fluffer. No, for state revenue. These creatures are sterile and only the state sells them. Cecilia said with a smile. Ah, clever. Ortiz admitted. They are quite affordable and they live for quite a while. About 5 years or so. They also act as convenient listening and surveillance vectors. Cecilia said, and Rosa instantly withdrew her hand as she stared at the sickeningly cute creature. The reason I am telling all of you this is because I would like the two of you to occupy a position of importance. You see, I have plenty of people working in the light, but it is hard to find suitable people to work in the dark. Plus I hear you vampires work quite well in the dark. Cecilia said, and Ortiz sat up in his chair. What do you have in mind? Ortiz asked. I am making a special operations division independent of the regular military. Well, I am making several of these divisions. Montes has one and you, Ortiz Derenge, will have an army and a black ops division as well. You will only answer to me and my friend here, no one else. Cecilia said, and Ortiz nodded in understanding. As for you, Lady Maledicta, an excellent position in the tower has been vacant for some time. Cecilia said, and Rosa leaned in interest. The tower? Rosa asked. Her playground. The great beast said as he nodded at Cecilia. The tower is a facility focused on the dark arts and it needs a leader. We have many lost secrets to unravel and many ways to apply them. I have long felt necromancy and blood magic have many interesting applications. I would like you to head this division. Cecilia said, and Rosa's eyes lit up at the offer, but there was some uncertainty in her eyes. I hope I won't just end up in a lab. Rosa asked. Oh, research is not the only thing you will be doing. As you know, the old world is built on magical wonders. The Istland Academy of Magic is a political power in its own right. It owns little land, but it holds great sway over the nation. I think the head of a dark arts research facility would also command significant sway. Cecilia said, and Rosa paused for a moment before nodding in assent. So do you two agree to our terms? Cecilia asked, and the Ortiz looked over to Rosa, who nodded. Ortiz nodded as well, and Cecilia clapped her hands in satisfaction. Excellent. Cecilia said as she picked up her glass and took another sip. I think the angels have held sway over this world for far too long. I hope I can count on your support to crush our enemies. It won't be long before the angels take issue with our strength. The elves would also not take kindly to a strengthened Nicoronas. On that topic, Cecilia said as she put down her glass. How long could you get all of Nicoronas under our control? Cecilia asked. About 2 months, but my fortress may be already lost to the elves. Ortiz stated, referencing his own fortress, which was very close to the elven forest. Oh, don't worry about that. I sent a pair of hives to guard the border with the elves to ensure they don't take what is mine. The great beast said with a grin. And how did the elves react? Ortiz asked curiously. Poorly, but their happiness is not my concern. They are too proud to serve anyway. It is only a matter of time before we clash. If things get too bad, I may just destroy them first so the angels can't team up with them. But then again, there is this elf that is doing quite well as a middleman. So perhaps it won't come to that. The great beast mused. Elf? Ortiz asked curiously. Oh, she's an exile or a runaway or something. She's working as an ambassador for me at the moment. She is making progress. It's very slow progress, but progress is progress, I suppose. The great beast said idly as he took another sip of wine. Interesting. Ortiz muttered as he cupped his chin. You seem you might be able to help with this. The great beast said. Possibly there are many in the wood of the ancients that sympathize with my views. An insurgency might be possible. Ortiz said, and that got the great beast's interest. Insurgency, you say? Now that it's very interesting. The great beast replied with a chuckle. Well, it seems we will work quite well together. Cecilia said with a wide smile as she raised her glass. Let's toast to a fruitful partnership. Chapter 165, Divine Counsel. I slithered back down the passageway that led to the black box, my little playground. I turned a corner and saw Cecilia staring at one of my latest creations. I was rather proud of this one. It was by far my best idea and perhaps my greatest weapon against the seraphim. They were going to be angsty that I took the vampires in, and a reckoning would soon come. But that wasn't the only reason the angels would be pissed at me. Hello, friend. Cecilia said as she turned away from the creature. Hey, you like it? I asked slyly. Very much, it's clever, very clever. A most inspired solution. Cecilia replied thoughtfully. I looked over at the creature and I felt it was funny. When one thinks of a secret weapon, they think of a giant monster that could breathe fire or something. But in truth, the best weapons are the ones that look the most innocuous. My gaze washed over the humanoid creature kneeling on the floor with its arms clasped as if in prayer. It was just a standard humanoid frame with a brain that was similar in design to humanoids. This clever little thing was called the devotee. I was worried about the cults that have been popping out would antagonize the angels, but this would certainly resolve some of the potential problems. Cecilia mused as she leaned down to take a closer look at the creature. Part of the reason the seraphim left me alone was that they needed the prayers. Their war in the north was proving costly, they couldn't afford to lose too many of their soldiers, so they ended up having to expend a lot of energy on long-range bombardment spells. My spies also indicate the demons are slowly but surely tightening their grip around Devonia. It was getting bad enough that I had one of my spies contact several demons and deliver the message. The message was rather simple. I simply told them that my entire hive has a kill order on any demons they come across. Unless they come in an official capacity, any hidden demons in the Empire would be treated as hostile insurgents and dealt with accordingly. Seeing as I managed to track them down in Devonia was a clear enough message that I could find them if I wanted to. The situation in Devonia was concerning to the angels, considering two of the royal family had already been snared by a pair of powerful succubi. It was Trallis all over again, but a lot worse. The angels must know this, since when demons start digging their tendrils into a location, cults invariably start popping up. I even discovered a pair of small sects that were dedicated to Asmodeus, demon prince of lust. They were having some killer orgies from what the reports said. I even heard a Cambion had been born, which was a half-human and half-demon child. That child was unfortunately promptly discovered and burned along with the mother. Pity I only found out about that after the fact. If I knew earlier, I would have kidnapped the Cambion and studied it. Humanoid hybridization often led to some interesting traits. From what I can tell, the lust circle of hell has been the most active in Devonia. But my spies also observed the presence of the servants of Beelzebub, demon prince of envy and mammon, demon prince of greed. There was also an isolated case of an adherent of Abaddon, the demon prince of sloth, being burnt at the stake. Not sure how isolated this case really is, since adherents of the demon prince sloth don't tend to do much unless, of course, they are one of those crazy cultists that feel death was the infinite sleep and by extension the ultimate expression of sloth. Basically, Devonia was filled with loonies, and the angels were most acutely feeling the loss of faith. The best path to safety for me was to ensure the Empire could continue to be a good supplier of prayers. The more dependent the angels were on the Empire, the less likely they would think of attacking us. However, the cults that I have been slowly growing are starting to bear some results. Technically this was heresy in the eyes of the Church of Order, but considering the high presence of hive creatures in the Empire, they couldn't do anything. To denounce the cults would mean denouncing me, which may also lead to an implied denouncement of their empress, which could lead down the path of them all being executed for treason. This was good for me, since I always did feel uncomfortable with most of my population being loyal to my biggest enemy. However, if the angels stop getting their prayers, then I lose my protection. So this where this new creation comes in, the devotee. It was simply a creature devoted to only one task, praying and having faith in the seraphim. Since I could design them to exact specifications, one of these devotees was worth at least a dozen normal humans, since I could make them pray during every hour of every day. So when the angels come knocking regarding the cults, I could just offer them an alternative. You continue to surprise me, friend. It seems your interest in economics was not just a passing thing. Cecilia mused as she cupped her chin and gazed at the kneeling creature. If I am the largest supplier means I dictate the market, I replied with a grin. Yes, it is difficult to create faith. In that regard, you are probably the only one that can do it on such short notice, Cecilia said as she stood back up and placed a gentle hand on its smooth white head. They will grow dependent as their faith wanes and fades. Eventually, they will have to make a choice, fade into irrelevancy or fight, Cecilia said thoughtfully. And when they fight? I continued with a wide savage grin, and I saw a small cruel smile appear on her lips. We pull the plug. What is given can be taken away. Uriel sat stiffly in her chair as she listened to her door Ariel give her report. Her gold hair was a mess and she was still in armor. They were in the middle of a meeting when she barged in bearing urgent news. Usually this would not be allowed since the Divine Council was in session, but everyone knew what her mission was. If she was barging in despite the breach of protocol, it must be important. As of right now, the Great Beast was an important concern for them even if it wasn't the highest priority. Their main concern at the moment was the war in the north and the situation in Devonia that was worsening rapidly. Case in point, the succubi that was bloodied and tied up on the floor next to Ariel. The Divine Council was just about to start questioning her personally when Ariel barged in. So just so I'm clear, the Great Beast has not only not destroyed Vampires, he has allied with them. Gabriella, Archangel of Diligence, said. Uriel turned her gaze to Gabriella and saw her gold eyes filled with fury. I believe it was more of subjugation. Raphael said calmly, unfazed as usual. There was a reason he was the Archangel of Humility and Patience after all. Doesn't matter what you call it, the Great Beast has made a move and his region of influence increases yet again. Sylvana, the Archangel of Peace and Death, said in her unusually airy voice. Uriel looked over at her and saw the usual dead, empty gaze in her eyes. Unlike the other archangels who all had excellent physiques, Sylvana had a petite figure. All the females had a physique much like Uriel herself with wide hips and large busts. But Sylvana had an almost childlike figure. Sylvana was always the odd one out, she was extremely detached from the world and she was also the Divine Council's resident expert on the dark arts. Her experiments and studies have left her hair bleached and the gold hair that was common amongst the angels was not found on her head. In contrast to the usual gold, her hair was a faded gold that looked almost silver. Many often felt Uriel's husband Mihail was the most brutal, but in truth, Uriel felt at least Mihail struck with a sign of righteous anger. Sylvana was a cold, detached creature who cared little for anything. She had no lover, no children and no friends. She was a hollow shell that devoured knowledge and did little else. I thought you had the situation well in hand, Uriel. Gabriella said as she narrowed her eyes. We were all satisfied with the outcome of her discussion. If you are waiting for an ancient to behave predictably, you will be waiting for a long time. Cassia, the Archangel of Temperance, said serenely. Agreed. Mihail said, and Uriel shifted her gaze to her husband. There was a grimace on his lips as he stared at the demon still tied up on the ground before them. I suggest we delay the questioning of this thing until later, Mihail said as he raised a hand. As one, all 7 of the Divine Council raised their hands in support. The succubi wasn't going anywhere, but the Great Beast was making moves at this very moment. The silver maidens that were standing over the succubi dragged her to her feet. When she was back on her feet, Uriel spotted a wicked smile on her bloodied face. I wonder how long you all can keep this up. Lord Asmodeus has many plans for your precious Devonia. The succubi cackled, and Uriel narrowed her eyes. This succubi was just tricking them. Her words basically invited torture and interrogation. Get her out, Uriel said with a sigh, and the silver maidens started dragging her out. Pity, I was enjoying the show. If any of you want to have some fun, you know where to find me, the succubi said with a laugh that was swiftly cut off but a punch to the face by one of the silver maidens. There was a small splatter of blood as the strike concaved her nose, but instead she just let out a slurred laugh. I love it rough, the succubi said with another cackle before being dragged off. Now then, young Ariel, tell us what you observed again in greater detail, Sylvana said in her eerily hollow voice. Ariel darted her eyes towards Uriel in the way a child would look to their parents in a moment uncertainty. Uriel gave her a warm, reassuring smile and Ariel took a deep breath as she started going into detail. Uriel knows her daughter has always been afraid of Sylvana, and she wasn't alone. She disconcerted most Seraphim. But if Sylvana cared, she gave no indication, and honestly Uriel highly doubted Sylvana even noticed. She would continue speaking to those she terrified as if nothing was wrong. This would usually go on until she finishes her conversation or someone else comes to the rescue. As Uriel listened, she became more and more concerned. Then Ariel showed a recording of the Great Beast fighting using Foci blades. The lasers that were being fired from the Imperial Army were also concerning. Not only that, she spotted specialized units that seemed to be designed to saturate the air with attacks. Accuracy through volume, Mihail muttered, and Uriel heard the rest of the council murmur in assent as they watched the entire sky light up with the streaks of energy. At least some things don't change, Gabriella added with a sigh. There is a conspicuous lack of heavy flyers, Mihail said, and again there were murmurings of assent. But they have fiends, Raphael noted as they watched the fiends brutalize the skeletal dragons. When the recordings were done, the council was silent for a moment. The great beast used a draconian style of swordplay. Raphael stated suddenly. A crude use of it. Mihail clarified. I suppose you would know all about that. Raphael said, and Mihail turned his head, revealing the long scar running across his face. That was a cursed wound courtesy of Mihaila the Swift. Do you think Mihaila could be working with the great beast? Gabriella asked as she gestured to the recording of the great beast slashing at the monstrous ravens with his pair of swords. Unlikely, those ravens bear the mark of the Crowfather. We all know Mihaila and the Crowfather are as thick as thieves. Silvana replied. It could be a trick. Mihail said. Certainly. But like you said, his technique is sloppy, but I suppose that could probably be due to lack of sparring partners. Silvana mused. The evidence seems to lean against that. Gabriella said, and a few of the other council members murmured in assent. A draconian fighting style is hardly evidence of Mihaila's interference. Do not forget the great beast is a product of the Eternal Mother. These two have been in Zarma for a long time. It would make sense he would pick up the draconian style. Gabriella said. The custom foci crystals are also concerning. The great beast seems adept at utilizing humanoid techniques alongside his own. Mihail said, and there were murmurs of assent from the council. There is something more concerning, Ariel said as she switched the display. Uriel's eyes widened when she saw the great beast cut off his own arms and grow a pair of large curved blades. What is that? Mihail said as he leaned forward. Uriel was shocked too. Usually the creation and new limbs were the purview of the firstborn. The body was fixed by the essence within the creature. That was also why healing magic didn't work on the firstborn. The magic had no idea what to do since there was no fixed shape and structure as dictated by their essence. What the hell did the Eternal Mother create? Mihail said through gritted teeth as he gazed at the great beast tear through the ravens with his new blades. At least we have another piece of information as to why the great beast was able to break free from the Eternal Mother's grasp. Silvana muttered as she stared at the recording with great interest. I did feel his mind seemed quite close to that of a firstborn, albeit with some minor abnormalities, Uriel said. I would like to kindly remind everyone that applying a standard to the firstborn is an exercise in futility. In my mind, this could be a ruse by a firstborn hatchling to make us think that he isn't a firstborn. Silvana said calmly, and there was a rustle of disquiet across the room. That's a bit of leap, Silvana. Raphael said, and Silvana nodded in agreement. I would agree, but the firstborn are known to be horrifically unpredictable. I would advise keeping this possibility in mind at all times. Silvana stated. I agree with Silvana. Mihail said. As do I, Gabriella agreed. Then may I suggest we continue our investigations? I am open to another meeting with the great beast. Uriel said, and there were murmurs of assent. Is that wise? Sending an archangel so close to an ancient is a great risk. Gabriella said. We could have another archangel on standby in the event something goes wrong. Mihail, since you are the best fighter amongst us and she is your wife, I would assume you have no issues with that. Raphael said, and Mihail nodded. We would need to time it well. If something happens in the north when I am on standby, there will be consequences. Mihail stated bluntly. Then secure your north. This great beast has piqued my interest. Silvana said, and the whole room went silent. Uriel knew some would call the seraphim absentee gods, but no one was absent more often than Silvana. Many below feel Mihail was the most capable combatant, but few actually knew the most powerful was actually Silvana. She was the oldest member of the council despite her childlike appearance. For the first time in a long time, Uriel saw something in her eyes. Interest. My, this is an interesting day, isn't it? Gabriella mused. Indeed it is. Silvana said as she rose from her chair and spread her 6 wings that glowed silver rather than gold. Many call me an absentee goddess. Silvana said. I think I have been absent long enough. Chapter 166, Devotee. I reclined into the giant cushion and enjoyed the subtle sound of the air being squeezed out of the bag. Then I sat back up and let the cushion refluff itself. Then I reclined again. I had been doing this for an hour. It wasn't that I was bored, well, it was kind of. But I'm not bored now, and half my mind was in Nicoronas. I followed Ortiz around as he besieged one of the few vampire strongholds that refused to surrender. Most just caved when they realized Ortiz and Rosa had switched sides. Vampires were ambitious, prideful and greedy, but they weren't stupid. Well, most of them aren't stupid. The handful that decided to resist were either dead or on the way out. As to what I am doing now, I'm just waiting for the angels to arrive. The Ariel girl dropped by yesterday and said that Archangel Uriel would visit again to discuss the vampire situation. I am sure she was less than pleased, but I am surprised their fancy council made a decision so quickly. I was expecting them to take weeks, not days, to decide. Perhaps the angels were more decisive than I thought. But I suppose with all the pressure on them, with the syndicate and the demons taking turns to screw with them, there was some pressure to be decisive. They do say that pressure does push creatures to more decisive action. There are situations where indecision can be as bad as the wrong decision. So it boils down to maybe making things worse, or definitely making things worse. For all the Seraphim's shitty management of this world, they were still the preeminent rulers for hundreds of thousands of years. They must have some level of competency. If not, how the hell did they stay in control for so long? Friend, are you truly that bored? Cecilia asked, and I looked over to see her sitting on a couch with an arcane tome in her hands. Not really, I'm tracking the situation in the coronas. I replied as I reclined again, the cushion letting out a satisfying poof sound. I hope Derenge and Maledicta are working well together. Cecilia said as she gave me a look. They do seem to be working well, they are apart at the moment. Rosa is off handling one fortress that was on the fence while another one that is adamant on resisting is currently being sieged by Ordias. I replied. And how is the infamous Ordias Derenge doing? Cecilia asked. Pretty well, without monsters threatening to pop out of the ground at any moment. Much more freedom of movement. I mused and Cecilia nodded. There is a reason why the hives were so feared. An enemy unlike any other. Cecilia agreed. I had Montes rack his brain on how he would defeat a hive. He turned it in his head over and over again, but inevitably he came up blank. The only things he could feasibly come up with were strange artifacts and magics of the ancients. Cecilia said. Like ether frequency hijacking? I asked. No, he didn't know that was possible. He wanted to use jamming instead of hijacking, Cecilia replied. Boring. I replied as I reclined again, and I ended up looking at the ceiling. Yes, quite. Cecilia said with a light laugh. I heard someone else is coming too, right? Another archangel. I said as I continued to rock back and forth on my cushion. Yes, Archangel Sylvana. They say she is the last survivor of Omelis. Cecilia said. The city of dreams. I muttered and Cecilia calmly nodded. Before the Seraphim came to be, they lived under the Lightborn, their progenitors. The Seraphim are to the Lightborn what the cherubim are to the Seraphim. Cecilia said. I wonder if she has any Lightborn characteristics. I mused and Cecilia paused as she looked up at the ceiling. The stories don't really say, but one of her monikers was the Silver Maiden. There are some accounts that say Sylvana was the one that founded the Silver Maidens. Cecilia said. The Lightborn and the Ravenborn existed in the same age. By the time the Firstborn were wiped out, these two races have withered into nothing. Well, almost nothing. There is the Crowfather and then there is the Archangel Sylvana. I believe they also call her the absentee goddess. I said and Cecilia nodded. Do you know anything else about her? Maybe some of those memories you have would be able to shed more light on her. Cecilia asked. Nothing much, unfortunately. Sylvana has always kept herself out of the limelight. The memories that are passed on are the strongest ones. The only interesting thing I have from the Eternal Mothers is this tidbit. I said as I sat up and I saw Cecilia turn to face me with interest. She called Sylvana the one that holds the leash in heaven. Like some kind of divine sanctioned hound master. I said and I saw Cecilia tilt her head at those words. That's vague. Cecilia stated, and I nodded. My best guess is that it has something to do with the divine virtues. The council above the divine council. I said, and Cecilia nodded in understanding. It would make sense for the divine virtues to put one of their number within the lower council. Since the divine council handles most of the daily affairs, it would make sense to keep them on a tight leash. Cecilia said. Judging by how Mihail is so eager to flatten a city, he does fit the description of a mad dog. I replied, and Cecilia gave me a shrug in response. Then they better keep the leash tight. Cecilia said. Then what about you? How tight is your leash on your new plaything? I asked Riley and Cecilia rolled her eyes in response. Balder is quite entertaining and I have him wrapped around my finger. Cecilia said and I saw her heart rate rise as this small cloud of pheromones started appearing around her. Just last night, I saw her shaking her hips on top of him as she made all sorts of weird noises. On that topic, why do you drink that potion? I asked as I shifted in my seat. The contraceptive potion. Cecilia asked. Yeah, that. Why does it matter if you get pregnant? Don't humans like to breed? I asked and I saw Cecilia give me a wry smile. There are political reasons, Cecilia said, and I tilted my head in response. Which can be resolved by you signing a sheet of paper. Who the hell is going to be dumb enough to challenge you over where your progeny came from? I have cults appearing and the church hasn't so much as made a single sound, I stated, and Cecilia let out a small chuckle, along with a roll of her eyes. Fine, there are other reasons, Cecilia replied with a small laugh. Like? I asked as I tilted my head. Well, you need to take care of it. I'm not sure if I have enough time, Cecilia said. Then pay someone to do it for you. All you need to do is ensure it doesn't die, I replied bluntly, and I saw Cecilia give me the same look she always did when I am horribly misunderstanding something about humans. What? I never had parents and I'm fine, I said defensively. You aren't exactly a human, friend. But honestly, it's more for me really, not really for my child. I never had much in the way of parental love and it felt really cold sometimes, Cecilia said with a small sigh. And I don't want my child to feel that. I never asked to be born. No one can ask to be born really. So if I do bring a life into this world, I want to be able to take care of him or her, Cecilia said. That's uncharacteristically sentimental of you, I replied with a smirk, and Cecilia gave me a glare in response. Sorry, I said as I raised my arms in surrender. Freedom is a strange thing, Cecilia said suddenly as she shifted her gaze to the window and looked out towards the horizon. How so? I asked, and just as I said that, there was a knock at the door indicating that the angels had arrived. When you are free to gain so much, you realize you also are free to lose it all, Cecilia replied as she stood up. Well, that's true for everything. What is given can be taken away and what is taken can be taken away, I said as I got up as well. When we got to the throne room, we simply had to wait a short while before the angels were ushered in. There were 3 of them and no guards this time. Uriel was at the head of the ground with her daughter Ariel next to her. Yet this time there was another angel. This one was weird. She had silverish hair instead of the usual gold. Her body was also childlike, but the strangest thing was her wings. More accurately, her wings were an illusion. To the average observer, the 6 wings were your standard angelic feathered covered wings. But it was obscured by a type of a very old magic. She didn't have 6 wings, she had 2, but those 2 were made of raw ether. Furthermore, her halo was not the usual one that were formed of gold fire, hers was made of the same wispy ether that made up her wings. The ether that formed her halo and wings were white wispy arcs of energy that seemed to eerily wave in the air. This more or less confirmed it in my mind. She was no seraphim, she was a lightborn. This Sylvana was probably about as old as the Crowfather. Judging from what I can analyze from her strength, she could probably give Mahila a run for her money. In terms of raw power, she won out to Mahila, but then again Mahila is said to be the most skilled fighter alive right now. She was trained and hand-picked by the greatest swordsman that had ever picked up a blade. Who are you? I asked as I stared at her. I had to be sure just in case. Sylvana Shadowban, she said, her voice sounding oddly detached. Huh, so it is her. Uriel was named Uriel Haseva. The first surnames were born from titles, the later ones were changed and switched around until you couldn't even tell what the original title was. But Sylvana's surname was quite straightforward. Another sign she was probably as old as she looked. Still, the name Shadowban was rather ominous. The Bane of Shadows or the Bane of Darkness. But then again, the Lightborn were historical enemies with the Shadowborn and the Ravenborn, both of which were rival powers to the Lightborn. To earn the title Shadowban, she must have killed a great many things. Shadowban, I said, and Sylvana just switched her gaze to me in response. Yes. The Bane of the Shadowborn. I have seen so many wars, few things can now interest me, Sylvana said, but I did notice a subtle change in her demeanor when she looked at me. So what is so interesting about me? I asked, getting straight into the meat of the matter. It has been a long time since I have seen something like you. But don't mind me, I'm just here to observe and to make sure no one tries to kidnap the 2 of them. Sylvana said bluntly as she glanced at Uriel and Ariel. Given the fact that she was a Lightborn, I find her confidence perfectly fair. Very well. Cecilia said, and she nodded at Uriel. Uriel gave Sylvana a look before stepping forward. Her stance was pretty predictable. She spoke about the vampires and the increasing presence of a cult that was dedicated to me. Then she dropped the predictable veiled threat. Given the current circumstances, I feel our ongoing agreement may become strained. Uriel said. We did not agree on how to handle the issues of the Black Crusade. We merely promised we would resolve it. Cecilia replied calmly. As for the cult, I trust you are aware that the Church of Order does not permit any other faiths. Uriel said, and I let out a low laugh. Sounds like you do not like competition. If people flock to me, doesn't that mean I am taking care of their needs more than you? How bad do you have to be at this for the humans to switch from worshipping you to something like me? I said, and a flash of annoyance flashed across her eyes. But of course I know all of you are obsessed with prayers as a power source. This isn't about the agreement, this is about power balance and how to balance it. I said, and Uriel shut her mouth before she could start speaking. So I offer a compromise. I said with a smirk. What do you propose? Uriel asked, and I smiled as I gave her a wide-fanged smile. Who said only humans could pray? Chapter 167, Poisoned Accord. I watched as Uriel and Sylvana circled the devotee with interest. Sylvana especially seemed very interested in what she was seeing. The devotee was calmly kneeling on the floor of the throne room as it fulfilled its function. I could sense the ether radiating from it as its mind filled with a level of devotion and passion that only a creature born within a hive could possess. It was a rather clever design, if I do say so myself. Hive creatures all had a piece of their minds bound within the hive mind itself. So when you sever the creature from the hive mind, it would be like severing off a piece of their psyche. At best you get a distressed and feral creature, at worst the creature might just become catatonic. The catatonic outcome was usually found within the higher level creatures or those who act as controllers. Those creatures have a larger piece of their minds within the hive mind. If you cut out too much of the mind, then what remains can no longer function. This connection causes a level of devotion for the hive mind that was unlike any other kind of devotion. I have some memories of humans, and the level of devotion my minions feel was way above anything a humanoid could possibly feel. The first coupling between lovers, the love for a child, the love for a parent, nothing even comes close. I merely sheared off about 10% of the devotion a creature usually feels for the hive mind and allocated it to the prayers. The end result was 10 times what the most devoted of humans could produce. I have about 1,000 of these ready, and judging by the average amount of ether given off by prayers, these 1,000 are the equivalent of about 100,000 normal humans. That wasn't saying much honestly, since half the humans barely believed and only prayed in the hopes they were going to get something out of it. Shallow devotion was all most of the humans had, so naturally the yield was relatively poor. But on the other hand, it wasn't entirely fair to lay this at the feet of the humans. The seraphim hasn't actually done much to inspire devotion. They just come down every now and then to smite something. They are not exactly what you would call attentive rulers. I mean, I barely care about all of the schmucks around me, and I've done more for them in the past year than the seraphim have over the past few thousand years. Judging by the cold and fascinated look in Sylvana's eyes, I can guess that was how the higher-ups in heaven thought of this place. As far as the seraphim were concerned, this world that was filled with their faithful was just a giant generator. A very inefficient generator, I might add. So I think my solution was much better. It's more efficient and reliable. Devourer power gen, get your devotion today. Now, this is interesting, Sylvana said as she slowly circled the creature. This would solve the current issues. Uriel agreed. But this presents another problem. Sylvana said, and the pair of them faced me. You will eventually hold the reins of our power. Uriel said, and I gave her a wide smile in response. I know, clever, isn't it? But what's the difference to you? If we go to war, your giant generator explodes, and then you get fucked in the north. If Devonia collapses as well, then you are really screwed. You can't afford to fight me too. I replied with a laugh. Uriel merely scowled at me, but I saw Sylvana smile. That smile slightly unnerved me. It meant that she knew something I didn't. It didn't take long for Uriel to also notice Sylvana was smiling. The grimace on her face faded when she saw Sylvana's eerie smile, and her expression turned to confusion. Very clever, I do so miss talks like this. Sylvana said with a wide grin. The recent millennia have been so boring. Sylvana added with a light chuckle. I guess the ancients really do act differently. Sylvana's race predates the Draconians, which means that she should be older than Mihaela. Any Draconian that was alive right now should have family trees that are so long half the information should be lost by now. So do we have an accord? Cecilia asked, and Sylvana looked at her for a moment before turning to face Uriel as if saying it was her show. Why do I feel like this was all just a game to Sylvana? On the point of the new cults, this will have to be discussed in greater detail. As for the vampires, that is a separate matter entirely. We find it difficult to accept that we are now at peace with the vampires. They have committed many crimes and have yet to answer to them. Uriel said, and I let out an audible sigh. This was just a weak attempt at getting concessions from me, but I also know politically she at least has to contest this. If the angels let it go, then who else might seek shelter under my umbrella? What's next? I take a demon prince in as a servant? So let me get this straight. You want me to punish or hand over the vampires for crimes committed against you. You want justice and you can't or couldn't be bothered to get it from the vampires, so now you ask me to just do it for you? For free? I asked dryly. It would allow our current arrangement to stand. Uriel stated. And if I refuse? You are what? Going to attack us? Well, if we go down that road, I better start implementing some Arctic adaptations into my hive. We are going to need it up north after all. I said calmly, and I saw a flash of uncertainty cross Uriel's gaze. Let us be clear of one thing, Archangel. We are merely acquaintances who have agreed not to attack each other. We are not under any obligation to bend to your demands. If you prove to be poor potential allies, we simply might choose to invest our time and energy in other parties. Cecilia said calmly. I would be very careful with your implied threats, Archangel. Only a fool makes threats they can't follow through on. I said as I let out a bestial growl. These threats are no more than the usual. Sylvana said suddenly with a crooked smile. We are friends as long as our interests align. Friends today, enemies tomorrow. Sylvana said with a light airy chuckle, implying that she had seen this story play out 1,000 times. Then, in line of false friendships and alliances built on bad faith, I propose a compromise. Cecilia stated as she interlaced her fingers, looking for all intents and purposes like a merchant about to deliver their best pitch. We will not punish the vampires because they are useful in case you ever decide to attack us. Cecilia began, and I saw Uriel narrow her eyes in response. Ariel glanced at her mother in uncertainty, and Sylvana just gave an amused smirk. But right now, as it stands, you can't do anything about it. If you could, we wouldn't be having this conversation. If we do as you say, the moment you settle the problems in the north and in Devonia, you will turn your sword to us purely on the grounds that my friend here is a monster. So here is what I propose, a win-win scenario. We will continue to build up our own power. The Mugumans and the Naga have gotten in contact with us, and I am inclined to accept any favorable alliance. Cecilia stated bluntly, telling the angels to their face that she was perfectly willing to add more of heaven's enemies to her own deck. But it will come with a stipulation: none of them will be allowed to antagonize you or your allies. If the talks succeed, I can make it so that the Naga no longer raid Devonian waters and the Mugumans will leave the merchant princes alone. My end goal is to create a 3-power system in the 3 worlds. You, being heaven, will have control over the north and Devonia. The demons can continue their ceaseless squabbling in hell. Here in Terra, the Averlanian Empire will be its own power, independent of both heaven and hell. We will maintain the balance of power in the interests of peace. The rights of your worshippers will remain safe, and they will be free to give you prayers. If there is a shortfall of prayers for whatever reason, we will provide a compensatory amount, but it is not the full amount. I will not be responsible for your inability to maintain the faith of your own followers. We are not even attempting to lead them away from you, they are leaving of their own volition. If you so wish, I will even allow Seraphim to live in my empire and work with the Church of Order to rekindle the faith. But they will not be permitted to enforce their faith on anyone. Cecilia finished, and there was a silence. I could practically see the gears turning in Uriel's head, and judging by her vital signs, it seemed this was a decent deal in her mind. I mean, it honestly is. They couldn't exactly do anything to us without risking losing everything. Plus, they have no idea that the Mihaela was on our side and that I have intentions to ally with the syndicate behind their backs. Then there was that demon who was calling himself my friend down under. The demons have spent more time fighting each other than everyone else combined. They even fight each other while they are fighting someone else. So technically I don't have to ally with all of the demons, even getting along with one of the rings of hell would be useful. The pride, greed and lust rings are suitable since I could tempt them with false promises. My, that is the most honest proposition I have ever heard. Sylvana said with a laugh. I don't like wasting time. Cecilia stated with a small smile. Which begs the question. Sylvana said as she widened her smile. There is no such thing as a truly honest proposition, so if it seems honest. What are you hiding from us? Sylvana asked as she took a step forward. What great secret are you keeping? Sylvana asked as she narrowed her eyes eagerly. This girl was giving me some serious crazy woman vibes. Well, I guess it comes part and parcel with being an ancient. The old world was crazy, so you gotta be crazy to survive. Oh, I like you, I said with a smile as I stared at Sylvana. And what do you like about me? Sylvana asked as she raised a brow. Conversation is so much easier when we skip the bad theater, I said with a laugh. So what's it going to be, Archangel Uriel? That's our offer laced with poison, so how about you go up to heaven and discuss how to give me an acceptance offer that is also laced with poison? I said with a laugh. In response, Uriel just sighed as she gave Sylvana a weary look. Yes, I suppose that is what this has come to. I shall consult on what variety of poison we wish to use. Uriel replied wearily. See you soon, I said with laugh. Uriel sighed as she sat down in her chair as she looked up at the ceiling. By the divine, she hated Sylvana. Yes, all of this is a game, but if you wanted to build a better world you had to at least try to reject the cruelty of the old. Sylvana always unnerved her. She never really gave off the feeling that she was committed to making a better world, or even to maintain the peace and prosperity of the Seraphim. In fact, she seemed more interested in her little projects and objects of interest. When Uriel first joined the council, Sylvana barely even attended the council meetings. She just sent one of her servants to take notes. Uriel remembers her attending 4 meetings in 50 years, and she only attended those meetings because of Raffles' incessant nagging. It was only after the council passed a rule that all members must attend did she finally start showing up. But in Uriel's opinion, that motion was a giant waste of time, since all that did was create the situation of Sylvana blankly sitting at her seat and not contributing anything. It was plainly obvious she didn't want to be on the council, and she would much rather just do her own thing. Which begged the question in Uriel's mind. Why didn't she just resign from her post? It was almost as if something was keeping her there. There were some rumors that Sylvana was a spy from the 7 virtues that lived in the Celestial Palace. However, the 7 virtues need only ask, and every member of the council would be duty-bound to tell them everything. Plus, the divine Virut served the Dominion and acted as its voice. The Dominion was the source of all Seraphim power, so rebellion and betrayal was impossible. Thus there was little to no reason for Sylvana to be placed here by force. Which to Uriel begs the question. Why was she here? Moreover, what just happened down there before the great beast? That was the chattiest she had ever seen Sylvana. Emotion was a rare thing for Sylvana. For her to smile as wide as she did at the great beast, that had simply never happened before. To Uriel, that looked like the smile of someone who had just laid eyes on something that they missed so very much. What is it she missed so much? Uriel muttered to no one in particular as she gazed at the ceiling of her office. Sylvana was old, very old. Easily the oldest on the council. Could it be she was never that on board with the vision the council had of the world? Could it be that she craved the chaos of the old world? The ceaseless wars, bloodshed for bloodshed's sake? Uriel sighed again as she sat back up and looked down at the fine parchment before her. Well, there was no point racking her brain about it now. She was getting nowhere. She might as well get this draft proposal ready. There was another council meeting tomorrow. Uriel glanced at the magical clock that showed the time, and she let out another weary sigh as she dipped her pen into the ink vial before muttered to herself. No sleep again, it seems. Chapter 168, Unintelligent Conversation. Uriel ground her teeth at the incessant arguing happening before her. They have been talking for hours non-stop. Uriel herself has gone through 2 pitchers of water just from all the debate. What was the debate about? If it wasn't obvious enough, the long-winded debate was about the great beast. Uriel could feel the unease permeating the room. The feeling was familiar. It was the oppressive feeling of creeping danger. Like a dark shadow cast across the glittering marble. They say evil grows in shadows, and from how heated the argument was, there was some truth in that statement. So you think is a good idea? Gabriella demanded, her face twisted in frustration. We just hand our own leash to an ancient creation of the Eternal Mother. She was the most twisted of the old gods. She melted our kin down to sludge and reformed it in her own dark image. Gabriella said. And what would you propose? We go to war. To fight him now would damn us. Mihail countered. Though her husband was arguably the most prone to violence, he was also a capable tactician. He would not be caught making a terrible strategic decision. He knew taking a hardline stance and saber-rattling would not be a good idea. There was a saying as old as time, try not the temper of the ancients. At the moment the great beast expressed displeasure, Uriel felt every danger sense in her mind go off. Whatever the great beast was, he was very dangerous. He probably carried a piece of the old gods within himself. He might be a true heir of the firstborn. Unlike herself and those from the wretched syndicate, his power was not an accident. It didn't just manifest randomly within him. It was put into him with a level of precision only an old god could do. We do not have a choice, our only option is to end the war in the north quickly. Mihail said. We should also invest more resources into having a greater presence in Terra. Cassia said. Agreed, the great beast offered our people safety within their borders. We should use it to increase our presence within the Averlanian Empire. Uriel said. Helps us keep an eye on what's happening within as well. Raphael stated, and there were murmurs of approval. But the devotees are still a problem. The great beast and the empress could always expend the means to lower the amount of faithful within their empire. Magically influenced agitators can be implanted in the population to steer the faithful away from the faith. Gabriella stated, and again there were murmurs of approval. There is a loophole, however. Sylvana said suddenly, her voice as usual, catching everyone by surprise. The Empress said our representatives will not be able to enforce our faith on anyone. So her political angle is that there is a freedom of faith. This means we can be quite public on our agreement to his philosophy, at least within the Averlanian Empire. But if we were to say discover a magically controlled agitator, we can spin it around and say that these new cults are brainwashing the good citizens of the Empire. With the Empress's own words binding her, we can tie her hands and volunteer ourselves to hunt down those who would poison the minds of the good citizens. Sylvana said as a malicious smile crossed her lips. That could certainly work. At the end of the day, there is no Averlanian Empire without its people, as the old gods used to say. Tribute does not flow from a dead race. Raphael said with a nod. Yes, if the Averlanian Empire wishes to use its own people as hostages, perhaps we could do the same. Mihail said. But these accusations must be truthful. If we forge them, the great beast might have a way to turn it around to bite us. Uriel said to more murmurs of approval. Then what of the vampires? The great beast has already said he is willing to pursue alliances with the Naga and Mugumans. How long before he is rubbing shoulders with the Orcal of the Oceans, Serchix? Mihail pressed as he tapped his finger impatiently on the desk before him. Assuming he isn't already doing so. Gabriella added with a sigh. Exactly. Mihail said. We have been arguing about this for hours. Uriel said with a sigh. I agree with Uriel, this going nowhere. Raphael said with a nod. Bottom line is we can't do anything about this at this time. We need to see what the great beast does. Like it or not, he has the initiative. Raphael added grimly. Agreed, with the war in the north dragging on, we don't have the resources to handle the Averlanian Empire. We need more troops. I suggest we call a general mobilization. We are currently still fielding only the professional forces. I vote to initiate conscription. At our current state, we are only utilizing 1.5% of our population. Mihail stated. With a general mobilization, we can increase our combat troops too. Mihail began, but Uriel swiftly cut him off. 15% and we can raise it to 20% with a full mobilization, but we no longer have the processes in place to facilitate it. We would be sending in undertrained soldiers to their deaths. Many of which would be cherubim. The cherubim guard are undertrained and underequipped. I have made my opinion on this matter known repeatedly. It seems my fears have come true. Uriel said curtly as she referenced how the cherubim's lack of training and equipment would damn them if they were ever to be fielded in war. The cherubim were usually flightless, so the Serpahim had no idea how to properly utilize them in war. Then what would you suggest? Gabriella asked. I suggest we do a partial mobilization, calling up only Seraphim reservists. While this is happening, we train the cherubim more extensively and manufacture more equipment. We also conscript some of the civilian Seraphim and begin their training. Uriel said. That would only yield about 5% of our population as soldiers in the next 6 months. Raphael stated. We could instead deploy the cherubim guard in Devonia with some Seraphim reserves to help calm the demon problem. It would put them in minimal danger while also give them some experience. The cherubim are useless in offensive roles, so garrison duty and other rear echelon posts would be what they would be doing anyway. Mihail stated. Sound reasonable. Raphael said. We should at least train them for the role more vigorously before we send them to Devonia. There are demons there. Uriel argued. The demons have a limited presence in Devonia, outright confrontation is unlikely. But we can put them on rotation so they can be trained and guard Devonia at the same time. Mihail argued back and the rest of the council murmured in agreement. Seeing that she had lost the vote, Uriel sighed and nodded in resignation. She could only pray the demon presence in Devonia was not as bad as she feared. Now on to the next agenda. I looked down at the creature below me and gave it a slight poke. The creature's fat body jiggled as it struggled to stay on its feet. It looked like this odd beetle with an extremely swollen abdomen. This was my new nutrient paste dispenser. There wasn't as much food as I would prefer in the Empire, and some parts of the Empire were still going hungry. Considering the means I have at my disposal, having parts of the population going hungry seemed stupid. Elysia was doing fine, it was some parts of Volaria and Zarima that were having trouble. But I guess that makes sense to a certain extent. Elysia was the core territory, so it was natural that it would get first dibs on most things. What I needed to do now was to convert a large patch of the desert into a farm. Sand wasn't the best place to grow crops, so I just planned to turn a large patch of sand into arable land. I was going to start dumping this paste across the desert to slowly make some arable land. Combine this with druidic magic and I can very easily create patches of land that can grow crops. It turned out that me and Cecilia made a slight mistake in our planning. Elysia was extremely fertile, so the original plan was for Elysia to be the breadbasket. But the thing was, when the Empire expanded, logistics became an issue. Food was sufficient across the Empire, but it wasn't plentiful just yet. No one was starving on my watch. There was absolutely no reason I should be wasting perfectly good servants because I couldn't get the food to them in time. 1 kilogram of wheat in Elysia is just 15 copper coins, but at Zarima it was going for almost 1 silver coin. The supply-demand was horribly mismatched at this time. So for now I just needed to get the basic foodstuffs up to scratch in Zarima. Plus it can also be seen as a favor to Mihaila. She certainly seemed a little bit grateful when I suggested it. Hello, great beast. I heard Mihaila say from behind me. Speak of the devil and he shall answer. Or she in this case. Yo, what are you doing here? I thought you had this meeting or something. I replied as I poked the fat beetle again. Just wanted to check in. Mihaila said nonchalantly as she looked over at the jiggling fat beetle. It was quite large, about the size of a wagon, and it looked like it could barely keep itself up. Well, it couldn't keep itself up because I was just messing with the nutrient mix and production efficiency. I didn't do anything to make sure it could move on its own just yet. No point wasting effort on that, because if I'm not happy with the mix I just throw it back into the digestive vat. That's quite ugly. Mihaila remarked. I can make it cute and fuzzy if you want. I replied dryly. If you make it white, it's just going to look like a cloud. Mihaila replied. A cloud that's vomiting goo everywhere. Not sure if that makes it better or worse for you humanoids. I remarked as I ordered the creature to vomit a bunch of the paste into a special mouth that could measure its effectiveness as a soil fertility enhancer. Worse definitely. What about you? Mihaila asked as she watched the creature continue to vomit. Between a vomiting bug and a vomiting fuzzy cloud, I'll take the cloud. I replied with a chuckle. May I ask why? Mihaila asked as she raised a brow. Because you humanoids find it weird, so it's funny. I replied with a cheeky chuckle that shook the room slightly. Thanks by the way for doing this, Mihaila said after a brief pause. You know I'm doing this because I want all of your precious lizards well fed as soldiers, right? I replied nonchalantly. Well, that is more or less what half the point of why having a well-fed population is useful. Mahila mused and I paused for a moment. True. I admitted before resuming my work. You ancients are really strange, honestly I was. I began but Mahila just finished the sentence. Trying to get a reaction out of me. Mahila asked with a light laugh as she crossed her arms. Yeah, if I said this up there we would have a panic on our hands. I said as I poked the creature again, causing it to jiggle. Well, their lives are too short. The younger lived races tend to be more obsessed with their mortality. Life can grow quite stale at a certain point. Mahila said and I could sense her watching me as I poked the creature again. Why are you doing that? Mahila asked. I like it, it looks funny. I said as I poked it again, causing the body to jiggle like jello. Stop bothering it. Mahila said with a sigh. What, it likes it? I replied as I turned to look at her. It's a hive creature and you're a hive leader. It likes everything you do to it. Mahila stated bluntly. Yeah? Your point? I replied with a grin. Forget it. Mahila said with a sigh. Right as she said it I sensed Cecilia enter the testing chamber. Mahila, what are you doing here? I thought you were in Zarama. Cecilia asked in surprise. Just checking in on the nutrient beetle project. Hopefully we can get this up and running soon. There's no real rush since the desert doesn't really have seasons, but the faster this gets done the better. Mahila replied. And how is it going? Cecilia asked as she walked over and looked over at the bloated beetle. Pretty well. I said as I poked the creature again. Why are you doing that? Cecilia asked out of curiosity. I like it, it's funny. I replied and Cecilia calmly nodded in understanding. I see. Cecilia replied and instantly dropped the question. I looked over at Mahila and she just rolled her eyes. See, no weird questions. I said and Mahila just shook her head in exasperation. You two have spent too long in each other's company. Mahila said as she pinched the bridge of her nose. You will get used to it after a time. Cecilia said calmly and Mahila gave her a withering look. Part of me wishes I would because it would make the migraines go away, but on the other hand getting used to this type of things is a tragic state of affairs. Mahila said with a sigh. So why are you here? I asked as I looked over at Cecilia. A cult leader wants to see you. I believe it was the prisoner you let into your mind. Chapter 169, Faith of Unity. Novice stood calmly at the door of the throne room. He wore a set of pure white robes that was devoid of any embroidery or motifs. It was like he was covered from head to toe in a simple white cloth. The robe had a hood and the hood also had this veil that covered his face. It was the garb that he had chosen to represent his new faith. Novice used to be a captain in the Trallis army until he was captured by the Great Beast. He had entered his mind and seen the power that the Great Beast held. In his mind the Great Beast could be nothing but divine. He looked around and saw his followers. This whole thing began on the eve of the war in Zarama. Many were frightened and afraid. Novice remembers wives and children tearfully hugging their husbands and fathers as they got ready to leave to fight the forces of the dead. Though the Empire's military has never been stronger, the fact remained that they were facing the horrors of Necronas, the land of the dead. The hives were considered forgotten horrors, creatures that lived in the past. Even the few that remained in Zarama were considered the withered remnants of the old world. Things that were just barely clinging to existence. So when a full-fledged hive of the old world emerged, it was met with more shock than terror. There simply wasn't that much folklore around the hives of old. The vampires and the dark art of necromancy, on the other hand, were far more present in the minds of the common folk. Novice had known that the Seraphim could not and would not protect them, but the hive on the other hand could and would. He remembers one husband telling his wife that the divine will protect him and his. Wife just shot back tearfully that the Seraphim haven't done anything in the past 1,000 years, so why would they care now? So Novice approached them and started speaking to them. He told of how the hive would protect them, how the wise empress and the ancient great beast were well prepared for the war. The war with Trallis was proof enough. The Elysians barely took any casualties as they brought the entire region to heel. That yes, the meager strength of mortal men would struggle against the denizens of Necronas. However, against the might of an ancient hive and the power of phoenixes, The dead would be cut down like wheat. This seemed to make the wife seem calmer, as having something that was based on plausible reality was better than some vague hope. This was what the hive was, reality. The seraphim was nothing but a vague hope. At first, Novice just started preaching in the hopes of making everyone understand that they didn't have to blindly cling to just the seraphim. They could also put their faith in the Empress and the Great Beast. After all, they have done an admirable job preserving and improving the empire. The state officials have said it was in the Empress's plan to eliminate hunger in the next few years and for a bottle of wine to be on every table. These were obviously not empty words, since at least in Elysia and Volaria, food prices have plunged to but a fraction of their past prices. Meanwhile, income has risen all across the empire. Schools were filled, healthcare was readily available, and many were on track to building a better future. Of the people he knew of, at least a dozen children were selected for magical education. In the past, the only people who had a real chance of being a mage were the rich, since the price of a magical education was astronomical. But now things were different. As long as you had the ability and the drive, the state would provide. Peasant children were now learning the intricacies of the arcane arts, and their parents didn't have to fork out a single coin. Novice had no doubts he was witnessing the start of a golden age. So he spoke and preached, but to his surprise, he wasn't the only one who had the same thoughts as him. Many of those who approached him and joined him were those who were disenchanted with the seraphim. So slowly, a group of like-minded individuals became a new faith. Thus was born the faith of unity. Modeled after the traits of the hive, the members would swear to be of one mind, to serve the greater good of the lands they live in. They would shed their material needs and wants to live as servants of the greater good. So, their robes were pure white to symbolize purity and simplicity. The veil over their faces was an imitation of the great beast's lack of eyes, and to symbolize that their identities do not matter, only their actions. Right now he was waiting with 4 of the most trusted members of his faith. They were about to meet the Empress to discuss the formal creation of their faith. He was sure he would receive pushback from the Church of Order, whose doctrine bans all other faiths. But the faith of unity has no quarrel with the Church of Order. Novice was confident that the Empress and the Great Beast would see reason and allow peaceful coexistence. Novice took a deep breath as he saw the immense golden doors swing open. As it did, his eyes traveled to along the door. The most striking feature was this plaque made of bone that was made in the image of the Great Beast's domed head and gaping maw. This piece of bone wasn't carved, it was grown to exact dimensions as an ornament. From what he knew of how hard the hides of the hive creatures were, chances are the Great Beast had to build in holes for it to be fixed to the door. Proof of the Great Beast's power can be found everywhere, you just need to pay attention. When the doors fully swung open, Novice saw the Empress and the Great Beast waiting at the end of the throne room. However, he also saw High Mother Justina standing at the foot of the throne along with Grand General Montes. The presence of the other two caught him slightly off guard, especially considering Grand General Montes used to be his commander in the Trallis army. Novice took a deep breath before he stepped forward and began approaching the throne. As he scanned the room, he saw a look of amusement on the Empress's face, and the Great Beast had a similar smile. It was almost unnerving how similar the expressions were on the two of them. As for Mother Justina, it looks like she was nursing and migraine. General Montes, on the other hand, had his usual stern expression on his face. When Novice reached the throne, he made to kneel, but the Empress's voice rang out. "No need to kneel or anything else. Mother Justina and General Montes are busy people. Say your piece," the Empress said from her seat upon the throne. In response, the Great Beast let out a low grumbling chuckle that rattled Novice's ribcage. "Your Grace, we come to you today to seek formal recognition of our religion. The faith of unity," Novice said. "Sounds simple enough, a few questions first. Does your faith plan to incite violence against the Church of Order?" the Empress asked, and Novice shook his head. "Does your faith seek to weaken the Church of Order?" the Empress asked. "No. We specifically put our days of worship on a different day of the week from the Church of Order so that our converts may still attend to their faith within the Church of Order," Novice said calmly. "Does your faith seek to limit the freedoms of any group of people?" the Empress asked, and Novice shook his head again. "Does your faith seek to disrupt the functioning of the state, and do you concede that your faith is beholden to the laws of the land and my royal mandate?" the Empress asked. "Of course, Your Grace," Novice said with a bow. "Very well, I see no problems on my end. What about you, friend? The Empress asked as she turned to the great beast. Well, he isn't lying, you leave anything out? Any uncomfortable truths or any desire to play with any technicalities? The great beast asked in his usual low guttural voice that rattled Navis's bones. No, Navis replied, and the great beast nodded as he laid back down onto his cushion. Excellent, what about you, Montes? The Empress asked. No issues on my end, if his answers satisfy you and the great beast I have no complaints. General Montes replied calmly. Now then, Justina, I believe this will be a problem. The Empress asked as she lazily laid back against the throne. Yes, the doctrine of the Church of Order preaches against the tolerance of other faiths. Other allegiances can cause the spread of chaos. Those without the divine sanction of the Church of Order may be led astray. Mother Justina said. But their faith has no intention of pulling the current faithful away. Montes said calmly. They are still teaching a different doctrine. Justina countered. From the report sent in, what I see of their doctrine doesn't seem to contradict anything you say. It just lifts some restrictions. Like the tolerance of monsters, which we are already doing now. The tolerance of other faiths would naturally be necessary given the current situation. The main thing that would seem to be a major issue was that it does not demand worship of the seraphim. Montes stated. General Montes makes a good point, Justina. Your doctrine preaches to destroy the monstrous, and yet here we are. Our empire is more secure and prosperous than ever thanks to the very monsters. Your doctrine vilifies. The Empress said. Can't have your cake and eat it too. The great beast added with a laugh. We tolerate the existence of the monstrous, but we do not condone it, Justina said. A convenient technicality. The reason why you can do this is because we haven't pressed you for an answer. The great beast said with a laugh. If we asked for a concrete answer, all of you would be exiled to Devonia. The great beast said with a laugh. Are you going to ask for an answer? Justina asked, her demeanor unfazed by the veiled threat. Of course not. Why ask for trouble when it can be avoided? When you ask for trouble, do not be surprised when it finds you. The great beast replied with another laugh, his veiled threat all too clear to those listening. It seems to me that a live and let live attitude would serve you the best. From what I hear, the faith of unity has a decent following. Some of the peasants are already praying to my friend here for luck even without an organized faith. Wouldn't it be better to permit this? Better to have a threat you know than one you don't know. The Empress stated bluntly. The only reason you would feel it's a threat is because it gives the Church of Order competition. The great beast said with another laugh. In my opinion, the risk of competition is minor. The faith of unity is more focused on teaching rather than worship. It seems perfectly compatible with the Church of Order as far as coexistence goes. Besides, the Church of Order still holds a monopoly on healing magic. So no matter what, the people are dependent on the Church. Montes said, and Justina sighed. Then we must wait for the Seraphim's reply. I cannot make this decision alone. Justina replied wearily. They should be getting back to us any day now. In the end, if they don't agree, I'm not about to go to war over this new faith. The great beast replied lazily. The worship of humans does not interest me. The great beast added as he did a lazy stretch before leaning over backwards and resting the top of his head on the floor. In the back of Navis's mind, he couldn't help but notice that this reminded him vaguely of a cat. I was not informed that the divine has visited again. Justina stated, her voice betraying slight offense. The visit was on rather short notice. You were away from the capital at the time. The Empress replied with a casual wave of her hand. They came and left using illusion magic, which was why no one knew they were coming. Cecilia here realized they probably wanted to keep a low profile, so she made sure everyone who knew about it kept their mouths shut. The great beast said. I see. Justina said stiffly. Mother Justina, remember your responsibilities lie with the people, leave the matters of the state to me. The Empress said, her tone laced with the faintest bit of ice. As Navis looked on, he noticed her eyes seemed to be slightly glowing with magical power. My empire is built for the people, but make no mistake, we have many enemies beyond our borders. The Seraphim are no exception. They may be cooperative for now, but there may come a day when we may be at each other's throat. Cecilia said as her fingers crackled with arcane power, reminding the court she wasn't just a pretty face. The Empress was also the most powerful mage in the empire. Navis remembers the stories that started circulating after the Empress made a visit to the Mage Academy. The rumors said she beat the entire Elder Circle of Archmages by herself. They say she dismantled spells hurled at her with nothing but a wave of her hands. From what she heard, the fight wasn't even close. The Empress was using ancient magics that were lost to time. She was using the magic of the angels and the demons she called forth dark shadows and blazing gold fire. What's more, all her magic sprang forth without her even uttering a word. Her skill was so great she bypassed any and all incantations. Her spells came out with such speed that the archmages were overwhelmed in short order. Later, when she was asked on where she learned such spells and techniques, her simple answer was that the great beast was an excellent teacher. Novice didn't know much about magic. However, what he did know was that the branch of magic that allowed one to shape and mold flesh like a sculptor did marble was beyond what humans could do. It was also a basic requirement for any creature to command a hive. This knowledge was not publicly known until recently. From what Novice knew, this information came to light after the great beast gifted some ancient tomes to the Istland Academy. The very same type of tomes that were confiscated by the Seraphim all those millennia ago. He has also heard the Church of Order was less than pleased by this development. Novice didn't have many problems with the Church of Order. But one of the few issues he had with the Church was their intolerance of progress and what they would brand unnatural powers. It was clear that the Church of Order felt that the population was not ready to receive such powers. Novice accepted that there was some argument to be had. Many of the older branches of magic often tapped into the darker powers such as blood magic, necromancy, and soul magic. These types of magic have the ability to cause great harm, but on the flip side, they also have the capacity to do great good. The most powerful healing magics were based on blood magic. Necromancy was not only able to raise the dead, it was able to delay the end almost indefinitely and buy time for treatment. Soul magic allowed for fantastical enchantments such as creating intelligent weapons that could fight in tandem with their wielders or even create intelligent magical constructs that could help society. The civilizations of old used all of these abilities, and as a result, their cities looked nothing like the ones today. Even now, Novice could see the imperial capsule slowly creeping towards this ideal where every stone was enchanted. There were stories where magical domes were erected around cities, effectively creating an eternal spring around a city. The children born in those cities will never know the cruel bite of winter unless they leave the city. The potential was immense, yet the Church of Order was fearfully advocating holding back on them. All because of some vague fear of abuse. Yet with the great beast and the Empress, Novice doubted that anyone could really abuse it in any meaningful manner. There would probably be isolated incidents, but the old world was filled with horrors like plague, famine, and war. Was it better to wallow in misery for fear of a better world? No, Novice did not agree. That was the crux of his faith. They would further this civilization and advocate for a brighter future. They do not preach servitude, they preach progress. Unity in the service of the greater good. With strength comes prosperity. That was how the great beast was able to raise the empire from a civilization mired by corruption and slums into a shining example of civilization. With all this in mind, Novice made his final point. We hold no quarrel with the Church of Order. Novice began. We look to the great beast and his hive as an example. We will rise above our failings together. Unity in the face of chaos. Unity for the greater good. Chapter 170, The Grand Ball. Mahila sighed as she walked through the palace on her way to a dinner party. The angels decided to go with the great beast's proposal, which was surprising in its way. But the catch was there were now angels walking Elysia as observers. This was unnerving to Mahila to say the least, especially considering she was disguised. She had shed her human disguise and was now masquerading as a pink-scaled lizardkin. She had reduced the luster of her scales and silver eyes to disguise herself further. Fortunately for her, pink scales and silver eyes were only slightly uncommon. What was uncommon was how bright her natural colors were. As for her arms and armor, she had switched to a longsword fencing style which was common among Zaramans. In an official capacity, she was Michaela, a seasoned hive beast hunter from northern Zarama who was brought in as a senior advisor for her expertise. As she walked, she saw a familiar face. It was Ariel, the daughter of Uriel. Mahila always liked her. She was a sweet and willful girl. Over the past few months, Mahila has been trying to get on good terms with her. It was standard espionage stuff, but considering that Mahila knew Ariel personally in the past, it was quite easy to get on her good side. Of course, Ariel had no idea she was speaking to the apprentice of the blade. Mahila herself was highly adept in illusion magic. She was able to mask herself so well that no one would be able to tell who she was. Well, almost anyone. Once when she was walking around the palace in a new disguise, the great beast just so happened to move past. He just took one look at her and asked if she had some upcoming plans that needed a new disguise. Not that surprising all things considered, but still the casual manner in which the firstborn can dismantle centuries of study and practice never stopped being unnerving. It was a constant reminder that the firstborn were where all things stemmed from. Everything that anyone or anything took pride in was borrowed power. "Hello," Ariel said as her face lit up slightly when she saw Mahila. Mahila let a false smile cross her lips as she approached, her body language implying that she was happy to see her. "Hello, Ariel. Sorry that I didn't check in with you the past week. I've been quite busy," Mahila replied, telling no lies but also telling no truths. With lie detection magic in existence, words must be chosen carefully. "Don't worry about it. I must say this nation is strange," Ariel muttered. "How so?" Mahila asked. "They seem so unbothered by the hive. I am sure you must feel unnerved as well given your past profession," Ariel said, and Mahila nodded in agreement. "Yes, it is strange, but I will say I would rather not fight this hive. Besides, I only took that job to protect the innocent border villages. Hive raids often leave entire villages decimated," Mahila said, and Ariel nodded in sympathy. "I suppose you are right about that," Ariel said as she shifted her gaze to the white creatures guarding the doors. Their blades were made of bone, and Mahila could spot foci weapons strapped to their sides. "An ancient hive is nothing to scoff at. I read the old accounts of them, it reads like a madman's ravings," Ariel muttered as she shook her head. "Well then, let's not try the temper of the ancients, shall we?" Mahila replied with a light chuckle. "Hopefully it won't come to that," Ariel said as she turned and began walking into the banquet hall. Mahila followed after her and soon they both arrived in the hall. Today was a celebration of the empire and all who have contributed to it. There were the usual cast of nobles, the upper echelons of the church, leaders of powerful institutions and outstanding individuals. But when the Empress said all who have contributed, she really meant all who have contributed. This was a special banquet hall on the ground floor so that it could be connected to tunnels. It was also a completely separate building to allow things to fly in. The ceiling was 10 stories tall, going up to over 30 meters. A feat of engineering only possible using enchanted materials and gravity magic. As Mahila scanned the room, she saw Nafas towering over the humans as she spoke to Legiona and Azatharin. The three of them were standing in the middle of the banquet as all the humans gave them wary looks. They even had a special table with oversized food next to them. She shifted her gaze to the side and saw the group of merchants talking to the vampires. The vampires were wealthy thanks to millennia of plunder and their long lives, so it wasn't surprising the merchants would be interested in them. Naturally, the church was giving them disapproving looks. In another area of the banquet, a small group of bestiarians were crowding around a blue fire phoenix as they furiously took notes. Judging by the bored look in the phoenix's eye, it was clear she did not want to be there. Mahila also spotted a group of mages conversing with some Blood Knight signifiers. No doubt they were discussing some interesting magical applications. It's not every day a mage gets to pick the mind of a few thousand-year-old dark mages. On Ariel's part, Mahila noticed that she was giving some of the attendees dark looks. Well, to be fair, she was young, at least for an angel. She never saw the old world and she was basically reborn into the era of Heaven's Order. The neat pretty facade was all she ever knew, so she had no idea what the old world looked like. However, to be fair, a scene like this was also not found in the old world. Ariel fails to appreciate how rare and precious a scene like this was. In the old world, this was impossible. The races were almost always at each other's throats. The dwarves and elves still hated each other so many years on. The dwarves even called the elves knife ears, partly because of the shape of their ears and partly because they felt the elves were treacherous enough to stab them in the back at every opportunity. Although on that point, there were no elves here, so at least the dwarves in attendance didn't have to deal with that particular problem. This was a scene of peace where creatures who once despised each other could stand in each other's presence and not try to kill each other. In the distant past, the firstborn would occasionally create situations like these, but those eventually ended up as death matches for their entertainment. Mahila followed Ariel as they both headed towards Cecilia and the Great Beast. Mahila watched as Cecilia spotted them and gave them a smile in greeting. "Ah, Ariel, so kind of you to join us," Cecilia said, and Ariel gave her a stiff smile. "I hope the food is to your liking." I am unsure of what cuisine is common in high heaven, but I hope you find the food is satisfactory. Cecilia said with a light chuckle. It appears to be quite the spread, your grace. Ariel replied stiffly, clearly still not fully comfortable with the rigors of politics. Ah, then you must send one of your chefs down. I am sure my chefs would love to learn from them. They do say understanding is the root of cooperation. Cecilia said with a light chuckle. You make any good wine? The great beast asked suddenly as he loomed over Ariel. She took a tentative step back at the sudden interruption. I really like wine, and I hear you angels make some great wine. The great beast said as it loomed closer. He really likes wine. Cecilia said from the side. I am sure we can arrange something. Ariel said in a voice that sounded a tad smaller than before. Oh, that's great, I even made a law to make sure that the wine remains good. The great beast said, and with those words, Mihaela furrowed her brows. She didn't remember a law like that. She made sure to thoroughly read every piece of imperial policy. Cecilia on her part also looked confused at that statement. What law, friend? Perhaps you could propose it to me later. Cecilia said. Oh, it's already implemented, it's the cultural preservation decree. The great beast said, and that threw both Mihaela and Cecilia for a loop. How does that decree preserve wine? Cecilia asked. Oh, it's simple. By maintaining the food culture and ensuring some version of the original style of food is preserved, I can also preserve the palates of people. The great beast said, and Mihaela felt that familiar throbbing headache start to appear. The Cultural Preservation Decree was a legal policy that mandated certain zones of the 3 regional capitals of Elysia, Bullaria and Zarima to have cultural zones that are protected. It was to ensure that with all the cultures now mixing, the unique identities of each region won't be lost. This was to prevent a sense of uniformity which would stifle innovation, since each culture provides unique perspectives. One of the clauses covers food, which, now that Mihaela thinks about it, covers wine as well. Where there will be licensed retailers who can produce the so-called authentic quality food and drinks. So by passing this law, the great beast can now effectively create special entities that are focused on producing high-quality wine while at the same time allowing for new types of wine to be developed. Ah! Clever. Cecilia mused as she cupped her chin. Tell me, friend, when you proposed this law, did you add this in later, or was this intent the whole reason you came up with everything else? Cecilia asked, although her expression betrayed the fact that she knew the answer to that. Oh, I just wanted quality wine. Notice how I also tacked on protections for fruit. The great beast said. Because you like fruit wine? Cecilia replied with a nod of understanding. Exactly. The great beast said with a laugh. Well, it is a good policy. Cecilia mused as she took a sip of wine. I know, right? Who doesn't like wine? The great beast replied. Mihaela felt her migraine worsen. Cecilia wasn't talking about the wine, she was talking about everything else. Well, that is true, we do have very good wine. Cecilia remarked, and Mihaela felt the vein in her temple twitch. This nonsensical conversation carried on for a while, but Mihaela wasn't stupid. This little display wasn't without reason. It was an intimidation tactic. Anyone who overheard this nonsensical conversation would come to one of 2 conclusions. The first being that the pair of them were fools. However, seeing as how they both managed to bring the angels down to negotiate on equal terms, only a bigger fool would think that. The other conclusion was that the 2 of them were so comfortable with each other and so confident about their position that they could chat nonsense in the middle of an event like this. The best part about this whole thing was that this wasn't even an act. The 2 of them genuinely did spend most of their time talking to each other like this. The way they spoke, it was almost like code, a trivial conversation that was laced with insightful exchanges. Just that exchange from before showed not only that the great beast could produce something so comprehensive for such a mundane reason, but it also showed that the Empress wasn't even surprised that it happened. Mihaela could only pick up such things because she had spent almost a year with them. It was ingenious code that could be spoken as if it were normal conversation in full view of everyone. After they were done with their conversation, Mihaela moved on to mingle. Eventually, she found Ariel speaking with General Montes. The 2 seemed to be having a rather dangerous conversation. So you came up with ways to fight the hive? Ariel stated. I attempted to, as did almost every military leader in this room. From the brightest to the dullest minds, we all came to the same conclusion in the end. Montes replied matter-of-factly. That you had no chance. Ariel clarified. Yes, Well, some come to the conclusion faster than others. Montes replied with a shrug. Really? Who? Ariel asked. The dwarves, they live underground. Montes replied bluntly. Ah, I see. Ariel replied stiffly. Mahila moved on and he saw Rosa speaking with a merchant and they were having a rather interesting conversation as well. How do you like the food here, Lady Maledicta? I am not sure if vampires even eat the same types of food we do. The merchant said. Oh, we do. We eat it strictly for pleasure, it offers no sustenance, Rosa replied with an airy laugh as she waved her hand. Then what type of food do you enjoy, Lady Maledicta? The merchant asked curiously. I love a good ribeye steak, I like my steak rare. Dripping rare. Rosa said as a cruel and savage smile crossed her face revealing her long curved fangs. The merchant's face went as pale as a sheet of parchment as he took a step back. Suddenly all too aware he was speaking to one of the most powerful vampires alive. Oh come now, I don't bite much, Rosa said with another low chuckle as her tongue ran over her fangs. She was clearly just torturing the poor man, but honestly, what did you expect when you spoke to Rosa Maledicta? Her name literally means the rose curse. Mahila shook her head as she moved on. She turned to see Ortiz Derange speaking with the Lord Warden. What she observed was probably the most boring conversation she had ever heard. Doesn't that pauldron restrict movement? The Lord Warden asked as he pointed to the large armored pauldron on Ortius's right shoulder. To an extent, but Blood Knight formations are tight so they facilitate shield walls more effectively. In loose combat, the loss of flexibility is minimal since our combat style targets the chest primarily. Ortiz replied. Ah, I see, the vampire's largest weakness is their heart. The Lord Warden said with a nod. Well, yes, it is our largest weakness, but if you crush our heads we would still die. Decapitation would also work. We just need a small portion of our brain to stay connected for us to heal. Ortiz replied. Ah, so that's why the manuals strictly state to never aim for the head of a vampire with an arrow. The Lord Warden said. Yes, a simple arrow would be ineffective, an explosive one however, Ortiz said, and the Lord Warden nodded in understanding. Enchanted mithril arrows are expensive, so it would make sense why it was never suggested. Although that has changed recently. The Lord Warden mused as he crossed his arms, his voice trailed off as if he was lost in thought. Oh. I didn't see them being used during the battle. Ortiz said. No, production hasn't caught up yet. The Lord Warden replied with a nod. Yet? Ortiz asked with interest. The dwarves do good work. Since we are on the same side, I think I can put you in contact with some of the dwarves. The Empress has commanded that all aspects of the Empire work together. They will have to put aside all prejudices if they are to follow the royal decree. The Lord Warden replied with a shrug. The Empress has that much power over the minds of the people? Ortiz asked, his brows raised in surprise. More than you know. She may prefer to wear soft silk gloves, but make no mistake. This empire is run with an iron fist. The Lord Warden said, and Ortiz nodded in understanding. Mahila scanned the room and she couldn't help but agree. Cecilia liked to wear red silk gloves. That complemented her black and red dresses. But as she looked around the room and saw the multitude of races all offering their strengths and prowess to their Empress and the great beast, Mahila couldn't help but understand the fear of the angels. The angels don't even know that more was to come. The Naga and the Mugumans will be visiting the Empire soon. The visit was nonsense, considering that Serchix had already pledged her support to the great beast. The angels had no idea that Eastern Volaria was already in the great beast's pocket. What's more, Mahila just got a message from none other than Nemesis, the leader of the syndicate. It appears she wanted to talk. Most likely the syndicate was ready to throw their lot in with the great beast, seeing as he managed to get the angels to agree to tolerate the presence of vampires. If the syndicate joined, the world would be introduced to a completely new brand of chaos. But it wasn't just the syndicate that got in touch. Like the diverse attendees at this party, the faction that Mahila was now in was about to be far more interesting. As her master always said, when there is chaos, the demons are never far behind. Chapter 171, No Blood by the Hearth. Mahila took one last hop as she ascended the last 100 meters of the cliff, ending in front of a stone wall. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at the stone wall that covered the side of the mountain. She was deep within the Iron Hammer mountain range, precisely where she had been instructed to go. Reaching into her pocket, She retrieved a special Grahanum crown. With a flick, it began to vibrate and emit a low hum. She brought it closer to her ear, listening for the distinctive signal that would confirm she was in the right place. Sure enough, she could hear the exact tone that signaled her proximity to her destination. It was a clever invention her master and his old friends had devised, a modified Grahanum crown that transmitted messages through vibration and sound. Deciphering the code requires someone to teach you, no other way to figure it out. After receiving confirmation, she pocketed the coin and approached the stone wall. As she passed through the illusion, she felt the coin in her pocket heat up and vibrate intensely. The stone wall had concealed a cave entrance, and as Mahila moved deeper into the cave, she could sense the familiar cold seeping into her skin. Then, a soft voice rang in her ears, a unique hymn that marked the presence of the ever-dramatic Shadowborn. Pale is the prison I doom thee to dwell. Room for just one but two in the cell. Dusk is upon us, know that it has fell. Darkness is honest, are you to yourself? Then she paused as she waited for the prompt for the password. Soon enough, the voice came forth again. What is the dreamer's lie? All nightmares have an end. Mahila replied, and the cold faded away. Mahila sighed as she continued deeper into the cave. It didn't take long before she heard the crackling of a fire. Turning a corner, she saw it, a small, crackling fire burning for a group with perfect night vision and immunity to the cold. The fire was a tradition of the Shadowborn, though ironically, they despised light and fire. It consisted of enchanted wood with an enchanted sword impaled in the center, the source of the orange flames. There was a rule to this gathering: no bloodshed by the hearth. In Shadowborn tradition, all attendees were required to leave their weapons at the door. If anyone desired conflict, their best weapon was a scalding hot sword in the flame. If you crave blood, grasp the fire, Mahila thought, considering the saying that those who seek vengeance should dig two graves. One for themselves and one for their foe. It was ironic how the Shadowborn, despite their symbol of a burning flame, had fallen victim to petty vengeance. Their destinies were foretold within the very flames they despised. Around the fire stood a group of individuals Mahila hadn't seen in a long time. The Crowfather Fizeros, in his original form, stood with his arms crossed. He was a towering figure with a large, black-feathered body and 4 glowing red eyes. Next to him was the drowned Admiral Pufferia. Her hair was just a mass of matted black wool dripping with cursed sea water. Her goat-like features stared unblinkingly at the fire as she stood motionless. When Mahila approached, Pufferia turned her head, revealing the rotted skull that occupied the other half of her face. Within its rotted and maggot-filled eye socket glowed an ominous green magic eye. On the opposite side of the fire stood the black-cloaked Nemesis, her face hidden by a white bone mask. She stood as still as a statue, and when she noticed Pufferia, she too turned her head, revealing the twisted mask that bore an expression of madness. The last member of the gathering was someone Mahila had not expected to see, the Archdeacon Alistair with his goat-like head and flaming wings. But Mahila knew him by a different name. Wilver, Mahila said coldly as she approached, and Alistair flashed her his usual winning smile. Why the long face, little one? I remember all the fun we had, Alistair replied, extending his arms as if to embrace her. However, Nemesis intervened, grabbing the front of Alistair's suit. Stop, Nemesis said coldly, her white mask turned toward Alistair, emanating intense hatred. Come now, Nikki, no need to get nasty, Alistair teased, and Mahila sensed the magic radiating from Nemesis. Enough, no bloodshed by the hearth, Fizeros growled, and the two immediately backed off. In this confined space, a fight would favor Fizeros and Mahila, both of whom were skilled melee fighters. Fizeros had helped raise Mahila, making it obvious whose side she would take. We're here to discuss the great beast, Fizeros announced, calming the room. Then discuss, Pufferia scoffed, clearly disinterested. It's evident that we all want different things from the great beast, Nemesis pointed out, turning to face Fizeros. Yes, but I believe our interests can align, Fizeros responded calmly. How so? I want to see heaven burn, while you merely seek to decapitate their leadership. I won't stop at the Divine Council and the virtues. I'll make heaven burn hotter than hell itself, Nemesis declared coldly. I don't care what you do, I just want Devonia gone. If I get to burn the elves in the process, all the better, Pufferia added as she absent-mindedly tapped her exposed skull, from which writhing maggots emerged. I'm sure an attack on Devonia won't be an issue, but complete destruction might pose a problem, Mahila interjected. She knew the great beast well enough to understand that he wouldn't agree to total annihilation. It would simply be too wasteful in his view. Why? Why would the great beast care? Pufferia inquired. Tribute does not flow from a dead race, Mahila explained calmly, and Pufferia snorted in response. So after everything we've done, we end up right back where we started. With the firstborn pressing us into the ground, Pufferia grumbled. This one is different, Mihaila said, glancing at Nemesis. That's why you haven't approached him yet, is it? He's not bloodthirsty enough. He even spared an angel from you, though I suspect that whole incident was a show on your part. He's sharper than I anticipated. I never expected him to manipulate the angels so effectively, Nemesis admitted. Underestimating the firstborn is not a good strategy for survival, Alistair chimed in. With a mocking chuckle. Nor is hiding beneath a demon prince's boot, Nemesis retorted with a scoff. Ah, but you see, I'm playing the long game, Alistair replied with a grin. Oh, for fuck's sake, get to the point, Pufferia exclaimed, glaring at Alistair as she placed a hand on her saber. I'd much prefer the great beast to rule hell, Alistair said, and Pufferia withdrew her hand from her saber's handle. How do you plan to achieve that? Nemesis inquired. Simple, through war, Alistair replied, his grin widening. After all, you're already doing splendidly in the north. I couldn't resist adding a little extra chaos to Devonia. Still doesn't answer my question, Pufferia remarked dryly. With so much happening, I think the great beast could use a vacation in a more infernal climate, Alistair suggested, and Nemesis shot him a piercing look. You want to bring the great beast into hell? Are you mad? Nemesis protested. Why would he even go? Mihaila questioned, crossing her arms. The searing hells are on the brink of civil war, Alistair stated, though the expressions in the room indicated that everyone knew civil wars in the searing hells were commonplace. Not just any war, my liege, Asmodeus intends to make a bid for the title of primeval, Alistair revealed, capturing everyone's attention. A bid for the primeval meant the onset of a blood war, pitting all the rings of hell against each other. It would be absolute chaos, and blood wars typically spilled over into Terra. Demons spilling over into Terra. Mihaila mused. You want to send the great beast to hell under the pretext of preventing the blood war, Mihaila observed, and Alistair flashed her a wide smile. Bingo, Alistair confirmed. But what about the seal? Hell's forces can't enter Terra en masse unless you lift the seal, Fizeros pointed out. I happen to have acquired the Morningstar Crown, Alistair announced, causing the room to fall silent. The Morningstar Crown was the artifact primeval Menier Morningstar had used to seal the hells, preventing most beings from entering or leaving without an invitation. The removal of this seal would lead to all-out war. Terra would become a battleground as the forces of heaven and hell clashed. And now, the most interesting part, the Morningstar Crown can offer the great beast the Black Heart, Fizeros stated after a moment's pause. The Black Heart was hell's core, and if the great beast devoured it, he would effectively consume all of hell itself, a feat no firstborn had ever achieved. If the blood war spills into Terra, it would keep the angels occupied. I could use that opportunity to wreak havoc among the Devonian coast, Pufferia said, a wicked grin spreading across her face. Or ports, Alistair added with a grin. Oh, don't tempt me, Pufferia replied as the clacking and cracking sounds from her exposed skull echoed with her widening grin. So, what's your decision? Alistair turned to Mihaila and Fizeros. It sounds like you've thought it all through, Fizeros replied coolly. Oh, I have. So what will you do? Alistair asked. For now, nothing, Fizeros answered. Ah, mysterious as always. I love it when you keep me guessing, Alistair said with a chuckle, glancing at Mihaila, who sighed. If the great beast is heading to the searing hells, I suppose I'm coming along. Demons won't betray us to the angels. They're too cowardly to risk their own lives, Mihaila commented, taking a jab at Alistair, who only bowed in acknowledgement. I'm honored by such high praise, Alistair replied, and Mihaila felt a familiar migraine building. I'd ask you, but I already know your answer, Alistair said, turning to Nemesis, who simply turned her head away, seething. Mihaila couldn't help but give Alistair credit. His plan left Nemesis with no choice but to go along with it. If she continued her war in the north, it would only divert the angels' resources away from Alastair's plot. She couldn't abandon her war just to spite Alistair without jeopardizing everything. So, what could she do? She could only proceed with her original plan and let this demon use it to further his own goals. You know, Alistair, you're not so bad. You're a cunt, but sometimes I almost like you, Pufferia remarked, smirking despite her half-rotted face. Come now, old friend, no need for crude insults. If the circles of hell ever heard I was considered likable, I'd never live it down, Alistair replied sarcastically. In response, Pufferia let out a loud barking laugh, and the room echoed with clacking and cracking sounds emanating from her rotted skull. You really are a cunt. Chapter 172, Every Blessing, a Curse. I hummed as I stared at the small wriggling worm in the small vat before me. Most humans would just see me gazing at an empty pool. That was because this worm was the size of a small strand of hair. Thanks to my eyesight, I could see it clear as a day. This little thing in the vat was the mind boar parasite. It was essentially a worm that would burrow into the victim's brain, do no damage whatsoever, and could influence the thoughts of its host subtly. Like that new cult leader, his doctrine was so pretty and well designed that it wouldn't give the angels much to complain about. The funny thing is that they think this whole new cult doctrine was created from that idiot's mind. If it wasn't obvious, his inspirations were just little whispers I sent into his mind. Little by little, I gave him a doctrine that would fit my designs. Right now, I can implant thoughts into everyone in the Empire. No one could tell it was just me whispering thoughts into their minds. The silly little angels have been in the Empire for the past 3 months, and I know they are routinely scanning the cultists and other sympathetic groups for magical influence. I know they won't find anything since there was nothing magical about this parasite. It was just a biological module that could send and receive transmissions from the hive mind. You can't find magical influence that isn't there, and what's more, there was no way for the angels to intercept hive transmissions. They couldn't even detect it, let alone intercept it. They would probably be able to detect that something like NAFA's or Legionella was sending out broad-spectrum commands, but that was because they were sending out signals blanketing half the continent. As things stand, Serena's internal spy network was utterly irrelevant. I have flooded the water supply of every region I could with the eggs of these parasites. I even have eyes in the elven forest, thanks to these parasites. So, her spy network was just for show at this point. I am sending most of them to scope out Western Volaria since there were signs of demons showing up. The Mugumans have already captured several demons, and they will be sending an emissary soon to discuss a defensive compact. The whole compact thing was nonsense considering they answered to Serchix, and Serchix answered to me. But that was for the future. Right now, I have other vile schemes planned. I grinned as I poured power into my hands and sent out a command I built into the little mind boar parasite. The little hair-sized worm twitched, and then it suddenly grew to the size of a man's thumb with a gnashing maw filled with tiny teeth. Say hello to the Mind Flayer parasite. If the Mind Boar parasite was to influence the target, then the Mind Flayer parasite was to mind control the target. More accurately, it destroys parts of the target's psyche and replaces it with something that would serve my designs. What fun I will have when the time comes. Well, it's about time, so enough playing around. I have a meeting with Serchix and the Naga later. Serchix also has something to tell me which I am sure will be interesting. With that, I sent out a mental command, and I ordered the parasite to self-destruct. It squirmed for a moment before it popped like an overripe fruit. I turned away from the pool and headed for the door. On the way out I spotted Nafis speaking with some of the other lesser queens. Nafis spotted me and gave me a bow. I nodded as I moved through the labyrinth that had become my base. What had started as a humble little underground structure with 2 rooms was now the size of a small city, with winding tunnels and almost 1,000,000 hive creatures scurrying about performing their tasks. I headed for one of the surface burrows, and when I emerged, I spread my wings, shooting straight into the sky. Before I left for the coast, I took the time to look at the city of Averlin. In just a year it has almost doubled in size. New districts have popped out beyond the walls. The once simple city now glowed with magic as its tall spires bore the ruins of the distant past. This city now held more ether crystals than every other city in the region combined. It was a hub of magic, wealth, art and everything else between. Many were even calling Averlin the city of opportunity. Anyone could make it big in the capital if they had the talent and commitment. People who were once commoners could now sit at the table with nobles thanks to their abilities. Merit was what counted the new empire. Strength will always be rewarded. The empire must be strong, or the vultures will rip it apart. The people in this city knew what life was like before the empire. So, every one of them commits themselves to the strengthening of this empire. Our renown has spread all over the world. Even Devonian emissaries have arrived bearing gifts for the empress. The emissaries were nobles sent by the emperor to an empress of a rising superpower. Devonia was once the strongest nation in the world, now it is in decline. Corruption was rampant, and poverty was out of control. The elite drink and fornicate to their heart's content while the poor suffer. The only thing the 2 extremes have in common is that they are both being swayed by demons. If you wanted pleasure beyond imagining, then the denizens of the lust rings' perfumed halls could provide. If you wanted wealth and power, the rings of avarice, envy and pride would happily offer their assistance. If you were poor and desperate, then perhaps the rings could offer you release from your pain. Perhaps a poor florist could be promised a better future for the price of his best flower. Only problem was that the flower in question was not one of his stock. It was his daughter's soul. Honestly, the demons seemed like my kind of people. If only the angels didn't have a stick up their ass, I would definitely work with some of the rings if I could. Well, not much about to be done about it. That was a consideration for later. With that, I shot towards the coastline. I accelerated until I reached my top speed, and then I tucked in my wings and released a burst of ether behind me to propel me even faster. There was a jerk and crack as I accelerated. Cecilia mentioned that when I do this booming sound will sound out when I go past a certain speed. Not sure why it does that, but it was kind of cool. It took less than 15 minutes for me to reach the water. I soared across the sea until I reached the Azure Sea. I just turned a week of travel into an hour trip. When I reached the ether-filled waters, I dived down into the sea at full speed. I didn't want to swim more than I had to since I moved much quicker by flying. Once I got underwater, I started swimming down towards Xerxes' palace. This didn't take long either, and soon I was at her underwater palace. The nearby Naga all bowed as they lowered their weapons in deference. I headed through the palace until I eventually found Xerxes waiting for me. Her long serpentine body swam towards me, her glowing eyes eyed me eagerly, and the eye on her forehead glowed with power as she peered into the future. "Hello, my lord, thank you for coming to see me today," Xerxes said as she slithered closer. "So how goes your studies?" I asked as I referenced the knowledge I gave her to work on her seer abilities. "Progress is slow, but there is something you should see," Xerxes said as she turned and the eye on her forehead glowed before showing a projection. The projection showed a scene of demons pouring into what looked to be the capital of Devonia. But the images kept shifting from demons to members of my hive and back again. "Devonia will burn if my visions are to be believed," Xerxes said eagerly. "You seem excited." I mused as I stared at her. "Oh yes, master, I have hated Devonia for so long. Right now as we speak, my forces raid the merchant princes and weaken Devonian supply lines," Xerxes said with a malicious laugh. "I thought the merchant princes weren't getting along with the Devonians?" I asked, and Xerxes just laughed in response. "Oh, they aren't, but trade must flow. Neither side is self-sufficient, unlike your empire. Corruption at the highest levels of power has seen to that. So they argue, bicker, but they still trade. Or at least they try to," Xerxes said with a malicious laugh. "The more desperate the Devonians become, the more they will fall to demons. You mentioned that you have your eyes on the eastern Volaria. I am merely lowering the chance of any northern intervention," Xerxes said, and I nodded in appreciation. "Good, nice to see servants with initiative," I said, and Xerxes gave me a bow in response. "Of course, my lord, also the drowned admiral has also started raiding Devonian shipping lanes," Xerxes said. "I heard, but they are ignoring my ships," I said. "Well, the drowned admiral is not nearly foolish enough to pick a fight with an ancient. Furthermore, her quarrel is with Devonia, not with you. As they say, vengeance is a dish best served cold. Devonia is slowly being strangled from all directions, and the Seraphim are scrambling to try to save it," Xerxes said. "Yes, on that note I have another assignment," I said, and Xerxes paused as she looked at me intently, clearly eagerly awaiting my commands. "Ah, it's so refreshing to work with a firstborn loyalist, not many of them left nowadays. Devonian refugees are pouring into the Valley of Plenty and many are running for eastern Volaria. I want the Mugumans to attack them," I said, and Xerxes tilted her head at those words. "May I ask why? If you wish to utilize them, why attack them?" Xerxes asked. "So when we sign our Treaty of Alliance, if I take over eastern Volaria, the Mugmans have no choice but to leave the region alone or risk war with me." "Well, it's not really a risk since it will be staged, but you get the point," I said, and Xerxes' eyes widened in understanding. "Very cunning, my lord, you will conquer half a continent with a few sheets of parchment," Xerxes replied. "Exactly, never pay more than you have to. What's more, since it's a humanitarian effort, the Seraphim can't complain," I said. "Clever," Xerxes said with an appreciative nod. "Now then, there is something else you wanted to talk to me about?" I asked. "Yes, my lord. I have been contacted by the Ars Gotia. They wish to discuss something with you." Serchik said, and I paused at those words. The Ars Gotia were a group of high-level demons that resided primarily within the Ring of Greed in Hell. The Ars Gotia were also led, at least in part, by the archdemon Alistair, who I suspect is my friend down under. I was wondering if all the demonic chaos that was happening in Devonia was him trying to buy me some breathing room. Looks like I'll find out soon. Jerome staggered along the shaking deck as he rushed towards the listing mast. He could barely see through this cursed fog as he heard the sounds of those spell cannons firing nearby. He could see other sailors trying to stabilize the shredded mast as they grabbed onto the ropes. If the mast came down, they were dead in the water, and if they were stranded, the drowned admiral would kill them all. The drowned admiral's hatred for Devonia was legendary. Jerome had thought that with the angels now starting to guard Devonia, the seas would be safer. But as the old saying goes, for every blessing, a curse. Jerome held on the slick wet ropes as it slipped perilously along his bare palms. He screamed in exertion and terror as he desperately held on. He screamed in pain as the rope sheared the skin from his palms. Hold it. Don't let it fall. Jerome heard the captain call from atop the deck. Jerome looked up and could barely make out the captain and the first mate atop the command deck. Then he froze when he saw a figure behind them through the mist. The figure was wearing this large wide-brimmed hat, and he could see they had this large mane of puffy hair. The figure raised a saber and hacked down the first mate before immediately impaling the captain. He watched as the captain's body slumped to the floor. When the figure shifted, he felt his blood turn to ice when he saw a glowing green eye staring at him. Then he blinked. The next moment, he saw his vision filled with a horrifying visage. Half of it was relatively mundane. It was just a humanoid face that had goat-like traits. The other half was a rotted skull filled with wriggling maggots. Within the empty eye socket was that same green glow from before. "Hello, little lamb," the creature said with a low cackle. Then he saw the silver flash. He turned to see it had swung its sword and the mast had been cut in two. As the mast fell, he watched as one sailor screamed as the mast crushed him into a pulp. The entire ship listed as the mast slammed into the deck, pulling the ship off balance. Then from the fog, Jerome saw this large shape appear. He felt his knees grow weak as he saw that it was a ship that was twisted into a grotesque humanoid shape. He could see riding corpses stuffed into the hull, each body squirming and wailing as they tried to escape. Jerome stiffly turned to look back at the creature before him. "Who are you?" Jerome whimpered as the saber slowly crept closer to his neck. "A forgotten nightmare. I remember telling you Devonians, I will return, and when I do, death is coming with me," the creature said as the saber pressed against his neck and he felt the blade draw blood. "All of you owe me a debt, and I intend to collect," the creature said as the blade twitched. Jerome gurgled as he felt the blade cut into his neck. He could feel the blood pooling up his throat and he saw his vision swim. "You little lambs have no idea what's about to happen. So many little sheep to count, but what's the point? You all will just end up slaughtered anyway," the creature said as it tore the blade free, and Jerome felt his legs give out. But as he fell, the creature grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. As Jerome felt his life fade along his dripping blood. "Sleep," the creature whispered. "Do you know what is the dreamer's lie? Every nightmare has an end." Chapter 173, Land, Sea and Air. Cecilia opened the door as she let out a small sigh of exhaustion. Her court was swelling rather alarmingly. With the Zaramans now a part of the court, the amount of delegates milling and socializing in her palace has grown rather large. The Mugumans and the Naga delegation would be arriving soon, and she was here to grab hold of her dearest friend. Legiona told her that he was trying something out in the room. When she opened the door, she froze when she saw this man she had never seen before. He was shirtless as he posed in front of the mirror. More precisely, he was posing very oddly, like someone who had never posed in a mirror before. Her dear friend was staring at the man with a smile of amusement on his face. Then the two turned to face her, and Cecilia immediately realized what was happening. The man had this cheeky look on his face that only one other being would have. "New body?" Cecilia asked as she looked up at her friend. "You like it?" the two of them asked in unison. That's new. Why are both of you talking?" Cecilia asked curiously as she closed the door behind her. Still, as Cecilia looked at the human body, it was probably the finest human specimen she had ever seen. It had toned, rippling muscles, and she would bet her right hand that it was stronger than your average human. "New connection method. I need it since all you humans have such expressive faces. The great beast said as the man pulled a somewhat exaggerated expression. Cecilia couldn't help but laugh at the new body. It gave off this strangely childlike aura. A man of that age would have learned to keep his face under control. They say a child's face is very honest, and this one's face was the exact opposite of a poker face. Doesn't exactly have much of a poker face, does it? Cecilia asked as she walked up to it and examined it. Never really needed one until now. The two of them said simultaneously. Cecilia looked up at her friend's real body, and she saw him waving his hand over his smooth, domed face. With a face like his, the only way you could figure out his thoughts would be through his mouth. It was either some variation of a smile or bare teeth that showed aggression. Still. Cecilia reached out and touched the muscled chest of the new body. Could I have one of these? Cecilia asked as her mind wandered to nighttime activities. Maybe, but it's a prototype. This a combat type, it would probably hurt you, and I also didn't give it genitals. Wouldn't really know what to do with the genitals honestly. The body replied with a shrug. Makes sense, you don't reproduce after all. Cecilia said as she took her hands off the body. So what were you going to do with this? Cecilia asked as she faced her friend's towering actual body. Well, there are several options, but the main one was soldiers. The humanoid frame does offer quite a bit of flexibility, but it's more of a test model, he said as the proxy body slumped onto the floor as if it had been disconnected like a common magic tool. So have the birds and fishes showed up yet? Her friend asked and Cecilia nodded. Well, let's go, shall we? Her friend said as he turned away. Shouldn't we do something about that? Cecilia asked as she looked over her shoulder at the body slumped on the floor. Nah, it's fine, just leave it there. Her friend said, and Cecilia just shrugged before moving to follow him. You know, I always wanted to know how mugumans and naga taste. Her friend said offhandedly, and Cecilia rolled her eyes at his silly comment. I am sure we can arrange something, they must have criminals. Cecilia replied with a light chuckle. Well, all criminals need to be surrendered to us anyway, so it's not much of an arrangement and more of a demand. Her friend replied. It's called diplomacy, my dear friend. Cecilia replied with a chuckle. Her friend let out a chuckle as well, but his was lower and deeper. Cecilia has grown to enjoy that sound, but to anyone else, it would sound extremely unnerving. It was a deep feral laugh, and her dearest friend only made this sound when something interesting was about to happen. Cecilia knew better than anyone else that anything a firstborn finds interesting would be simply horrifying. Kaikaka's Sharon walked forward with his daughter in tow as they approached the Naga delegation that arrived earlier. Kaikaka's was a senior member of the Muguman Farseer Council. He was sent because he was in fact the youngest member of the council. The council in its wisdom has determined that the world was entering a state of great change. In this tumultuous time it has been determined that in this moment it was the youth that would lead the way. It was a time of change, so flexible minds were needed. Those who have the least amount of preconceived notions. As the ancient words say, everything we hear is opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is perspective, not truth. The universe is change, our lives are what our thoughts make it to be. Kaikaka's shifted his gaze to his daughter Kiranthea, who was to be his successor on the council. She, like all Mugumans, had a head that was covered with a mane of feathered hair. Like all their females, her mane of feathers was more voluminous as compared to the men. From her head protruded a pair of large feathered feathers that were pulled back against her head, clearly betraying her nervousness. When Kiranthea noticed her father's gaze, she instantly stood up straighter, and her feathers stood up again as she collected herself. Those feathers were called soul feathers by the Mugumans, as they are by far the most expressive part of a Muguman's body. As they say, the feathers do not lie. Calm yourself. Kaikaka's chided, and Kiranthea nodded as her back got that little bit straighter. She adjusted her long robes that had wide flowing sleeves to accommodate the large feathers that covered the body. When Kaikaka's approached the Naga representative, he recognized her as the siren Merilith. The Naga were a matriarchal society led by the sirens. The sirens could channel powerful magic using their voices, and countless human ships have fallen to the sirens' call. Ah, young Master Kaikaka's, I hope the tides of fate have been kind to you. Merilith said in the usual sing-song voice that the sirens had. The tides push and pull as they always do, my lady Merilith. Kaikaka's replied with a respectful and flourishing bow, to which Merilith returned with a bow of her own. The ties between the Mugumans and the Naga were deep and ancient. Once the Mugumans were offered much to betray their sea-born allies by the Seraphim. The Mugumans responded by killing the messenger for daring to suggest such a thing. In the Muguman faith, the worst punishments were reserved for betrayers. Traitors were those of weak wills, for bonds are only as strong as the will that forges them. For a Muguman promises were sacred things, to break them would incite violent retribution. Ah, this must be your daughter. Merilith said as she turned to face Kiranthea, who gave her a deep and respectful bow that was only granted to seniors. Merilith for her part bowed in return, though not as deeply as she did for Kaikakaz. Yes, she will be joining us for this delegation. Kaikakaz said, and Merilith nodded in understanding. Very well, then shall we head in? Merilith said as she shifted her gaze to the large gold door that had the visage of the great beast carved onto it. Yes, let us proceed. It is not wise to try the patience of the ancients. Kaikakaz replied. Agreed, that is wisdom only a fool goes against. Merilith said as they turned to face the door. It took only a short moment before the door opened, and for the first time Kaikakaz laid eyes on the great beast. He instantly knew he was looking at an ancient. Such a body was not found in the younger races. The great beast's frame was obviously designed for a far more deadly world. Armored plates, large powerful ether-filled wings, wicked curved bone blades, and the signature smoothed head of a sensor dome. The great beast was coiled around the throne of Empress, and Kaikakaz could see the two of them smiling at each other as if they had just shared a joke. When the two turned to face them, Kaikakaz suddenly realized why both of them were described as monsters in the reports. Kaikakaz had seen that look in the Empress's eyes before. It was the same gaze that was held by his mistress Serchix. That same hunger was in her eyes. It was clear she held few things sacred. Exactly the mindset that the ancients held. There was little use for sentimentality in the world of the ancients. The strong do what they will, the weak suffer what they must. Come, honored guests. The Empress said graciously, exuding all the charisma one would expect from the head of state. Thank you for having us, your grace. Merilith said with a graceful bow. What followed was the typical slew of introductions. Kaikakaz held his breath as the introduction ended, and all that remained was for the great beast to introduce himself. He watched as the great beast tilted his head. Then in the blink of an eye he had appeared in front of him. His vision was instantly filled with his rows upon rows of serrated teeth. The delegation instinctively took a step back in fear. It took all of Kaikakaz's willpower not to draw his weapon. Calm down, I'm just fucking around. The great beast replied with a laugh as his body vanished into motes of light, revealing the great beast was instead still coiled around the throne. It was then that he realized that it was just an illusion. Friend, please don't scare our guests, Cecilia chided, but the great beast just laughed in response as he lay down onto the marble floor. Say your piece. The great beast said as he turned his head away, clearing losing interest. Kaikakaz glanced at the angel in attendance and noted her wary but hostile gaze. We have heard that you have signed an accord with the angels, yet you now count vampires amongst your ranks. Our elders wish to understand the truth of the matter. Kaikakaz said. As does my queen. Merilith said, and the great beast just let out another laugh. We offered them peace so they could fight their war in the north. In exchange for leaving us alone, we offered to deal with their vampire problem. But there was some slight misunderstandings. The great beast said with a chuckle. Kaikakaz glanced over at the angel and saw the slightly sour look in her eyes. So it seems the angels thought the great beast would destroy the vampires and not recruit them. A mistake born of complacency. The world has operated for so long under the rules of the Seraphim that the angels themselves forgot what came before. An easy mistake to make. The ancients have minds like a maze. Unless one is accustomed to dealing with them, such misunderstandings are a natural occurrence. Merilith replied diplomatically while throwing a subtle jab at the angels. But I assume that is not the only reason you are here, Cecilia said as she tilted her head. Yes, we wish to sign a mutual defense pact with your empire. Kaikakaz said, and he saw the angel's eyes bulge at the words. I'm afraid there is very little reason for me to accept that offer. Cecilia replied, her tone betraying the fact that she was unimpressed. I know you are attacking Eastern Volarian, and I know you are killing Devonian refugees. The way you are acting, it is only a matter of time before you provoke the wrath of heaven. So how would a mutual defense pact help me when my empire is so much more powerful than you? Cecilia asked. The mutual defense pact would come with stipulations. We would cease all current hostilities with the Devonians. Merilith stated. Not good enough, you can still antagonize and draw us into a war we do not want to fight. Cecilia replied. Then what would you propose? Merilith asked. A military alliance, we will need to agree on who to attack. But we will come to each other's defense. I can assure you my empire can cover all the resources you need. Cecilia stated and Merilith nodded in understanding. An interesting proposal. We are currently planning an invasion of Eastern Voloria. Would you like to be a part of it? Kaikakaz asked. At those words he saw the angel step forward. We will not condone any further conflict. If that invasion happens we will have to intervene. The angel said as she stepped forward. She had 6 wings, which means she was a high angel. It seems heaven sent a high-level emissary. I will not condone an invasion as well, I will only enter Eastern Voloria if our intervention is requested. If you wish to sign an alliance with us, you will have to cease all hostilities with Devonia, the merchant princes and Eastern Voloria. Cecilia said and Kaikakaz paused at those words. Until we agree on a course of war? Merilith asked and Cecilia nodded in response. As she did so Kaike saw a vaguely smug look on the angel's face. If we agree to this, the angels may take it as a sign of weakness. It is difficult for us to agree to such a thing without proof that you are willing to fight when the time comes. Kaike said. Even if he knew this whole thing was a farce he was still hesitant to agree to this. He thought the Empire would be far more willing to take up arms against the ancient foe. If you want a guarantee, the great beast said as he reared up again. You only need to look at her. The great beast said as he turned to face the angel and Kaikakaz noticed the hint of fear cross her eyes. I can smell her fear from here. Do not worry, if the Serpahim assumed we were weak they wouldn't send her. They would just send fire and blood. The great beast said with a wide grin. But in truth I don't care what they think, they are free to assume anything they want. The great beast said, but as he did so, he bared his teeth showing off his rows upon rows of curved serrated teeth. If they assume we are weak, they are free to test that assumption.